Yeah. There's some seats up in the front. Good morning, everyone. Oh, I'm so excited for today. I just want to do a couple of quick announcements before we begin. Restrooms are going to be right around the corner. If you could refrain from using these exit doors and just utilize the one in the back, just because we are being joined by an online audience and it helps with the sound. Let's see. After we're done with the day at 4:30, we have a time for roundtable discussion. So if you guys want to speak with each other or with some of the speakers, we have space for that across the hall as well. So let me get a quick announcement. So we have our NC magazine. The next edition will be released in conjunction with Res. The magazine has a reach of 10,000, including 5,000 at Res. This one is a special focus on tourism in Indian country since we have our new program. While the deadline to advertise has passed earlier this week, our comms team did extend it for our NEI. So if you guys are interested, we have all the information up here. You can reach out to Carla to get more information. And we just hope that you take advantage of that opportunity. But today we are joined by our board chairman, Derek Watchman, and Tony, Skrelinas, sorry. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. Questions, please raise your hand. We'll run a mic to you, just because, again, for our online audience, that they're able to hear. I think we got refreshments in the back. Anything else I'm missing? I think we're good. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get going.
Okay, good morning, and thank you for the welcome. Yacht A, Shea Derek Watchman, and what do we have up here? Okay, all right. Yacht A, Bene, Shea Derek Watchman, and as Kai said, I am the chairman for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and I'll speak to that a little bit. But I'm originally, and actually I still have a small little ranch near Navajo, New Mexico. That's where I grew up. It's Iskini Shle, Tohana Bashashin, Tukatnazani Deshicheado, Tukabaha Chanela. And as I said, I'm from Navajo, New Mexico. I'm a small business owner like you. My company is Sagebrush Hill Group, LLC. I do work on tribal affairs, marketing, economic development, gaming, and loan development, loan preparation, loan acquisition, and so, but today I'm here as the chairman of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And the National Center, as we call it, we're 60 plus years old. We're actually created in Los Angeles, California back in the 60s. And during that time, many minorities around the country, obviously were becoming empowered, wanting to get into business. And so with the whole Native American relocation programs, there was some prominent Native business owners in the LA area, Los Angeles area. And they were trying to get business with Los Angeles County and the city of LA. And they were getting locked out or getting blackballed. And so they said, gosh, we got to figure out how to deal with this. So they created then called the United Indian Development Association, basically a group of Native-owned businesses in the LA area. And so basically they got together and really forced the city of LA and Los Angeles County to really recognize Native-owned businesses. And over years that evolved to what is now called the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And so I'm the chairman of the board. We're a nonprofit entity. We're a 501c3. And our primary focus, and I've been on the board over 20 plus years, and the last 10 I've been the chairman of the board. And so my focus has been, since I'm a former banker, is how do we improve access to capital, because what we see here on Navajo is very common and similar what's out in any country, because of trust land, tribal law, and those kinds of things. And so, but the National Center, you hear about it today, the National Center, we're primarily known for RES. How many of you have been to RES? You know what RES is? Okay. RES is, and so they say, Derek, you're the chairman of RES? I said, no, we help promote RES, but I'm the chairman of the National Center. RES is the Reservation Economic Summit. And so I actually went to RES 87 was my first RES that I went to. I don't know if you knew that, Tony.
I think that's when I went.
Oh, that's when Tony went too. So we were still actually in California. So Res 86 and Res 87 was actually hosted at Disneyland. And so Res 87 was my first introduction into the National Center. And so what we do as a national organization, and you'll see in the material, we have offerings all over the country. And so the big platform is the Reservation Economic Summit. But for this forum, the Native Edge Institute, we've been very fortunate to have partners like Wells Fargo, Key Bank, and others. And so what we see out there is that there's always need for training, and there's always need to understand, how do I get into a business, or how do I improve my business? So today, the topic is Plan and Prosper Your Path to Growth. So when you look at the agenda, and so someone say, well, I've already seen this before. I've been to most of these, and I always learn something. Even though I've been in business and I work for, the nation and a few other things, I always find something that helps me. And so my company, Sagebrush Hill Group, LLC, I'm registered in SAMS, which is always challenged to renew. I'm HubZone certified, and I'm registered with Navajo as a Priority 1 company, and my company is designated as a Native-owned business. But that takes a lot of work to maintain. And so things that you're going to hear today, I think will help you improve your business, give you some thoughts, and give you some ideas. And so there's a lot of opportunity. And you hear about this today. The United States government is one of the biggest buyer of goods and services, the largest in the country. If you look at, the Fortune 500 companies, the blue chip companies, they fall in comparison to what the federal government buys and purchases. So for us locally here, opportunities with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Service, USDA, maybe Bureau of Land Management, and maybe the Corps. But in order to get a proposal in, you had to be registered and you had to be up to speed. And so we're going to try to go through that today. And so, but the big thing I think that I get out of this is just getting to meet people, and maybe there's some potential opportunities here to partner and to improve your business, expand your business, or get new business. And so that's what we aim to do here at the National Center. And I know you can meet them, but let me just have our staff raise our hands. And so over here, Aaron, Yvette, Joanne, Joan, who else is back there? Mabel, yeah, there she is. So we're here to help. So if you have any questions, we're here to help through the National Center. So we have an office in Winter Rock. Our main office is in Mesa, but we're in Denver, and help me here, we're in Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Georgia, New York. Okay, Alaska. And we also recently just entered into a big contract with the Bureau of Indian Affairs to do tourism. And so we know tourism, especially in this area, is a potential big business for many of us. And so we are partnering with the Bureau of Indian Affairs through the Department of Interior to expand that. And so we hope that we can offer you some help, some guidance, and to help you prosper. And so if you look at the statistics nationally, if you look at the jobs, over 2/3 of the jobs in this country are actually small business. Small business. You know, it's not the Walmarts, it's not the U.S. government, it's small business. And so many of us here do have small business, and so we're all in good company, I think, when it comes to small business. And so, but through the National Center, my goal is how do we improve jobs on our homeland, the Nipakea, and how do we increase the access to capital, and how do we improve our overall economy for what reason? One, so that we have a place to live. Two, for many of us that maybe go on off reservation, improve so we can come home, you know, to be with our grandmas and grandpas, and because a lot of us have to go, and you know, I grew up in Navajo. Navajo has really changed, and so, you know, just quite honestly, you know, I had a hard time saying, how do I raise my family in a little town called Navajo, New Mexico? And you know, I'm not the only one that thinks that. So, but how do we improve our economic conditions so that we can have a vibrant, robust economy? You know, maybe that's too much of a capitalistic view, and maybe that's too much of a, you know, Billigana view, but you know, we do need, and a lot of us do need all the goods and services. And so my goal is, how do we bring that back home? You know, Tuba, Winderock, Kayenta, Chinle, Shiprock, Crown Point, and everything in between. And so I've been to, since I've worked for 2 Navajo presidents, probably right behind Tony, I've been to all of the 110 chapters. How many of you have been to the 110 chapters altogether? One? Okay, we got a couple here. Yeah. So, yeah, there's 3. So, anyhow, I mean, just, you know, so when you look at, you know, the opportunity, the potentials, the beauty, and the location, I truly believe that if we all work together, you know, that we can, as a coordinated group, improve Navajo. You know, and so, but even today, I'll still say the great Navajo Nation. Yeah, so, but thank you for being here. And so, I don't want to hog the time, but I want now turn it over to a good friend of mine, Mr. Tony Skrilanis, who is the executive director. Is it director or executive director? Division director, excuse me. Tony Skrilanis, the division director for the Navajo Nation Economic Development Division. So Tony, I'm glad you're here, so I'll throw it over to you for some additional welcome. So here it is, Tony. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. It's always an honor to work with Derek. I've known Derek for quite a while, I think since I was in college. And Yate, Pine, I know I've already met some of you. There was a gentleman I met from Pascal Yaqui. I think there's other tribal representatives here. So welcome to Navajo land, Yate. And we're here next to our sacred mountain. This is Nagoa Sleed. And it's one of our really most sacred places. When we do our morning prayers, when we do our songs, this is a mountain that we always mention. It's one of the 4 sacred mountains of our Navajo land called Ahia, and it's a place that I call home. I grew up just down there's a mesa over here called Black Mesa. It's in Sa, and up there's a place called Big Mountain. And that's where I was raised by my great-grandparents, if you can believe it or not. So, and you know, I was really lucky. My mom met my father when she was at Indian school, and you know, she had to go back to school after I was born. What was supposed to be like a year or 2 of caretaking of me turned into kind of like 12 years because I got used to my great-grandparents. So, but I am a Bitterwater clan, Todichitni, and my father, Tachitni in Lithuanian. That's why I have that hard last name, Skrilunis. My grandpa's a mini goats, you know, and I have a grandmother, Imhoff, yeah, they're from England, so I'm quite a mix of a Navajo. But I want 2 areas, and real quick, if you guys could all clear your throats, you know, I'm gonna kind of, I could come at you with like a business message, but I think you're gonna get plenty of that, And we're always talking about leasing, taxes, everything, financing. We're working on a lot of that. But I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the success principles. We all have success principles in our tribes. And I wanted to hear a couple of them from you, What are ways that our tribes teach us to live, to be successful? Let me hear a couple. Wake up early, all right? Another one. Ahwajit ego. That means you're your own, huh? Do it yourself. Get it done. What's another one? What's up, yego? That means work really hard, no matter what. Another one. Respect yourself. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. What else? One more. Don't be lazy. All right. Those are good ones. Those are good ones. And, there was, I remember when I was in college, I first went to the RES conference when I was at Northern Arizona University. And we had a business club that we were forming called the American Indian Business Association. And we took our club there, and it was such a good time. It was really like, because we were all excited. We got all dressed up, be professional, fix your hair, present yourself, have your business cards. But there's two things that happened for me when I first went to the RES conference. Is that I saw who became my mentor. This was it wasn't the one at Disneyland. It was in Mesa, I think, or in Phoenix. And I saw a guy named Pharaoh Sakakuku. You guys remember that name? Pharaoh Sakakuku. He was a successful businessman. He ran a shopping center on Hopi. He built it himself, and he was a farmer, very educated, and the way he presented himself, though, the way he was poised, the way he looked, the way he wore his bolo tie, the way he walked, and he became a good friend of mine, a dear friend of mine. I'm friends with his family, his daughters, but he was one of my role models. And I met him there, and I saw him come in. He was a big deal at that time when business was just really getting going, And the other thing that I got really impressed with, I was in awe of the RES conference, And I still am. If you see me at RES conference, I go to, division directors usually don't hang out in the panels and the workshops. I go to them. If you know me, I go and sit in the front row and ask all kinds of questions, and because I'm so in awe of knowledge, I'm so in awe of other tribes and what they're doing, whether it's farming, whether it's hotels, resorts, creative financing. We all can learn from each other. There's a lot of, and I know with our tribe, we have some success principles, and I love the idea of like, we have, I want you to try something, because when, all right, smile, okay? Force yourself to smile, all right, smile. All right, now sit up straight, sit up straight. All right, now pull your head, pull your head, pull your hand. These are things that we actually do in our tribe, is when a baby first smiles, what do? They laugh, we celebrate it, you celebrated it, and because we want you to have humor, and what else do you do when you're the one that makes the baby laugh? What do you have to do? You have to throw a party, give gifts, give salt. You're touching the salt, putting it on the plate. Those all have symbolism and meaning, and that's really what I really love about our tribes, is that we have, and there was a time in my life when I wandered from that, and I just did a big story. It's going to come out in a podcast about my childhood and how I was raised really traditional, but I wandered away from it to try to be somebody else, And, in a way it was good, but in a way it was also, you lose who you are. And that leads to not very good results, but we have a lot of our teachings inherent to be successful. We have a lot of them you don't have to go to Harvard Business School. It's all right there. And so the other one is I love the idea of getting up early. There's a club that I joined, but I get up earlier than that. It's called the 5 a.m. Club, If you can, it's a free book. It's on YouTube. You can listen to the whole thing. Incredible story about what getting up at 5, splitting up your day, starting your day with meditation, starting your day with, and you split it up into 3, and part of it is you're running. You're doing at least 20 minutes of exercise. You're sweating. That gets rid of your nervousness. That gets rid of your any kind of blockages, your toxins right out. That makes a massive change. And then a part of it is prayer too, And we as Diné, we teach early morning prayer. We say we face the east, but it's the prayer structure. It's how you do it too. And those are the kinds of things that we gotta learn and incorporate into our life, because when you're doing that, you're planning your day for for success. Yeah, you're saying, everything that I do today, may it turn out right. And you don't rush a prayer. I see people do like 30-minute prayer. That's not a prayer. You have to kind of really intentionally lay out your day. It's kind of like your day runner, right? How many of you guys have a day runner? You set your schedule, but you kind of pray for that. That's really what we're taught. And back then we're sheep herders, so may I, have a good sheep herding day. May I, but today now it's like I got these meetings. I want to be really positive in them, and so and meditation is important. We have a lot of things, like Navajos. If you ever get like sleepless, right? You guys ever have those periods in your life? You're stressed out. You got all this stuff coming at you. What we teach is that you go back to the hogan. You go back to the hogan, and our hogans have dirt floor. And I was told this by a medicine man one time. I was all stressed out. It's like, oh man, I just got too much load. My tribe depends on me too much. And they tell you, go to the hogan, go home, sit in the hogan floor, with on a sheepskin, and just relax, And when you do that, when I did that, I got like, all of a sudden I started getting relaxed. I started like, being calm. And then if you a lot of the success books, a lot of things out there, they say that you go to the beach for a reason. How many of you guys go to the beach and you finally are like feeling sleepy and feeling like you're relaxed, Because there's actually ions in the air, the same as a hogan, the same as a sweat house, There's a lot of positivity, a lot of elements in the air that's cleaning you. And it'll relax you. And so those are things that means that you have to take time for yourself. You don't just go hard charge. That doesn't lead to good results. A lot of what I was saying, when you're pulling yourself, we have this ceremony, right? Like Kinalda. It's a puberty ceremony. Every tribe does that a different way. But you're molding, You're working to be poised. You're working to present yourself well and have a good communication skill. You have to have a positive attitude. You're always, and we're taught this too, is like since the beginning of time, we've always had naysayers. Ever since the beginning of time, when you go into any group, there's always going to be 2 or 3 people that are going to disagree with you. Some of them are going to throw shade at you. Since the beginning of time, and no matter how good you do it, it could be your own family, and so that's the reason we created like a chansodazanya, and that's a protection prayer. That's the reason that we have all these elements to protect ourselves, to go through. It doesn't mean that you avoid those battles. It doesn't mean you avoid those people. They're always going to be around. Anybody, you can be the perfect. I mean, some of you guys seek perfection, but you're always going to do that. And so you go back to these values, these teachings, and you have to learn how to deal with them. And so inherent in our tribes is a lot of those teachings. It's really to help you like get yourself straight, get yourself strong again. The other one is like diet. There's a lot of teachings about how we have how we feed ourselves. We're not there are teachings, and I was at I'm in shock with our tribe sometimes that we kind of have all these fast food places, and because the what we're taught is that you don't overconsume. You don't try to there's all these teachings. I was working with these sheep herders, and we were working on organizing a co-op, and they were creating rules. And one of the rules that they came up with, they was really humble, 8 sheep herders, was they said, we do not want, in our bylaws, people cannot boast and brag, because as a sheep herder, you're not supposed to be like that. And that goes back to our teachings too, is that you gotta be honorable, you gotta be poised, you got to watch how you talk, how you present yourself. And that really reminded me of that. Being an MBA, sometimes you're taught to be an American way, like business school, be aggressive, be direct, be looking in the eye, shake hands, But there's other ways to do that when you're in a tribal setting. And so you kind of have to be aware of that. I'm hyper aware. I really look at the tribal mannerisms. I know how to deal with Hopi, because my kids are Hopi, right? So I know how to be around Hopi. I know how to present myself. I'm starting to work a lot with Apache. I know how to be around them too. So I've done work with Wallapai, Supai. Each tribe has different mannerisms. Each tribe values different things in different ways. So you just got to learn how to do that. That's really important. And it really teaches you a lot of skill sets that really can help you and your family, But there's a lot of teachings, gratitude, being giving. Navajos, we teach that you're always supposed to help. That's why we have clanships. That's why the neh means the people. We're always supposed to help others. If we have traditional knowledge, if we have teachings, if we know a lot about livestock, if we know prayers, if we know different kinds of ceremonies, we're supposed to help our neighbor. We're supposed to help other people succeed so they can survive the winters, so you can grow as a tribe. You don't just hoard your knowledge. You don't just hoard it just for yourself. You're supposed to share. That's really what I want to end this message. That's why I do this. That's why I do my job. Is I learn all this stuff. I have to share it. So, but yeah, enjoy your workshop here. I'll be around today. Happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a real quick announcement before we start with our sessions. If you have an open chair next to you, if you could please leave it available. We have some attendees still trickling in. Okay. There's a couple open seats. Okay. Next, I'll bring up Nicole for our next session.
Yatek, good morning. My name is Nicole Watson. I'm originally from Chinle, Arizona. Hunagani Nishle, Kia Ani Bashichi, Kia Ani Dashiche, Tachitni Dashanele. I am the Technical Assistant Specialist for the National Program Tourism Program, and I oversee the Southwest region. This morning, I have the privilege of introducing our next speakers. They will be speaking on strengthening local economies through tourism. We have Bobby Martin, Tourism Director, Division of Economic Development of the Navajo Nation, and Kurt Cottle, Senior Policy Advisor.
Yate Bene. All right. So that's a greeting from our Dene Nation, our Navajo people. But I'm not the normal presenter. I want to let you know I'm a little bit different. So I've got a little exercise I want you guys to do this morning. I'm going to take you back in a little bit of my history. I'd like you all to close your eyes, and I'm going to set the stage. We're out on the rim of the Grand Canyon, literally in the middle of nowhere. No lights for miles. That's our sheep camp. That's where I was raised. So you're there, you're walking along the rim of the Grand Canyon, your sheep are ahead of you. You get out to a certain point where they need to be, and you slowly turn them and start sending them back home. You have a real nice trail that was made by family members way back in the 50s and 60s. So you run down to the bottom of the canyon. Get there, you jump in the water, you splash around for about a good 20, 30 minutes, and you turn around, you run right back up, and you go try to find your sheep. You find your sheep, you get them back home, nighttime's starting to come. Again, there's no lights here, no infrastructure, hogan, and you're outside looking up at the stars, and you say, I'm going to sleep outside tonight. So you're looking out there, and all of a sudden, the Milky Way's up there. All these other constellations up there. Beautiful, beautiful night. Okay, you all see that? Okay, and then you start hearing noises. You hear a ma'iaji, a coyote off in the distance howling. You hear your sheep doing their thing in the corral, moving around, still eating, trying to get rested for the night. You hear your dogs playing in the distance. You hear your grandpa or your grandma singing songs in the hogan. Beautiful image, isn't it? Okay, go ahead, open your eyes. That was my childhood growing up. Who would have thought today that would be a trend in the tourism industry for people wanting to come in and experience that kind of life? It's amazing, isn't it? I think it's the most beautiful thing there is to share my culture in that way. So my name is Bobby Martin. I'm Navajo Nation Tourism Director for the Economic Development in Winter Rock, Arizona. I've done a lot of traveling. I've done work. If you notice in the booklet, I don't have much where my bio is. I've been crazy busy these past couple weeks. But I travel a lot. New York, San Francisco, D.C., I've been to Paris, France. And what we're doing is trying to express what I just shared with you to people who want to come out and visit the Navajo Nation. It's amazing that people really want to know about that. They want to experience that. I was lucky enough to work with Jet Propulsion Laboratory when I was growing up. 3-4 years I was out in Pasadena, California. Amazing experience again. I've also had the opportunity to work with the Super Bowl 30 campaign, marketing campaign. Also the Discover 2002 Winter Olympics campaign. So I've been able to get quite a few events under my belt being with tourism. I left Navajo Tourism for 20 years to be the Navajo Nation, Navajo Times production manager, which is the only Native American owned and operated publishing press in the United States. So I'm very proud of that. I was able to bring them into the 21st century. When I got there, they were still doing, I don't know, some of you may remember, Paste Up. They were doing film kind of stuff. By the time I left, it was just a push of a button, and plates were coming out on the opposite side of a chemical-free environment. So that's the kind of stuff I was able to do. But I have a PowerPoint presentation I want to show you here, and this is kind of show you who we are, what we do on a basic level, and then I'll get more in depth into some of the future ideas that we're looking at. So if you could go ahead and go to the second screen. Okay, that's me. That's in Washington, D.C. I wanted to show this picture of my assistant as well, Shania, because while you were there, you get the most interesting questions that I don't know if you're from the reservation, you'll not be too surprised. But as I was there, dressed in my suit, my vest and whatnot, I had a lady come up to me, just really looking at me. She's, "Are you Indian?" I'm like, "I'm Native American." And she's like, okay, I get that. And she's still looking at me, looking me up and down. I'm like, what is up with this lady? Keeping a smile on the whole time. But she says, "Is this your first time wearing clothes?" I'm like, whoa, wow. Talk about a shell shock. So and she also asked, "How did you get here? Did you ride your horse and trailer?" And so I was kind of joking mood, and I told her, "See, yeah, my horse is parked over in C section of this." And she's, "Really?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just kidding." So I educated her. Cultural education is a big thing. A lot of people don't know that we exist in this world still today. So that's a big hurdle that we have to overcome in indigenous tourism. But as we were there, as I spoke more to this lady, she just really kind of like, wow, I had no idea. We had some demonstrators there who were doing silversmithing. We had some who were doing rug weaving, that kind of thing. And they were just amazed to see that our culture was still alive and thriving. So if you go to the next slide, some more of my staff. No, I'm sorry, that turned around. Oh, yeah, it's one of my staff, Rose Morgan. She's our economic development specialist. And she's the lady who helps us get a lot of our projects through the system. And by projects, I mean a Shiprock RV park that we're working on right now. Also a Shiprock food vendor area, open market that allows our people to sell their wares, stuff that I was just describing, the rug weaving, moccasin making, silversmithing, that kind of stuff. Okay, other staff members are Crystal Anderson, she's my marketing specialist. Danesta Golden, our administrative assistant. So we're a staff of 4 or 5 working in 3 states. So it kind of gives you a big idea, a broad idea of what it is that we're working on. Okay, if you go to the next slide. Now, what we do, promote Navajo Nation as a premier tourist destination. That's rarely been done in the past. It's always just been, come on, someone's going down I-40, sees a sign, says Monument Valley, they're going to turn, they're going to visit Monument Valley, and they're going to head on out to Utah or somewhere else from there. Am I right? North Navajo tourism operators are here. Or they'll go in, they'll see Canyon de Shade, turn around, go back, come here into Flagstaff. We're looking to change that. We want to make the Navajo Nation a premier destination. We want to give them a reason to stay 2-3 nights, even a week. So we've been creating a lot of loop tours. We've been working with our tour operators to try to get some of this stuff set up. So it's amazing. Education, workshops, promotional materials, online videos to educate our visitors. And you heard my example of educating visitors in Washington, D.C. It's still to this day, that's probably one of my funniest stories. Events. We just recently held our tourism conference in the city of Page, Arizona. And I believe that was the first time that's ever been done there. Am I correct? Okay. And we pulled in the Arizona Office of Tourism Director. And one of the big things I push for from our tourism standpoint is collaboration and networking. A lot of that has not happened in the past. So if I could give some advice to you, your own businesses, collaborating and networking. That's going to be your 2 biggest goals to shoot for. A couple of events that we did, again, Coffee Festival. So it was the first ever that we've done on the Navajo Nation. We did it in Kayenta. It was a huge success. My boss, Tony Scrulanis, kind of just popped this idea in his head, and we all ran with it. Good idea. The next is going to be in Antelope Point Marina. If I get some of the staff back there to raise your hands, they can give you more information on that. But it'll be our 2nd annual Coffee Festival. The other is focusing on our Navajo, our native foods. That's a huge drawing for tourists who are wanting to come in. I have a friend from Greece who came in. We toured him around the Navajo Nation for about a good week. Got back and we told him, well, we have a surprise for you tomorrow morning. And he's like, okay, what's going on? Next morning we had him butcher a sheep with us. So it blew his mind. But then after that, if you know how Navajos do, as soon as you butcher, you're throwing that meat right on the grill. You're cooking. People are just making tortillas or fried bread, whatever. So he had some cheat, he had some liver, he had the fat that was wrapped around it. Never experienced that in his life. Blew his mind. He says, I want to bring some people out again to do this. He says, I want to bring a bigger group this time. So things like that, thinking outside the box, are ways that we're trying to draw new tourists in. Next slide, please. Partners, again, the collaborating and networking. Navajo Parks and Rec, they're one of our biggest groups that we have to work with on the Navajo Nation because they oversee all the tribal parks on the Navajo Nation. Same thing with the U.S. National Park Service. State government offices, and that ranges from the Arizona Office of Tourism Directors to New Mexico to Utah, working with the chambers, working with other groups that come out of their businesses, their resources. A lot of good stuff to look at there with the states. Navajo chapters, someone mentioned, Derek mentioned 110 chapters. I've actually been to all 110 chapters. It's amazing to see what each one of them has to offer. And that's also something else that we're wanting to do, is not just draw people to Monument Valley or Canyon Cliche. We want to draw them to other more private, intimate locations that people don't rarely see. There's a beautiful drive from Lukachikai over the mountain to Shiprock, and it's literally like a corkscrew drive. I take motorcycle groups up there all the time, but it's one of the most beautiful drives you'll ever see in your life. You come over the hill, and you just see Red Valley right there. Amazing. So I'm hoping you guys are kind of getting some of the visions that I'm trying to put out there for you. Navajo Arts and Crafts, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and our Navajo tour operators across the Navajo Nation. We have been working with quite a few groups this year, and I want to kind of show how marketing works. We took some flyers from Antelope Point Marina, from Blackstreet Canyon Tours, and quite a few others to a show. I don't remember if it was New York or Washington, one of the two, and even to Paris, France. When we got there, I'm out there doing my job. I'm hustling. I'm selling the Navajo Nation, boom, 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 here and there. Within the hour of passing some of that information out, we were getting calls from the tour operators and from our Antelope Point Marina saying, we're already getting calls from where you're at. Thank you for what you're doing. And this is overseas in Paris, France, or on the other side of the country. So it's amazing to see that as an office, Navajo Tourism, we're able to do that for our tour operators. We're going to New York next week. We're going to be doing the same thing. We're trying to invite all tour operators to mail their stuff up there so we can get it out and disseminate for them. We're wanting to really push our tour operators and the businesses that they have to offer. They're the ones that get to tell our stories where they know, where they live. There's a canyon in Antelope Point called Owl Canyon. It's a beautiful place. And a lot of people are like, why is it called Owl Canyon? Because there's owls in there, literally. We go on this tour, and I've had the lucky experience to go on it 4 times. 3 of those 4, I've been able to see those owls that live in those canyons. And it's a very humbling experience to see that our wildlife still living in these canyons where our people used to herd sheep, used to hide from I believe the cavalry quite a number of years ago. But it's just amazing to see and hear that history of what we have to do. Okay, next slide, marketing and promotions. We do a lot of national, international marketing, mostly national. We're trying to break into international more. We do have billboards. If you look at one of the top photos, we have digital billboards in Canada. I'm trying to think of where else we may have some. We're working more on that. But we've also had digital billboards recently in Las Vegas, Nevada. Huge tourism traffic route from there to Arizona. And then we also have in Salt Lake City at the airlines, we have our Discover Navajo. We have images of our tour operators' areas on the baggage things as you're going through there. A lot of things that haven't been done before, things that we're pushing to really draw more visitors to our area. And of course, across the Navajo Nation, you'll see Discover Navajo billboards scattered throughout the entire 4 states. One thing that we're also focusing on 2024-25 is our project development, and for the next 2 years. In the picture, you'll see one of the newest hotels that's on the Navajo Nation. That is the Quality Inn Hotel in Shanto, Arizona. Anybody from Shanto area or pass through Kayenta this morning and see it? It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? beautiful. We had the privilege to go tour it the other night as we were driving through there, and the lights on. You go inside, you see artwork, a mural by Chantal Biguet. It's amazing. Yeah, lady back there. Okay, I'm getting my sign for 5 minutes, so I better hurry up and speed this up. So I'm going to go ahead and go over some of the things that we're also trying to do still. Visitor centers. On the Navajo Nation, right now, I can't think of a single one other than the Navajo Nation Museum. We're trying to put visitor centers up across the Navajo Nation. We're working for one in Shiprock, one in Winter Rock, one in Tuba City to kind of start us off. More hotel development in those same areas, trying to draw people out. Crown Point, so a lot of people will get them out to Chaco Canyon. Tuba City, we're also looking at another one. Winter Rock, we're looking at another one. Airbnbs, something that we're pushing for, because the scene I described to you earlier, in my mind, you guys got to see it. We want to share that with tourists. We want them to come out and be able to do that. In order to do that, off-grid Airbnbs are a big thing that we're doing. There's a lot of railroad tracks across the Navajo Nation that are not being utilized anymore. We've been looking at solar rail cars. We've been looking at railway bikes, where you actually get on there, you start pedaling, it's 4 wheels, and you're zooming up and down the railroad tracks. Beautiful, amazing as well to experience that. New signage. I don't know if any of you have been to the Navajo Nation, but some of the signage that is up has been there for 27 plus years. Some of them are broken, some of them are gone. We're wanting to redo that to make sure our visitors are welcome. So I don't want to run out of time, but am I on schedule? Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and leave it at that. If there's any questions, I believe we have a questions and answer session right after this. So ahia, and thank you for listening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hey, everybody. How you doing? All right. I'm going to try this on my phone. Everything's Face ID now. And this is just so I can follow along. I'm with the Department of Commerce out of Washington, D.C. Different scale in terms of what Bobby's talking about in terms of application. I'm going to go back to the broad kind of themes and talk a little bit about what's going on from a big picture perspective, and then also talk about some of the research that we have out of the National Travel and Tourism Office. I won't go into the detail. I just want you to know it's there, some of what we've learned, and offer the opportunity to speak with you more about it as you might be interested. All right. This was working earlier. Next slide. So I'm going to start with a WHO, Department of Commerce in the middle. We have two sort of direct offices that work primarily with the travel and tourism community, but other parts of commerce like EDA and MBDA are also relevant to tourism as well and play a part in the overall equation. The Secretary of Commerce chairs the Tourism Policy Council, which is the interagency, along with receiving advice from CEOs in the private sector. And then she appoints the board of directors for Brand USA, which is the nation's destination marketing organization. And we work very closely with the more than 60 travel and tourism trade associations, including the U.S. Travel Association, which is the biggest. Next slide, please. So everything sort of falls under the National Travel and Tourism Strategy. The strategy was, the second one was put together in 2022, again through the Tourism Policy Council, which the Secretary of Commerce chairs. It coordinates federal resources toward national goals for travel and tourism. We hope to attract 90 million international visitors by 2027, who would spend nearly $280 billion a year. The strategy has 4 pillars two that are very similar to the ones in 2012 in terms of promoting the U.S. as a travel and tourism destination. That's pretty basic. And then ease of travel, getting people into the country and being able to get back and forth within the U.S. The third one, which is a new one, reflects this administration's attempts to make sure that travel and tourism is a business for all America, and that all underserved communities have an equal access to being part of the travel and tourism engagement, whether it's accessible travel, Native American travel, blacks in tourism. The attempt is to make sure that the full opportunity within America is available within the travel and tourism sector. And then a fourth one, which is ever increasing, is sustainable travel, and making sure that we have the assets to share for future generations as well. Next slide, please. This is a very busy slide. I apologize. It's one that's provided by the agency. Very few things I'd want to tell you about it, except that both the U.S. Commercial Service and our office, the National Travel and Tourism Office, are housed within the International Trade Administration, which is one of the agencies of the Department of Commerce. It has three main functions within ITA: global markets, which I'll talk about in a minute, the industry and analysis component, which is our sectoral support, which our office is part of, and then enforcement and compliance, which is more about steel dumping and things like that, which doesn't really affect the travel and tourism sector so much, because we don't have, fortunately, a lot of international barriers to travel and trade. Altogether, it's about 2,300 employees, so not a huge agency, and a very much cross-collaboration between them. Next slide, please. This is just another way to show it in terms of what the International Trade Administration has and where we can be found within it. The President has a cabinet. Department of Commerce is one of the cabinet. ITA is one of the several 10-plus agencies that are part of the Department of Commerce. Next slide is our office and what we do. And there are several things that I sort of mentioned about what we do. I think we're known for mostly our research component. We do original research. We combine that with the information that DHS gives us in terms of who's coming, combine that together, and are able to say quite a bit about who's coming, what they're doing, what they're spending, and being able to provide that information free of charge, mostly through the internet, but also more than willing to help in terms of providing assistance. We also coordinate advice to the Secretary. I mentioned the Travel and Tourism Advisory Board. Presently, that's chaired by MGM. And we coordinate the federal agency response to travel and tourism. That includes DHS, State Department, Agriculture, Transportation, all the known agencies that you would think are working together to implement the strategy. We are, myself included, the principal liaison to Brand USA, which is promoting the U.S. throughout the world. We represent the U.S. as tourism minister at the World Travel and Tourism Conference, at G7 and G20 meetings on travel and tourism. So we are basically the voice of America when it comes to travel and tourism issues throughout the world. And as I mentioned, we work very closely with U.S. Commercial Service, which has a global travel and tourism team. And so, you know, in essence, we are the contact for the United States for travel and tourism. Next slide. So this is a little bit more on the commercial service and the support that they provide. Fernando will be here later today talking more broadly about what U.S. Commercial Service provides. They do export counseling, market intelligence, business matchmaking, and commercial diplomacy. Next slide. So here are the more specific things that they provide within travel and tourism. They can set up matchmaking, help you identify FAM participants if you're wanting to arrange a trip, come over. They can, if you want to do a reception or something in market, they can help you with that as well. So there are tons of things that commercial service can do throughout their footprint. Next slide. And this is the footprint of the commercial service. So really we have people all over the world who can help provide a market for your industry, your service. And he'll be talking about that more later. Next slide. So back to our office, there are two things about this slide that I mentioned some of the research products we have. These are all available on our website. So travel.trade.gov. And there's a newsletter, TI News, that you can sign up for right on the website that I think would be very helpful just to make sure that you get in your inbox the latest research that we have. That would be very useful, especially as you're looking at international markets. Next slide. This is one product. I'm not expecting you to read what's up on this slide at all. I just wanted to give an example. We've invested heavily in data visualization. We used to have all of these products in tables on Excel, which if you're like me, they're there, but it's very hard to kind of go down row by row and figure out what it's trying to tell me. So what this does is it reaches into, with Power BI, into those Excel spreadsheets, and it puts a lot of the information all together in one graphic. And this has 71 different countries that we've been able to pull into this. So you go up to the top, this says United Kingdom, but if you put whatever country you're interested, whatever year's data you want to look at, I think it's quarterly now, and then you can come down and you can see year by year, where are people going, what are they spending, what are their party size, what their level of import is, where are they coming into the country, and you can track that year by year. So we'll make this presentation available to everybody. I don't want you to like get caught up in the detail at this point, but I just want you to know we have it. It's prominent on our website, and it could be worth just kicking around. If you have any problem working with it, it's somewhat intuitive, not 100% intuitive, because there's a lot of information on there. We're more than happy to talk you through it in real time. Just put it up on a team screen or something and just talk you through it. I'm not an economist. We have several really good economists, but I think most of us are pretty able to walk through what's available and to show you. Next slide. So I have several of these slides just to show you kind of the data we collect. And I don't want to go into it too much because I'd rather talk to you about your questions. But these are examples. So the red line are people leaving the country to go on vacation. Green line, people coming here. And the percentage is based on 2019 because that's before COVID. And you look and you see more people are leaving the country than were leaving 5 years ago, but we're only about 90% of kind of where we were. We'll get to 100% probably this year when the final totals come out, if not definitely by next year. Next slide. And there's where they're coming. Notice India is way up, and that is, you'll hear a lot about visas. Visa times are really high in India because there's so much demand. Everybody wants to come to the United States. It's almost 1.5 times where it was 5 years ago. So a lot of interest. Where is it down? It's down in Japan and China, and those are much more slowly coming back. We do have a U.S.-Japan tourism year that's aimed to bring back more travel from Japan. Meanwhile, tons of U.S. people are going to Japan because the currency exchange is really favorable, and you can go to Japan at probably the most reasonable time in history since World War II, probably, to go to Japan. So now is a good time. Most European markets are roughly back. It's some of the Asian markets that are lagging. The India is going to be relevant in a minute for another stat I'll show you. Next slide. This is just the forecast. Again, you'll see that by 2027, we're predicting 94 million. That's well above the goal that was set in 2022, which was, at the time, a pretty ambitious goal. So travel and tourism globally is doing really, really well. Next slide. All right, so we have data on interaction with Native American communities. Sometimes this will say American Indian. That's the way it is in the original questioning in the survey. So until that's changed, we're matching it to the survey. For us, tribal, Native American, American Indian are jointly used. So you look at the highlight back in the day, 2015 was, over 5%, between 5 and 6%. Not quite 5% last year, but getting there, and you're starting to see where the interest is and how it's grown over time. It's coming back. Next slide. This is the parts of the world that are interested in Native American product, and you'll see overwhelmingly it's Europe, traditionally has been, but you're seeing much more growth in the Asian market, which ties back to that information I gave you earlier. Next slide. So who's primarily interested? Look, India. Most interested. So if Brand USA has this weekend is a sales mission to India. So if we can sort of tie some of this product into what they're doing in terms of developing that market, that will help. Next slide. So where are they coming in? Arizona's up here, and Flagstaff and Sedona are up here in terms of where people are going to engage with American Indian, Native American product. Next slide. How do they get here, and what are they doing? So we have some of this. They're renting an auto. Does that make sense? They're flying in, and they're using online travel agencies and travel agents in order to get information. Next slide. This is just to do a relative comparison to show that 4.5% may not seem like all that much in terms of overseas travel, but it's better than golf, better than environmental, bigger than snow sports, and kind of right up there with gambling and camping. So the interest remains very, very high. Next slide. So what are they doing when they come here? Ties directly into what Bobby was saying. They like to do shopping, small towns, historical locations, guided tours. This is what our visitors are interested in. Next. This is just another way of looking at the information in terms of where they come in, and as again, the relative household income is kind of interesting. Is not as high as it was 20 years ago, but certainly much higher than it was 10 years ago. And the number of length of stay nights is way down. I think that's a trend overall throughout. Next slide. So this is my last slide. I just want to make a pitch. RES is a great conference to go to, but if you're in the travel and tourism space, if you're able to go to IPW, which is in Chicago this year, Florida next year, we have a booth. Happy to chat with you there. Happy to do demonstrations of our research tools, and would love to see you. And you can bet that we're hard at work. There are over 5,000 people at IPW. A third of those are international buyers, probably about a third are international media. it is not cheap, but it is a quick way to get your message to the world. And IANTA does have booths there, so would be willing to work with you in that respect as well. So happy to answer questions. Nope, didn't work.
Thank you, Bobby and Kurt, for your great presentations. We do have some time for questions. At this time, we'll take questions from anyone who may have some.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentations. Kurt, is there anything that you've seen as far as like the data or the strategies that you think have been really effective, at least like as far as new technology and new trends that the Navajo Nation should be utilizing and jumping on to promote? Just what you've seen out there.
Well, as you can tell by my gray beard, I've been around for a while. And back in the day, we were magazines and, you know, it wasn't digital. Now it's almost, you know, mostly digital. My caveat about digital is back in the days when we were doing magazines and putting ads in O and things like that, they did a really good job, publishers, of knowing who got their publication and how long it stayed on the coffee table and who read it. And I mean, I'll give the publishers maximum credit for figuring out that. We're almost in the Wild West as it comes to digital, you know, 1 million followers, but we have no idea whether they're bots or whatever they are. But that's just the way the world went. It moved to that, it moved to influencers. So digital pretty much and events are gonna be the way to reach people from a technology standpoint. I think word of mouth is still going to be relevant no matter what. 100 years from now, people are still going to be, you know, word of mouth. So that providing that overall, and I'll let Bobby add to it, providing that outstanding customer service. So, and I told when I was a consultant many, many moons ago, people were like, do you do QR codes or do you do this or you do that? I was like, focus your money on the experience and the content, and then the actual getting that message out will sort of take care of itself. Focus on the experience and the content of what you want to deliver.
I definitely agree 100%. When I started with Navajo Tourism back last January, I've been here exactly 1 year, I looked over our social media, all the digital stuff that we had, and we were hitting 40% of a market that we were looking for. That first month, I directed my staff. I said, get on social media more, post more, get out to the tour operators, get some of their video, their photos, get it out there, get it out there. In 1 month, it jumped up 313%. So it's a huge, huge asset to have that. However, I also do believe that word of mouth is the biggest way to get a lot of this out. Well, as you know, the Navajo Nation, we have so much lack of infrastructure. It's hard to get a lot of this, the AI kind of stuff out there, a lot of that. About 2 months ago, we were working with a group who loaned us a mini Starlink. We took that all over the Navajo Nation. We went to the places that were where you'd least be able to get any kind of connection, and we were hitting top speeds in those areas. We just happened to end up at Canyon de Chelly at Spider Rock, and we ran into 2 tourists who were there who were taking video, and we introduced myself to them. We were talking with them, and they were saying, it's just too bad we can't share this stuff live. And I was like, I said, I understand. So what we did is we set up our Starlink. We got them on live. They're doing FaceTime with their family, and they were just, their family instantly said, we want to go there. We want to see what you guys are seeing. So those are some of the biggest things, but it's also a challenge to us on the Navajo Nation.
My turn? Hey, Bobby, quick question for you. You guys have done a great job, it looks like.
Oh, I love it. I can't complain.
But a lot of tribal organizations are not as far along or haven't even started. What would you recommend they do to get started?
I guess it would really start looking first at who your partners could be. Whether it's Parks and Recreation or it's your film office, different people's involved in the industry, and then also find out where your major attractions are, wherever your area is. Find out if there's people already out there doing tours. We find out in a lot of places that we go to that there are people doing tours, but they're not registered with the Navajo Nation yet. So we go out there and we talk to them, we explain to them, we'll get you more customers if you get registered with us. So that'd probably be one of the first things I would do. Second would be just reaching out, doing a lot of social media blasts. If you have, like he was saying, the people who go out there, and influencers, social influencers, those are huge in today's generation. So that'd be a good start.
Any other questions? Okay.
Cool. There's 2 questions from the online audience. First question is, are there any partnership opportunities with airlines, Greyhound, trains, transports, car rental agencies?
Always. And the thing is, you start by asking, but I'm going to follow up on Bobby's statement. Go through your local and state partners to do that. Ask their advice. They're unfortunately sometimes not reputable people out there doing stuff as well. So it's always, I think, good to ask advice, turn around and say, what was your experience with these folks? Certainly for FAMs and these travel writers and influencers who may or may not have the platforms that you think they have, I think my advice is vet carefully and to always ask the state about it. But look around and see who's doing what. If there's a particular airline that has connections in your area, they're generally very interested in partnering up. But again, do so by talking to the other tourism partners in your area, certainly the destinations themselves.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then the last one was just, what's the best way to contact the 2 of you?
I can be reached at the discovernavajo.com. You can go to our website and all of our contact information on there. That's probably the best way. Or look us up on social media. Same thing, Discover Navajo.
And just put National Travel and Tourism Office in your search engine. I'm at kurt.cottle@trade.gov. So pretty easy to get a hold of me, and happy to talk to anybody anytime.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
And we will be having roundtable discussions in the other room at the end of the day. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I'm helping her. Okay. I'll put you on. You want this side or that side? Okay. I'm just going to switch it.
go. Okay.
They need a fence here. I'll be the safety. Am I in charge of safety?
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta run up.
Wish we had a mic stand. Yeah.
It is.
It's a tight squeeze. Eddie, Zach, go. Right on the edge here. Oh my close. Let me go off to the
Good morning, Yate. My name is Charmaine Charlie. I'm the administrative specialist at the National Center, and I'm going to introduce most of our team from the National Center. So we have Kaya Jackson, Yvette Fielder, Aaron Abrahamson, Mabel Sosi, and Joanne Nota. So I'll hand it over to them. All right. Do you want me to? Okay, let's try this.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna stand up. Can't see. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff at the National Center. And so we're up here just to give an overview of what the National Center does and some of the programs that we offer. So our slide, of course, you know, our main thing is that we mean business. We are a nonprofit that focuses on economic development with tribally owned, individually owned businesses, and we offer a wide variety of programs. We are a 55-year-old organization, and let's go to the next slide. What's next? So my main thing that I'm up here to talk about is our Reservation Economic Summit. It's been mentioned a few times this morning. But RES is our premier event. It's the largest economic development focused conference in Indian country. And so this year, we're in our 39th year. We are looking to exceed registrations from last year. Last year, we had 4,600 attendees. So we are looking to average around 5,000 this year. We do provide our trade show, which if you have not signed up for our trade show, you may be out of luck. I was just looking at our exhibit floor, and we are close to being sold out on that. As far as the artisans in the room, we have been sold out of our art market for a while. So those both go really fast. They are, with the size that we have at Caesar's Palace, we are starting with the growth of the conference. We are starting to outgrow Caesar's Palace. When I started, my first res was Res 2017, and we had just under 1,700 attendees. Again, like I said, last year we had 4,600 attendees, and that's been within the almost 8 years that I've been with the National Center. We've had that much growth. We do offer just breakout sessions alone. We do offer over 100 breakout sessions. We do have 2 general sessions that we do offer sessions at, and then we have 4 lunches that we offer sessions at too. So those 107 sessions, informational sessions, do not include what happens during our general sessions as well. We do provide matchmaking. So we have 2 different matchmaking events. Joanne works really hard to work on that. We have our main matchmaking event on Monday, and then we have our international matchmaking event that we work with some of our, a majority of our First Nations, and then we've started to, through our export program, gain relationships with New Zealand and Australia, and so we do invite some of those as well those indigenous populations to come and to participate in our international matchmaking on Tuesday as well. And as far as that goes, I think we're pretty good with res. Do you want me to cover the magazine too? Sure. We've had this up a majority of the morning, but we do have our NC magazine. I believe we are getting ready to close out the magazine. We usually put the magazine out right before res. And so we are getting ready to close out for advertisements. So if you have any questions as far as advertisements go, we have Carla with our communications team that is running it. So if you have any questions, you can email Carla at ncaid.org. Oh. And for those here in the room, we have media kits outside on the table. Okay, I'll cover this too. So, like we said, the National Center, with the National Center, a big majority of what people know about the National Center is, of course, our Reservation Economic Summit. But we do provide a lot of client work. We do provide counseling and assisting with your businesses. So we have, like I said, we have an umbrella of programs that fall under the National Center. And represented here, we have a majority of our programs with Joanne with our Export Center, Mabel with our Apex Accelerator, Yvette with our tourism program, and Kaya with our Native Edge programs. The Native Edge programs is what we do here. These are our Native Edge programs, but we do also offer one-on-one consulting, technical assistance. And so if you have any questions about any of this, and each one of these guys will go over what their program does and how you qualify or how to get any assistance with the programs that they do. And we do work with a majority of our partners, the small business development centers, women business centers, SCORE, American Indian Chamber of Commerce, and then also our brother and sister organizations like Indian Gaming Association, NCAI, NARF, ACES, Unity, and then we also work with our national and regional and local partners as well. Okay, Kaya's turn.
Okay, as Erin stated, I oversee the Native Edge Institute, so you might have seen my name on some of the emails that you guys received. How I go about that is I utilize our wonderful system through sam.gov to reach out to you guys, those who are registered, and then those who are just familiar with National Center or find us through our social media. With the Native Edge, what it is a one-day business training. We reach out to all of our resource partners that Erin listed, and we try to keep it within the area that is local to the Native Edge. That way, so attendees have additional questions and outreach that they need to do beyond the National Center. It's within their area. Definitely if you're joining online or if you did come in from another state or another location, you can definitely reach out to me and I can connect you to your resource area. Let's see, we've hosted several different kinds of these NEIs. We've done business matchmaking, I think career training and development, and then also a career fair. So we did several different ones, and then upcoming, we are gonna have some branded with our tourism event and our export event, so those are gonna be exciting. But overall, we just want to share as much information as we can. After this, I usually send out follow-up emails, and so if you guys have additional questions or you want counseling, again, you can feel free to reach out to me. Here's some pictures of some of our past NEIs. Today, we're really excited. We hit our goal of 50 plus, but yeah, just exciting, sorry. Let's see, client spotlight. So some of the things that we get to do with our clients, not just with the counseling, but we get to offer some sort of things like free marketing. So if you see Michaela running around, she's doing photos. We do interviews as well, and what we do is we compile them all together into a small little recap video that I will email out to you guys after it's completed, and then it's either showcased in our future NEIs or during our Reservation Economic Summit. And we also have social media tools, which is wonderful. Sometimes we'll get small little snippets where we share on the following social platforms. So sometimes you'll see us, one of my favorite ones was when we were in New York City. We got to meet a store owner, a store called Relative Arts, and they bring product from all over the world that are indigenous based. And so it was really cool to connect with them and just showcase what they have. And you can find a lot of those on our social media links. I think so.
I might put Andy to work. Is there a way we can dim the lights? It just would pop so much better. Do you know Andy work? Is it by Charmaine? We're putting our IT consultant to work now, and he came to learn. Is it in the back by Charmaine?
Nope, I don't think so.
Rachel, are you able to hit play on ours? It's not hitting play on mine.
If not, then it's okay. It's okay, Andy.
Okay, and we got one of our videos to show you. It's on. Was this the PDF or the PowerPoint? Oh, it was working earlier. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Well, while we're working on that, real quick, I know we had ran out of agendas in the front at registration. We do have an agenda on a poster board in the before the doors. So if you guys want to take a quick picture of that, that's where you can. We also have it online as well. And I believe you can find that through our National Center League /events. It should be underneath the NEI Flagstaff one.
I think the link went out when it was revised. Were you running it off of a different program?
It was this one.
YouTube. How about YouTube?
I didn't see. Do you have it saved to your computer?
Mm-mm. The one that we pulled up this morning.
So where is it? Yeah, I think it's all the editing.
There was a arrow.
Okay. Sorry.
Any questions?
Okay. Yay. We got it. Thank you, Erin.
I'm excited to be part of the Native Edge Institute here in Brooks, California. Just an exciting opportunity to teach the I'm excited to be part of the Native Edge Institute here in Brooks, California. Just an exciting opportunity to teach the topics about growing a business and actually some of the leadership skills to sustain that business.
If you're a Native entrepreneur, whether that's an individual entrepreneur or a tribe, this is one of the best places you can go to start up.
Going to conferences such as this is eye-opening. I know this event allowed our company to flourish and grow because we meet great people that our business can benefit from, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come.
We're so excited to be at Cache Creek in Brooks, California. Learn about building relationships, working with the tribes and the individuals, but even with the state agencies.
We're at Yochadihi Golf Club. The golf course opened for its first public rounds in 2008. The expectation is to deliver a world-class experience for our guests. When you arrive on property, first thing you see when you pop over the top of the hill, you've got the Golden Hills in the background with the green golf course. We do host a golf academy here. This place is for everybody. So come on over to the driving range and let's go check it out.
The goal and the vision always being products that are grown on tribal land. We started with just wine and oil. Since then, we've added several other products. The tasting room here has really been amazing. Our goal was to also have visibility through the entire process. You can see the entire thing here at the Sage Hills Olive Mill. I've had the great opportunity to work with the Tribal Council. What I've come to realize and appreciate is the high level of leadership we have here. Without that level of leadership, none of what we do here at Sage Hills would be possible.
The growth opportunity for Indian country is tourism. All this native land out there, people really aren't coming there to visit that. Why is that? In many cases, they don't know what exists out there.
Be a part of our industry, but also be a part of respecting who we are. It really helps us to see our culture as relevant, and I think that's what tourism can really help.
Our voice has to be heard, and our way of life has to be understood. The businesses that have a vision and a mission statement that's value-based will become the brand names of the 21st century and on into the 22nd century. Doing that, they will reach out and help people in need in the community.
Attending a Native Edge Institute is a real opportunity to connect with potential customers, potential partners.
I remember I used to joke, I work in casinos, it's not like we're curing cancer. And then one of our attorneys sat me down and she said, I think you need to look at it a little bit differently. You're building a government.
When I first got here, I didn't really think it was for me, but then they showed an example of a Navajo woman with a clothing and a jewelry line. That's when I realized I am in the right place, and I know that I can learn and grow from this experience.
All of us have to see a future. We have an opportunity to give our respective cultures that voice, but really have it be a presentation to the world.
Yes, round of applause. Whose phone is this? Can we take a picture of the audience?
Yeah. Do you want it this way or selfie?
We'll do it. No, not a selfie. We'll get to the room.
Do a selfie.
Okay, we'll do that too. Everybody wave. Yay. Do a selfie. Selfie. You want to get in there, Kaya? Yay.
Yvette loves pictures.
So they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and that's why I wanted so much to have our recap videos featured, because as like we said, Michaela's running around, she's conducting interviews next door. We're going to feature the tour operators, and oh, thank you. And if a picture is worth 1,000 words, a video must be worth what? How many? 1,000,000 words? I don't know, but wasn't that an amazing video? And that's what we've been doing for the last 7 years. And it's not so much about that we gather here at a Native Edge Institute. That's really important. We do have some great speakers, and there's learning and networking going on, but really we want to connect with you so that you can become our client. So it gives us the opportunity to get out into communities and really meet you and get to know you, because I'm really surprised often, many times we go out to these locations and they say, I've never heard of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. I've never heard of RES. And so we can connect with you, and that's really what we do as an organization in all of our programs is our client work. Truly, that's what we do. We do the one-on-one consulting. If we don't have the resources, I know we look like we're 100 strong in our organization, but really we are about 26, 27 staff now, and we've grown a lot over the last 7 years. I feel like I've been on staff since Aaron and Chris first came on 7 years ago. I was renting an office space in the back of the building in Mesa at the very beginning of that, and then a year later was able to become staff as my third time at the National Center. So we are very passionate about all of our work that we do with you, small business owners, tour operators, for all of our programs. So that is what I want to instill, and what we really do is the one-on-one counseling and consulting, but this is a way for us to meet you and find you, because often you don't know who we are. So I manage the tourism program. We have 5 staff. This is us doing a podcast. That's another thing that we're going to be doing later today with Tony and Bobby, and we're going to do a podcast with them. And our new staff they had hit the floor running. We originally wrote this proposal, a cooperative agreement funded by the Office of Indian Economic Development. We're very happy and fortunate to move forward with this cooperative agreement to have this tourism program under the umbrella of the National Center. So we originally were going to have more staff, but as it is that we have 1 in each region, which we are so happy to have. And I feel we really did interview and hire the most qualified folks to work with you. They have huge regions. And so again, if we don't have all the answers, we have a huge network of excellent consultants like Andy back there with Andy IT. He works with us, and Dandy IT, and an array of different consultants that work with us. And I learn something new every day. I honestly do. So we may not have all the answers, but we want to work with you one-on-one and be that extra set of eyes and ears for your operation, your small business, or your tribal enterprise. Again, the Native Edge Tourism Technical Assistance Program, this is about what we do and what we really want to do and connect with you out in Indian country. And so we want to focus on tribal tourism programs. I was really sad because, and we're going to share all these PowerPoints with you when Kaya does her follow-up work with you, because that's her way to engage with business development, to get to know you. And then that gives her the opportunity to figure out which program best fits your needs, and sometimes you're a client of all of the programs, and that's okay. So I was really sad when I was out at a conference recently, and one of the tribal enterprise tourism programs, she was almost a one-person show, and so she invited an international bus company to come out. They had a huge network. They provided 2 bus loads, Greyhound buses, of folks to come out. She had gathered some folks in her community. They came out and they engaged in a cultural exhibition dance, and then she saw everybody going back to the buses to leave, and she went to the organization. She said, "Why are you leaving? We have so much here to offer, and we further want to show you more in our community." And they said, "Well, and why aren't you staying?" "Well, you're not up to our standard." And so, and it was an eye-opener for her and me as well. And I told her, I said, "Well, what is the council? Have you told them some of these comments?" They need to know. You need to be very transparent with council, what's happening, and how there's a ton of bureaucratic red tape still in our councils, in our communities, and you need to be the voice. And you small business owners need to be the voice too, and be involved in your own community, because if there's that gap there, then we need to change that, because she's a one-person show. They have this huge expectation of her to get out and create all these ecotourism and trails and all these things, and work with small businesses to create their own small business and build that tribal tourism program within their community, but they're not willing to put in the capital improvement in their hotel or casino to make it a destination, because that's what it is a destination. You want to go there. So when you all put in your PTO and you want to take time off, where do you go? So it's the same thing. We want to attract all of that to come to our communities to showcase what we have, because we are a strong and resilient people, and we, culturally appropriate. Of course, we're not going to go into a ceremony that is private, but we have a lot to offer in our communities, and so we really want to do that. What's that? Here's the regions of our 5 regions, as well as the top tourism states. This is where we go when we spend our money. We want to go to Vegas and all these places, right? And then the contact for our tourism program, technical assistance, technical assistance providers, and Nicole is around here. You met her earlier. And so Joanne's going to talk about export.
Thank you, Yvette. I hate to be following you, but yat e she Joanne begay nota yinchia. As she hin slow my dishkijni bashes chin to ba a dash che dot kachini dash nal kin datlachi holyede as I yisinasha, or in English they call it kindlachi, but it's Nirganado. And I just want to let you know that the National Center has a great export program that's funded through the U.S. Department of Commerce under the Minority Business Development Agency. And so I'm operating a 5-year grant to do outreach and encouraging American small businesses and tribal enterprises about learning about international trade and how we can connect them to international buyers. And just like Tony, Mr. Scarluna said, you know, my first job was a sheep herder too. I was 5 years old and I used to herd sheep with my masane. And so that's where I started from, but I never thought that I would be counseling businesses on international trade, but actually that's what I went to school for and what I graduated with my master's degree in focusing on trade and small business development. So I've been with the National Center since 1999. They took me right out when I graduated from Arizona State. And so I've received all of my training from the National Center. And every day, I mean, I love my job and I have passion for the work that I do because I know that it makes a positive impact on our communities, on our tribal communities. And so I love to see the success of our small business clients. And right now we have clients that have been awarded over $200 million in contracts. From international buyers from Australia as well as Canada and Mexico. We've done outreach to China, Japan, and Africa as well. And so one of the trade missions that our program participated in was Aaron and Kaya were able to go to South Africa and travel with the International Trade Administration. So we've done a number of outreach events, and that's our focus. And so through the MBDA, with Minority Business Development Agency, we've been charged to provide the technical assistance and one-on-one counseling for our small businesses and tribal enterprises. Our main focus is, because of the National Center being our operator, our main focus is working with Native communities. But also on the other side, with the funding from the Minority Business Development Agency, we also work with other minority-owned businesses. And so it's, but we're one of 4 export centers throughout the country. There's 2 in Texas, 1 in Florida, but our office is in Mesa, Arizona at the National Center headquarters. And we're the only export center that's focusing specifically on Native businesses in terms of trade and outreach. So we provide, I think there's all this jargon of the specifics of the work that we do, but I see my work as more as a facilitator. I connect people. If I meet somebody that's looking for a certain type of business, even for tourism opportunities as well, or we have a client that supplies John Deere equipment. And so we've helped him with marketing and doing marketing and presenting at our sessions where he's met some different buyers, international buyers, as well as tribal buyers and federal agencies. And so they've been very successful and they have been able to expand their business with their relationship and marketing that the National Center has done on their behalf as well. And so that's how we work one-on-one with clients. Clients let us know, like, you know, hey, we're thinking of opening a business there. Okay, they said they're cutting me short here, but we have partnerships with the U.S. Department of Commerce, the U.S. Commercial Services. We work with them with their Gold Key program, which is International Trade Missions. We work with ITA, International Trade Administration, with the SBA. For financing and credit insurance, we work with the Export-Import Bank of the United States. So we've got these little cards out front on the table. Just tells you about the qualifications to become a client of the National Center. Pretty much, you got to be a Native-owned or minority-owned business. I also manage the business matchmaking at our upcoming RES conference. So I'd really encourage all small businesses to sign up with the matchmaking. It's kind of like a speed dating service, and you get to meet one-on-one with buyers. So the first day will be federal, tribal, and corporate buyers, and then the second day will be the Indigenous to Indigenous event, where we're bringing in buyers from Canada and other countries. So that's my time. I'll be here in the room next door if anybody has any questions or wants to chat. Thank you. Okay.
Too many gadgets here.
Yat Kadeshi itna Mabel Sosi Shia, Begashi Betote, Yisi Nasha. Ado Tobahan Shlo Tachini Bashichin. Izatlan Dashiche, do Chish Dashanale. Earlier, Tony opened up the session saying, what are some of the things that we grew up with that gets us going? And I couldn't help but remember my grandfather saying, don't ever forget where you came from. So I truly feel like I make my circle meandering all over the place, starting from Tuba City High School, Arizona State University, and then on to public-private sectors in Phoenix. And then, about 2008, I found the RES conference. And they say that you have to show your target market who you are, let them know that you exist. And a long time ago, it used to be location, location, location when you have a business, right? Well, nowadays, it's network, network, network. Little did I know that when I got myself involved as a volunteer at the Reservation Economic Summit, the largest and the longest running economic development-based American Indian affiliated trade show and conference running to date. So we're very proud of our event, and we encourage you all to participate. I myself have my humble beginnings there. As a small business, I worked for free, volunteering, helping with various parts of the Reservation Economic Summit for a few years. And then I started in on actually contracting for the event registration system support services. So I did that for a couple, 3 years. And I also learned how to do networking there. I also got my first contract with that event. And my first client was Gila River Indian community. They took a chance on me with no past performance, just for, I guess, the mere fact that I was running around like crazy at the event in Las Vegas. So that's a little bit of my humble beginnings. I am a small business owner as well. And with some of my past public sector experience in federal contracting, I landed the procurement specialist for the Apex Accelerator. And my boss always brags about me. I hear him saying, she's my Navajo-speaking procurement specialist. So I am proud to say that I served the whole Navajo Nation as a procurement specialist. I want to just really quickly, I know we're over time. I want to say that we mean business for the Indians. We mean business for Native America. So that's what we do at Apex Accelerator. And our main services are, we determine if you're ready for federal contracting. We also help you register in all the proper places and systems. And we also see if you're eligible for small business certifications, because you gotta have some kind of a, set yourself apart from all the rest and get in there and get into the competitive advantage by getting certified as a small business. And this is with state, local, federal, and military installations. We help with all those certifications. And then we also assist you with some of the research that needs to be done, especially if you want to go into the federal marketplace. And you have to do an intensive market research. In your business plan, you actually have to write how you are going to go after the federal marketplace. So if that business plan doesn't have that component, the small business certifications departments will not like that. So it's very important to research. We help you research some of the past contracting opportunities so you can plan and develop your marketing strategies. And that, that's just in a nutshell. Later, I'll cover some of the more specific programs and certifications that we assist with. These are the areas that we cover. Collectively, across the United States, there's 35 plus accelerator, Apex Accelerator Centers, and there are about 6 program offices throughout the United States that specifically work with only Native American-owned companies. And we are one of them. And that's my team with the National Center Apex Accelerator. And I'd like to say thank you to all the staff here that I work with. They are such a wonderful group of people to work with. They helped me develop to who I am today, and I want to thank them, work with them. They're your vehicle for network opportunities. Yeah.
Do we have any questions real quick? Couple minutes. No? Thank you so much. We got Jared next. And who's the next moderator? Me. Hi. Take the chairs out. Can you help me take the chairs out? Can you help take grab your chairs.
Be shy. Okay. Be shy, Panja.
All right, I just want to say thank you to my team. Real quick, before we begin with everything government contracting, if we could please refrain from using the 3 doors on the side, just because we have our online audience, we pick up a lot of the sound. But if we could use the doors in the back, that would be really great. Thank you. So thank you. Please welcome Jared. I can't pronounce Malinger. Sorry. These are picking up that I'm bad with names. Okay. Speaker is right here.
Awesome. That's okay. I got it. Yes.
Well, thank you. Appreciate all of you being here. It's wonderful to see a full crowd at these events. Like to thank the National Center and the opportunity to be here and talk to you today about government contracting. My name is Jared Malinger. I've been in the government contracting space for about 22 years, much of my career. In that time, a large majority of that time has been spent building, managing, and supporting small businesses, especially in the 8A program and other small disadvantaged business programs. So that's primarily what we're going to talk about today. And as we get started, I always like to kind of know who's in the room and what level of experience there is and what kind of things that you want to know. And this is, they've given me 2 hours which is a long time. So I can talk to you and bore you to death for 2 hours, or you can put up your hand and stop me at any point and ask a question, and we can go into much more detail and make this a really value-added session. I have plenty of material to cover 2 or 4 or 6 hours, but I'd like to talk about what's going to be interesting to you. So can I just, by a show of hands, who currently is doing some type of government contracting or has been in that space? Good, that's a good start. And who wants to be in that space that's not in it currently? Okay, a few hands. And who is representing an individually owned business, whether it be your own business or you work for individuals rather than a tribe? Okay, great, about 80% of the room. And who here is representing a tribe and has a tribally owned business that they represent? Okay, wonderful. That gives me a good measure as to what we should talk about today. So like I said, I've been working in the government contracting space, especially in the small business space, virtually my entire career. I can tell you that the Small Business Administration programs are really valuable to get into the largest buyer in the world, which is the federal the federal government. That was my partner. He's not here today. That's why you get me. So we'll talk about the federal marketplace. We'll talk about several of the programs, the small business programs that are available. If I come down here, can the camera still see me if I'm here? Am I okay here, Yvette?
Yeah, we just need to move the cameras so we can see you. Are you going to be moving around?
Just here, if that's okay.
She's going to adjust that so our online audience still can see you. And this again is uploaded into YouTube right after today's training, so you all have access from Kaya's email along with the PowerPoints.
Great. So a couple of things. When we talk about the federal marketplace, the U.S. federal government is the largest single buyer in the world. We used to say it was $500 billion a year in federal government contracting that happens. It's now approaching $750 billion a year. The good news is that the government is trying to support small businesses. Small business growth, they're not always doing a wonderful job, but they are trying to support small business growth in the federal space. Right now, there's new numbers that just came out, but this $150 billion annually has actually, I just learned today, it grew to, in 2024, $183 billion, I think is the number. So there is money out there for small business in the federal space. There are socio-categories that the government uses to try and spread that money out among the various programs that they have for small business. We call it the 5-5-3-3 rule. So 5% goes to small disadvantaged business, 5% is targeted to go towards women-owned small business, 3% is service-disabled veteran-owned, and 3% to hub zone. Right now, in the parentheses, you can see some of those goals are actually being exceeded. Those 15% with the small disadvantage and 5% the service-disabled vet. Women-owned and especially hub zone, and we'll talk a lot about hub zone today because that program has a special place, especially around Native communities, on reservations. Every reservation is considered a hub zone, and the government has never met its targets of awarding business to hub zone businesses. There is 4 key websites that I think you should be familiar with in the government contracting space. And again, this is a slide that I generally get a lot of questions on, so feel free as I'm talking through this to stop me, raise your hand, and Kaya can bring the microphone around and we'll get your questions answered. But the first one is sam.gov. SAM.gov is the first place to go if you want to be involved in government contracting. That's where you get set up initially, you get a cage code, and you get registered so that the federal government recognizes that you want to do business with the federal government. You also, in that SAM website, is where every opportunity is listed that the federal government is trying to make a procurement against, or opportunities that they have already awarded for those procurements. Everything over $25,000. You see there is some exceptions there if you want to know what those are. There's a lot of acronyms in government contracting. If you want to know what one is, please raise your hand. I'll try and address each one of those. But there's so many of them, sometimes I just refer to the acronym and I don't actually know what it stands for. But I know most of them. When we talk about GWACs, which are government-wide acquisition contracts, those, excuse me, those are large contracts. They've been used for a long time, but during the Obama administration, there was a shift towards category management, which we'll talk about this afternoon, that really made these vehicles, these government-wide acquisition contracts, really utilized. IDIQ contracts for individual businesses and for small businesses are the best way, in my opinion, to really get good, long-term, stable opportunities in the door for your small business. IDIQs are indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contracts. They're kind of like a blanket purchase order where you negotiate with a government customer, you determine all of the terms of the contract, and they put it in place, but it's just a blanket at that point. There's nothing awarded against it. And then you go to the program offices that are affiliated with that buying or procuring agency, and then you can start putting money against that IDIQ. IDIQ and getting those vehicles in place is really the first step to larger contracts. They're especially with the 8A program specifically. The next website that I want to draw your attention to is DSBS. So all of these programs that we're going to talk about today, which are the 8A program, woman-owned small business, service-disabled veteran-owned small business, all of these programs are administered by the Small Business Administration. When they administer these programs, they utilize DSBS, the dynamic small business search. They have a special place to put all of your qualifications. All of the things that you do as a small business and the certifications that you have are stored in this database, and that allows contracting officers, when they're looking to procure and meet those targets that we talked about before, those 5-5-3-3 targets, when they're looking to meet those targets, they're going to DSBS to find the firms that are able and capable to fulfill their requirements. The USAspending.gov, USA Spend is what we refer to it as. This is a great website where you go and do your market research. So once you have a certification, once you're registered with the government and you want to start selling to them, then you can start going and finding out what agencies, what locations, what bases are buying what I sell. So if you sell widgets, you can go to USA Spend, find the places that are buying widgets. You can also find how they're buying them. Are they utilizing small business vehicles? Are they utilizing the 8A program, or women-owned small businesses, or service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses? Do you have a question? Hold the question. We'll get the microphone to you.
We have the online audience, and they always want to hear the questions, and then in our YouTube, who was it?
Right here.
On the end? Okay, I'm almost there.
Thanks, Yvette.
Okay, thank you. I just had a question because we're a disabled veteran-owned company. We are certified through the SBA. We have our GSA number. Now we're trying to get some business. We're trying to get some business through our GSA number. We've had that for what, about a year, Sarah? Yes. And we're real close to getting one of the contracts. You can tell them about the ship.
Through the NOAA, we're working on some education through them.
Okay, so you're providing education to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration?
Educational materials.
Educational materials. Okay, and you have a GSA contract in place, it sounds like? And also your service-disabled veteran-owned small business.
We certified through the SBA.
Awesome. Those are great things. Now, what's your question about that?
Well, we have a lot of medical product supplies. And I just try to find a way to get that with the Native Americans. Okay. We also do business with the Tonto Odom Hospital with just wound care products. So just trying to get our business out there a little bit more.
Okay, great. No, that's good. And this afternoon, we're going to be talking specifically about some strategies that you can utilize to really get your name out there in the marketplace and really be successful taking these programs and applying them. That's our afternoon session. Yvette?
I can add to, obviously you're aware, sovereign nations across the United States with our tribal communities, so they all do business differently. So what might fit at Gila River Indian Community is going to be looking completely different than what they're doing up here in Navajo. So it really is about marketing your product and services to those tribes individually, finding out who the procurement officers are, the buyers. At Gila River Indian Community, where I worked for 10 years at one time, they have the hospital, they have the school districts, they have the tribe itself, they have the casino, they have the gift shop, they have the hospital. Those are all different buyers. So you can go to one buyer and they're gonna say, I don't know what the hospital does. You need to go talk to them. So it really is about networking and getting to programs like this, or attending res, or getting in contact with anything local of where you're at too. So anyway, but you're going to cover more later too.
We definitely will. Yeah, thank you. Who's interested in the woman-owned small business program? Is there? Oh, good. Okay. So this USA Spend website is a great place for women-owned small business. Now, there are some challenges to women-owned small businesses. Let me share what those are, and we'll talk about those in more detail. Programs like the 8A program have what's called a sole source opportunity, meaning that the government can work directly with an 8A company and negotiate with them directly without having to, in some cases, without having to compete or with limited competition. By having that sole source capability, you're able to negotiate one-on-one. With the women-owned small business and service-disabled veteran-owned small business, there's what's called set-asides. And so there's certain agency that set aside contracts specifically for women-owned small businesses or specifically for veteran-owned small businesses. Now, what that means when they're set aside, that means that only women-owned small businesses can bid on those. And there's two categories of women-owned small business. There's socioeconomically disadvantaged women-owned small business, and then there's the traditional women-owned small business. If all socioeconomic disadvantaged women-owned small businesses qualify as well as women-owned small businesses, but it's not the other way around. And we'll get into some of the more details about that too. But I would advise you, especially if you're in a women-owned small business, service-disabled vet, go to USA Spend and see what agencies are buying through those vehicles, are setting aside contracts, because not all of them are. For the women-owned small businesses, there's North American Industry Classification Codes, NAICS codes. Those are the different lines of business or procurement that the government uses. They're the different industries. For instance, 541519 is a NAICS code that represents other computer-related services. It's a broad category that is used for all sorts of IT services being provided to the government. And so there's certain categories as a women-owned small business that can be set aside specifically for that program. So go to USA Spend, find out, from the SBA, you can find out which NAICS codes are set aside or can be set aside specifically for women-owned small businesses. And secondly, USA Spend will tell you what agencies are buying through the women-owned small business or setting aside contracts through the women-owned small business program. So for instance, if you go on there and you look in 2024, you're going to see the #1 buyer for women-owned small business is the Army. I think #2 is the Navy. And like within the top 5 is also NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and I believe it's IHS is another agency that's regularly purchasing. So these are kind of your top tier if you're a woman-owned small business to be looking in this on this website to find that. Now, inevitably, when you start in government contracting, people start backwards. They go to SAM, okay, which is the first thing that you need to do, and you register there, and then they see the opportunities there, and they say, I'm going to bid on those opportunities, or I'm going to find something, and I'm going to bid on that opportunity, and that's how I'm going to get my first federal contract. That is a hard row to hoe. That is, I would advise if you can qualify for any of the small business programs that I've talked about, if it's made it to sam.gov, it's too late, okay? So you might ask, if I'm not supposed to go to sam.gov and bid on those opportunities as a small business, what should I be doing? This last website is subcontracting opportunities. So we talked about those 5-5-3-3 rules, right? The amount of business that's designated, supposed to be awarded, targeted to be awarded to small businesses. Large prime contractors also have goals that they need to meet in order to be able to hold those contracts. They need to subcontract a certain amount of that opportunity to small businesses. So they have to meet subcontracting requirements. This last website is really focused on those prime contractors, those big companies, the Northrop Grummans, the Lockheed Martins, the Mantex, Booz Allen Hamiltons, these larger entities, they're going here to post the opportunities that they have for subcontracts. So we have a question here. Do we have a microphone?
Right here.
Okay, I'm in the healthcare industry, and we do business, and we're shifting most of our business to like 80% of government contracting. So it's kind of confusing here what you're saying, and especially for the new people that have not done government contracting. So on that sam.gov, when you go to look for your government contracting, and you say like the big guys, which are the big boys who are getting those big contracts, but on the end of it, if you don't have someone that knows how to read those government contracts, it actually tells you on those government contracts that you're supposed to, that they are offering a certain percentage for small guys. So are we to not continually to partner with people, or we partner with other industries and just go to SBA, this subnet here? Because when some of my contracts that we have across the country, it's like, say it's a big outfit, and they say, okay, they have opportunities for minority base, for veteran owned at the end, and you have to contact them directly. So instead of contacting them directly, are you saying go to subnet?
So both, okay? This is, if you don't have the contacts, this is a good place to look for those contacts. If you have those contacts already, I think you're one step ahead of the game. Who was it earlier said that networking is your biggest challenge? I agree with that wholeheartedly. The people that you can come in contact with in these larger businesses can help you to get that first subcontract, and they're incentivized to give you a subcontract. They need to meet those targeted requirements. So as you go to events like RES and other government contracting events, when you are networking with those individuals, you're finding opportunities that they have. They have prime contracts that they need to meet goals in subcontracting.
biggest question I have is there is just a single website for that is catered to small business, and so we do not have to do that third step, because with that third step, with those big partners, they're still taking a certain percentage of that pay. So how do we vet those guys out? Is there a website where we are absolutely vetting those guys out? Because say if we do get a contract, or we get a small percentage of that contract, we're still getting a small piece of the pie, and those 5%, 3% numbers are actually lower. There's not a 5% and 3% of what we're getting. We're getting a 5% and 3% of 100 people, but by the time that those funds get to us, is an absolutely lower. So is there a end to where we're actually vetting those big guys? And that's why I was hoping that Subnet, you was going to tell me Subnet was going to do that. Was going to be that place.
So this is an SBA administered website, and yes, there is some oversight by the SBA through that website. But the end goal is not to win subcontracts, right? That's your first step. You have to build past performance in order to be able to sell directly to the government. They're rarely going to give you, I won't say rarely, it's harder to get an opportunity directly with the government if you don't have the right past performance, if you can't prove that you've already done similar work in the federal space. We've got...
Can you actually just take a look?
Oh, okay. I see your hand back there. We'll get to you in just a moment. Do we have a question online, Yvette?
Is there training on how to use the website? Some of them are confusing and convoluted.
So they can be confusing and convoluted. There are resources available. That's one of the things that our company does, to help with that. GovContract Pros, and you'll get our information, and we can help guide you on those things. There's also often YouTube is really helpful for some, simplistic type stuff. When it comes to registering businesses, that is a convoluted process. I would advise, doing your homework, work with somebody, the Apex, I think those Apex assists with that as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. And state. Okay, yeah. So those are possibilities to get help there as well. We had a question in the back.
Hello, good morning. So, hey, my name is Jimmy. I'm a small business owner. We're called Bitzi Solutions. And when I started our business, my wife and we started our business a year and a half ago. We were highly convinced that being a Native-owned business is probably has more an advantage than being woman-owned. Is that the case with government funded, or is it the other way? Would we benefit one way or the other off of the government? I'm asking this because I have experience with trying to work with the Navajo Nation as a Native-owned business, 100%. And I work with the government entities like the BIA, BIE. We're trying to get in with the IHS, and we seem to get more attention from the government-funded school or businesses, entities, and the Navajo Nation kind of just has their own thing. And I don't know if there's more of an advantage for us to go woman-owned versus Native-owned.
Are you, as a Native-owned, are you 8A certified?
No.
Okay.
We haven't explored that option yet.
That would be a wonderful option for you as a Native American owned. If you can qualify for the 8A program, the selling to the federal government, that is the premier program. You can also, I would also encourage you, sign up for as many of the programs as you're eligible for. So if you're eligible for the women-owned small business, get that credit as well, because what happens is when the contracting officers are awarding those various socioeconomic groups, if you qualify for more than one, you're more attractive to the contracting officer. That's not going to help you with the program office, but strictly from a contracting perspective and helping them to meet their goals, in small business socioeconomic government contracting, if the more programs that you qualify for, the better it is for them. You're making their job easier.
Okay, so you work for the federal funded entities? Is that who you represent?
So I'm a contractor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm in the same situation you're in. I maybe a little further down the road.
So how does the federal government view a native-owned entity? Oh, hold on. A federal government entity on the reservation, we'll use Navajo Nation for instance, right? How do they view that versus a woman-owned or native-owned?
Yeah, so the native-owned, like I said, the 8A program, if you're qualified for that, which as a Native American you may, that program has more opportunities associated with it than the woman-owned small business program does. The women-owned small business is more limited in what they can offer because they are limited in the categories that can be set aside for women-owned small business, and also they don't have as high of a threshold.
Got it. I heard a beep, so I think my time's up.
Oh yeah, Hub Zone. The other program that you certainly would qualify for being on the reservation is the Hub Zone program, and so that's another one. And we'll talk about that one later. Like I said earlier, though, the targets for Hub Zone have never been met, and we've got an administration coming in right now. And I don't want to be political in any form or fashion, but from the last time that Trump was in office, he gave a lot of preference to the Hub Zone program. So it seems likely that will happen again over the next 4 years. So the Hub Zone program is one that's going to be, viewed.
I also wanted to add to that, Hub Zone, all Native American-owned companies that are located on the reservation, they all qualify for Hub Zone certification. Go for your Hub Zone certification. It's easier to get through. 8A program, you need a business plan on steroids. So it's very strenuous to go through there, but get through the Hub Zones, get through the woman-owned small business certification. Also, you asked, how does the government weigh all these certifications? Each individual agency is up to the contracting officer whether he's gonna do a set aside for a women-owned small business or an 8A firm. It just depends on where they're at with that individual agency with their socioeconomic quota.
Can you help with that? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we also assist with that.
Yate, my name is Kathleen Begay. I own Native Pride office products, and we also do sell furniture. When I applied for the AA, Gallup, you're surrounded by low income. You would think they would be in the Hub Zone. But where my office is, a foot over, I'm not in the AA or Hub Zone. And it was very difficult. I did all the paperwork. It took me like 4 months. I did get help, but it's really difficult. But once you start the paperwork, it does fall in place. It's good to have a law if you're Navajo. If you're a Navajo, you want to start a business, go for these. These will open doors for you. And I do have my business cards, because I did all the paperwork. I helped so many people. Some of them, when they're writing their scope about their business, us Navajos, we like to do this, not this. So it's really difficult. And I have a person on board. Her name is Charlotte. She retired. She was a principal. And getting your foot through that door, it gets slammed on, stepped on, stomped on. Being a woman, you think it's easy, sir, but it's not. When you go into tribal businesses, Sorry, I have oxygen. Because they're saying that women are not a leader. They shouldn't hold higher position. When I started in 2007, it was really hard for me as a Navajo woman. But I'd like to encourage you all to listen to this gentleman. It opens doors once you submit all your paperwork. But like I said, we're in a rural area, and we try to get the Navajo business into the 21st century. They still want to order from our catalogs. We have a website, and all you have to do is type in pins, black, and I'll bring them all up. No, we want to flip through the pages, find the pin section, and select our pins.
I appreciate your insights there. We do have to kind of keep going. I appreciate it.
If you have any questions for me, please feel free to talk to one of us. Thank you. Bye.
Did we have a question up here, sir? She'll bring it.
Yeah, I was just wanting to know, don't you have to have a core certification to even manage government contracts, or is that something that would help, I guess, better for you to understand how to manage contracts?
So all of these programs are business development programs. These programs aren't really meant to help you learn the contract language. That's something that there's resources to do that, right? That's something that we provide. We do a lot of consulting to help with that. And there's plenty of free resources as well to help learn, but there's really no certification to get your first government contract. I would advise having, if you've never done government contracting before, have, some type of a legal person that understands government contracting and that can review your contract and tell you what your responsibilities are under that contract, and make sure that you don't step in something inadvertently by not knowing, because that's not knowing is really no excuse. So government contracting is not the easiest thing, right? But it also is not impossible. It is. It takes time. It takes research like anything else. But these programs can really help. And what we talk about today, and I'll talk more this afternoon about, the right type of partnerships and finding those businesses that are really going to add value to you and help you get to the next phase. One more question here, and then we'll probably move on a little more.
Hi, thank you. My name is Crystal Blackwell. My business is Crystal Clear Results. It's a coaching, leadership training, strategy, DE and IB training, soft skills, all those things. I have two questions. The first one is the minority business certification. You haven't really mentioned that. Can you talk to me about that certification? And then the other question is the USA spending. You touched on that. I was interested because you said something about those are the contracts that people are using that may be under your code. Once you get that information, what do you do with it? I mean, I don't. Yeah. And you may have covered that, but I just didn't like that information. So now that I know.
Yeah, we'll talk more about business development specifically this afternoon. Now, when you talk about the minority business program, which one are you talking about specifically?
Minority Business Enterprise, NBE.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't work with that specific program. So I can find out. If you want to touch base with me afterwards, I can talk to my team and we can get you all the information you want. I just don't personally have.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not 100% behind it. I just get lots of information on it, and there's a lot of certifications, and
Yeah.
I just want the certifications that work. I mean, I know
Yeah.
the Women Business Own one is one,
Yeah.
but there's others that you just hear out there.
Yeah, no, that's not one that I typically work with.
Okay.
These ones are the ones that are the largest and probably the most widely known about
Okay.
among not only contracting officers, program offices in the government, and small business specialists. And we'll talk about all three of those, that three-legged stool this afternoon.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. The state Apex centers will help you with that process. Thank you. All right. So the eligibility for these programs. Now, this is the broad eligibility for each of the SBA administered programs. You have to be a small business. Now, what determines if you're a small business? We talked about North American industry classification codes. There are two methods that that are used to determine if you're a small business. It's your revenue size standard or the number of employees. The SBA, excuse me, the SBA manages a list of each and every NAICS code. If you do a Google search for NAICS code size standards, it's probably going to pop up as in Google as the #1 result. It's a PDF that they update every couple of years. And it lists every single one of the industry classification codes, and it tells what the size standard is associated with it. We talked about 541519. The size standard for that NAICS code is $34 million. Now, what does that mean? That means that your gross receipts over the last 5 years have to average no more than $34 million per year. So if you take 34 and multiply it by 5, that's the maximum amount of revenue that you could have received over the last 5 years to be considered a small business in that NAICS code. Does that make sense? Have I said that clearly? Okay. The other way that they can determine is if it's not a revenue-based, it will be an employee-based. And it will be a number of employees as an average over the last 24 months of pay periods. And so if it's 1,000 employees size standard, they're going to look at the number of employees that you've had average over the last 24 months. And if it was less than 1,000 employees, you're considered a small business. If it's more, then you're not. So the first requirement is that you be considered a small business. When you enter any of these programs, you will list yourself as having a primary NAICS code, the code in which you do the most business. Whatever your primary focus is, you will have that NAICS code designated. You can have secondary NAICS codes. I would caution you against having too many of them, but you can have secondary industries. I know many companies that are IT focused that also have a telecommunications division, or they have a professional services division, or they have a construction division. All of those things are fine. You can focus on different industries within the same business, but you have a primary is where you do the majority of your business. So for the small business set-aside programs, I think I covered most of these. How are set-asides enforced? Okay, this is important to know. Simplified acquisition thresholds, $250,000. It was higher. You may have known that through COVID that those simplified acquisition thresholds were raised for a period of time. That has been removed. They're back to $250,000. In my personal opinion, this should be much higher. If you talk to your congressperson and you have the opportunity to suggest to them that they should raise this, I would think it would be a good thing for business. I think $2 million is about the right amount for a simplified acquisition threshold. But anything that's under $250,000, these are other opportunities that as you're building past performance, as you're just getting started, you've worked way maybe with, like we talked about before, you're working with as a subcontractor. This is your next step, right? To get into some of these direct contracts with the government under the simplified acquisition threshold. It's easier. The contracting process is easier. The proposals are a lot smaller and simpler. And then the requirements that you have to the regulations that you have during delivery are much less. So it's a simplified process. And we talked too about, how do you learn? Where do you get that certification? This is the School of Hard Knocks. It helps you with that. It's a stepping stone to have on a simplified contract initially. Above 250,000, anything over 250,000 is supposed to be set aside for small business if at least two similarly situated contractors can perform that. So who enforces that? Does that mean that everything out there that is over that, who enforces that? Does anybody know? It's the PCR. This is an important acronym, PCR. It's the Procurement Center Representative. They are sitting at most large installations, military or agencies. They do not work for those agencies. They work for the SBA. And if you are finding that opportunities from that location are not being set aside for small business, and you know at least one other small business is capable of performing those functions, you can talk to that PCR, and the listing of those, you can do a Google search on SBA to find out who the PCR rep is for that particular agency. You can talk to them and say, hey, there's such and such opportunity. I would be a great fit. I know such and such company that would also be a great fit. Why is this not set aside for small business? And they're kind of the police, and they will help to do that. Any contract, by the way, any contract that is over 250,000, any opportunity that's over 250,000 that has not been set aside for small business, the PCR had to sign off on that. That's an important thing to know, because we used to have over 200 PCRs in the United States. These individuals were all over the country. I think we're down to 49 is, I think, the current count. So they're understaffed. There's a lot of rubber stamping of no fault of their own. They don't have the capacity to be able to look at every opportunity in detail. So often they're going off the recommendation of the contracting officers as to whether or not that should be set aside for small business. It's important that you know, if there is more than two, you can talk to the PCRs. They can pull that back. There is opportunities to get that set aside for small business. Yes, an online question.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. They're very similar. Does working with a prime contractor create past performance credentials? And then the other one was, how do you achieve past performance?
Yes, both very similar. So yes, working with a prime contractor does help you develop past performance credentials with the federal government. Working on those federal government contracts through a prime contractor does help you in your past performance. And how do you go about working with prime contractors? We will talk about that this afternoon. We'll talk about strategy and business development strategy and things that I've used throughout my career that I feel are really good methods to be able to work through those programs. Any questions about the PCRs? I think that's a really important one. No? Okay. Affiliation. So as you're qualifying as a small business and you're working with, in some cases, large companies, and you're wanting to subcontract with them, and we'll talk about joint ventures and more established relationships with large companies, mentor-protege agreements that you may enter into, there's something that you have to keep in mind. Affiliation is not a bad word, but it can be very painful if you don't understand it. So if you're found to be affiliated with a large entity, you no longer qualify as a small business. From the SBA's perspective, they will pool your revenues or your employee pool together, and now you will be counted as whatever they are. So if they have 20,000 employees and you're working with them, obviously, or you're found to be affiliated with them, obviously you are not going to be considered a small business. So that can be very detrimental. So things that you would typically do in a commercial business, shared management, shared ownership, exchanging ownership in exchange for investment. There is ways to do it, but you have to be very careful, and there is guidelines that you must follow. And affiliation is one of those things that is not black and white. It is not, the SBA looks at the totality of circumstances, and for what one company might have a certain relationship with another contractor, and one other company might have what looks like a similar relationship. The totality of circumstances might be different. There might be something different going on here that isn't going on there. And to be perfectly honest, when it goes to the SBA, depending on which desk it falls on to be adjudicated, there is some subjectivity. They do their best to have a standard, but you really need to be mindful of affiliation. This is something that us as consultants, we work with all the time. We're constantly advising our clients as to the relationships that they have, not only with other big businesses, but other small businesses, because, two small businesses that are of a decent size could be considered a large business. So this is something just to keep in mind. If there's any questions about that. So the question is, how do you get around it? There's no way to get around it. What you need to do is you need to make sure there's programs. We're going to talk this afternoon about mentor-protege relationships, okay? And so the mentor-protege program allows additional, what would typically be called affiliation.
The reason I asked that, because if you go back to the first question that I asked about the SBA, when you partnership with bigger companies that get those initial contracts, and that's why I said, how do we subvent? How do we get rid of them? Because I ran into this problem here, the affiliation, because one company had 50,000 employees. My company doesn't. But I did a subcontract from that company, and the SBA noticed exactly what you just said. They took and said, hey, you're no longer a small company. You're no longer a small business anymore because you have an affiliation with them. So how do you get rid of that? And that's my biggest frustration. It's like, hey, how do you stand on your own regardless of your background or your track record? How do you get that? And that's why I was hoping that you said subnet was going to be that answer. But
yeah, so if I understand,
it's always a pitfall.
Yeah, if I understand your predicament, is you did a lot of subcontracting with one large vendor. Multiple.
Yeah,
okay.
multiple.
I'd have to talk to you more about your specific situation to understand what might be cause of affiliation, because subcontracting is not affiliation. Receiving a subcontract from a company is not considered affiliation. Affiliation is when you have shared ownership or shared management. So if
it was shared management because you have to use their management and their wording goes to the contract. You just get a piece of the pie.
I think that you could probably argue the case if you're strictly talking about the management on the contract, or are you talking about they're coming and managing your business? So yeah, I'm talking about managing your business. So if they're just helping manage the contract, that's not affiliation, because it is their contract, right? They're going to manage their contract, and they're giving you a subcontract. So I would have to talk to you more specifically about your situation, but 2 minutes, okay. So let's talk just briefly. I think we've talked about a lot of these things. We'll skip through some of these slides. The 8A program, has to be owned at least 51% by a socioeconomically disadvantaged individual or a tribe. ANCs, NHOs, CDCs, these all fall under entity owned. There is, sir, was it you with the red hat? That you're representing a tribe, right? Interested in the tribal owned small business program? Was it you that raised your hand earlier? Okay, so we'll talk about that a little more this afternoon. There's a special program. It is a wonderful program for entity owns, for tribes, to help build economic security for the tribe and the community. There's great opportunities there if you want to learn more about that. Social disadvantage, with the 8A program specifically, there was a lawsuit brought. We'll talk about this more this afternoon, but there was a lawsuit brought that changed the way that they viewed, not viewed, but the way that they determined socio and economic disadvantage. There used to be an assumption or a presumption of disadvantage depending on certain categories. That has now gone away with, and you have to prove your socio and economic disadvantage. The SBA has done their very best to help and ensure that that doesn't impact the program, but they have early on there was a lot of anger towards the SBA. Why are you making me do all of these things? But it wasn't the SBA's fault at all. They were trying to do everything that they could to maintain that program and to keep it from being impacted. All right, I think we'll pause there and come back this afternoon. Are we in a good situation? Okay. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, Jared. I know government contracting is a lot to cover, so we have another hour in the afternoon with Jared starting at 1:30. Next, we have Deborah Mocker with the Small Business Development Center, and she's going to go over loan programs and access to capital. So all that good stuff, that's something you're interested in, please stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Beautiful sea of faces. So nice to be here and celebrating our new 2025, hoping for a wonderful year. I am presenting today on different programs and access to capital. I am with the SBDC, Small Business Development Center. We are a nonprofit. We are part of the SBA, providing all kinds of counseling service for small businesses throughout Arizona. Thank you. I am located at Coconino Community College. Each of our offices are affiliated with a college, and of course, Navajo Nation, covering 4 states and many different regions. We have offices in New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. We are nationwide, so an SBA representative is here to assist any one of you anytime with your business starts. Next slide. It's very slide heavy. Thank you. Is there? Here. Thank you. Oh, awesome. So again, the services that we provide: confidential, one-on-one counseling, no-cost training. We have a variety of different programs throughout the year. We will be doing a cohort for business plan writing, and that will be specific to tribal nations, hoping to do that in the 4th quarter this year, working with Dream Builder this year. Strategic planning, tools, help with funding, access capital, we're going to talk about that, marketing, and of course export. I know Mabel has, she's Apex for Tribal Nations, Navajo Nation, and she's an amazing resource. Please reach out to any one of us. Maybe. Oh, went too far. Sorry. Again, located throughout Arizona, and access to capital. So there are a lot of ways to access capital, and I have a couple of questions. So are you ready? Is your business registered in Arizona? Do you have the capital investment needed that you have to provide to secure a loan? We'll look at business loan checklists. Why is a business plan important? And then, of course, what's the role of business plan in loan funding? And then we have business resources we'll discuss, the list of different programs, part of them, SBA, lots of acronyms here. We'll have a chance to go through them. So business registration, first thing, certainly in Arizona, this would be the case in New Mexico, tribal nation in general, whichever state you're in, you want to make sure that your business is registered before you apply for a loan. Whether that's a trade name for a sole proprietor or partnership, or whether that's for your LLC or corporation, you want to make sure you have an EIN separate from your own personal Social Security number. You want to make sure you have an established bank account. Your business license, should you need it. Not all areas require that. TPT, if you're doing any kind of retail or online sales. And of course, very important, business insurance. Funding your dream, lots of different ways to do that. Of course, there's you with your savings, 401k, whatever you deem. And obviously the risk for you is how much are you willing and can you afford to lose. To that I say, small business owners are all amazing. They're little energizer bunnies. And we are all aware that initially we're working a 40-hour job, and then we have another 20, 30, 40 hours a week that we're going to be working to get this business going. So risk and time management. Family and friends. Change Labs has an exceptional kinship program. And again, reaching out to people that you know with money. Relatively easy, depending on your relationship with your family and friends. Banks can be difficult, absolutely requires a full business plan and knowing what the steps are. And then, of course, venture capital, always difficult because it's going to be large funding. So you're going to probably need a pretty innovative project. So loans require your investment. So lenders will ask from anywhere from 10 to 25% of that loan amount that you are going to contribute. You need to make sure that you have those funds available in a business checking account as proof. And part of it, of course, is you are invested in your own business. There's no one going to give you a 100% loan. We need to know that you are vested. So again, simple example, you want $100,000, you're going to have to come up with 20. The loan amount would then be $80,000 plus any fees and, of course, interest. So, do you have the cash ready? I'm leaning on Change Labs here. This is the NSBCI. We're going to talk about it. Of course, it's a new program. It's wonderful. So again, we're going to need to have all of our business tax returns. For a new business start, we're not going to have that, but we will have all of our personal tax return. Must have a business plan. You must have all of your financial statements, including, again, personal returns. You'll want to have your tribal enrollment verification, explanation of the use of funds, which is actually part of your business plan, and then any documents that you may need. Please remember, your personal credit score is vital. If you have issues that possibly could be cleared up, or you can spend the next few months paying off some of that debt, bringing your credit score up allows you a lot more opportunities, certainly for banks and credit unions and SBA loans. But critically important to make sure that you are maintaining a good credit score. And then, of course, collateral. Collateral is always an issue on the nation. Land lease can make that very difficult. But cars, stocks, 401ks, collateral has a lot of different choices. So why is a business plan so important? A, it's going to help you focus. It's going to have you really think about the questions that we're asking. What is the problem your business is trying to solve? What's your solution to that problem? And what are you going to do with the money? What are you going to do moving forward? A good business plan will have 3 years worth of projections at least. New business, again, really important. And we also want to make sure that we're looking at the cycle. If we are in tourism business, we don't want to have a straight line of growth. We're going to have months where we're doing a lot more business, and then we're going to have areas where we're less busy. So we want to make sure that's reflected logically, reasonably within our business plan. And there is no wrong way. We will discuss some of the different business plan options. What to include in your business plan. Executive summary, which defines your business and everything you want to do. Your company summary, again, problem, solution, really getting into those details. You want to make sure you're including a market analysis. So who is your customer? What are you trying to achieve? The marketing plan, how are you going to reach them? Your management overview, everyone who is part of your company, including all of their resumes. You want to have a financial summary. Again, for new business starts, we're looking at those projections. And for businesses that are already well established, we want to make sure that we are providing financial statements that include continued growth. We want to make sure we're always moving forward. And, of course, arranging it logically, make the information easy, and, of course, including documents, resumes, current P&Ls, and balance sheet. Everyone thinks P&L is enough. It's not. P&L is great. That shows you which profit and losses for a year. But your balance sheet, that is your company summary and really gives banks and financial institutions a very clear picture of what your business debt, income, and of course those P&Ls. So remember, balance sheets are vital. Just looking at, as you're beginning, estimating your costs. Do you have rent? What about inventory? A lot of our businesses here are not heavy inventory, certainly in Page. We have a lot of tourism-based. What kind of equipment are you going to need? Your website, your legal fees, professional fees. I personally would never start a business without having at least a lawyer I can communicate with, and you absolutely, positively must have an accountant. That accountant is going to assist you in finding the right software that works for your business, and I recommend having them set up the initial books. But that's a relationship that you're going to have for the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, however long you're in business. So please do not skimp on hiring that accountant, finding someone that is a good fit for you, and having an attorney that you can absolutely reach out. We all have contracts, we all have invoicing, we all have possibly partnership agreements, we all have things that need to be worked through, and we want to make sure that the legal piece is good. We want to set up our marketing, all of our social media accounts, and really getting that. Of course, in the last 20 years, my goodness, everything's changed. As a small business owner now, I can do all my own posting, and I can do my own Facebook, and I can do it, and it doesn't cost me much. My advertising's free. Well, my time is money, and it takes hours. So making sure that you are developing a solid content library, making sure that you are posting regularly. There are wonderful scheduling softwares available for you. So yes, advertising is relatively less expensive than it used to be, but it's your time now instead of paying an agency or paying someone else. So your business checklist, this is from Wells Fargo, so this is more along the lines of a bank, which is going to be probably a lot more structured, certainly, than some of the availabilities on tribal lands. Again, credit history, it's so important. Determining how much capital you need. Really, what do you need? Are you extending and asking for too much? To really be focused on that growth, and maybe it's a loan for this year and a small one. Maybe we're going to take $10,000 this year, and maybe we'll take $10,000 next year because we should be able to be paying it back. But definitely understanding how much capital you need now and tomorrow. Understanding your lending options. We have credit card options, which right now are very high interest rates. We also have lines of credit, which I love. A line of credit is a wonderful thing. Here's $50,000 that you have. It's been approved by the bank. It's a lot easier to get approval for that. And it's there for me if I need it. I have businesses myself. When COVID hit, I went out and got lines of credits for both of my companies. I didn't need it, but I wanted to know that I had it if I needed it. It's a wonderful way to really control and project growth. We also have the long-term loans that we will discuss. Making sure that your terms and interest rates are good for you. It looks like interest rates are probably going to hold in this coming year, so we want to make sure to take advantage of that. And gathering your information. Again, resume, your business revenue reports, your personal reports. A business credit takes time to establish. Every business's credit is based on their owners. You will be providing your tax returns. It will be your credit report. So knowing that, always make sure you're taking care of your personal, because that truly, initially, is your business's credit history. We have tax returns for the last 3 years. New businesses, you're still going to have to provide yours. Your assets and your bank information, I have several different accounts. You're going to have them all available. We also have proof of ownership, obviously, with our LLC documentation, our articles, our EIN. Proof of ownership, of course, now it's kind of in limbo at the moment, but we do have BOI, which is a new part of business, making sure that we register with FinCEN. Again, it's on hold for the moment, but we want to make sure we're doing that. And the legal name and titles. We have companies with DBAs, making sure all that's available. So, what is an SBA guaranteed loan? A lot of people think the SBA actually puts out those loans. They do not. SBA loans are distributed by banks and credit unions and directly. The reason for the favorable terms is because the SBA underwriters come in and say, okay, we're going to guarantee it. So I'm a business owner, I'm going to Wells Fargo. I want a $100,000 loan. I have filled out my loan application, and I'm going to try to get an SBA loan. We're going to go over the specifics of those. I want an SBA loan. So the SBA, the Wells Fargo underwriters are going to look at everything, and they're going to say, okay, this is a loan we're willing to take. But it's a little risky, especially true on tribal lands and new business starts, small business. It's hard. So we have the opportunity with the SBA to come in, and they have a second tier of underwriters who will also look at that loan, but then they guarantee that loan up to 80 or 90%. So the SBA says, I am going to guarantee this business loan, which takes away a lot of the risk for the bank or the lending institution, because they are now covered if you default, right? The SBA will cover it, which makes banks and lenders much more likely to give you a loan. So, SBA, wonderful program. Types of SBA loans, we have 7A. They just started the new 7A WCP, which is working capital, which is basically a line of credit. We have the 504, which is really for investment in hard goods, real estate, equipment. And then, of course, we have the microloans for small business. The 7A loans, those are available up to $5 million. And obviously a variety of things that you can use them for. And to be eligible, you have to be operating a business. It has to operate at a profit. This is important. A lot of times small business owners try to make as little as possible, and there's a lot of tax sense to that. But if you're looking for loans and if you're looking at expanding, you absolutely, positively want to have a business that makes money. We want to be positive on our income. You need to be located in the U.S. You have to be small. There's SBA requirements. So 7A loans cover a lot of things: short-term, long-term working capital, furniture, fixtures, machinery. It can cover changes of ownership, some of your HR, and improvements. Next, we have that line of credit. Again, this is a new program. I love it. Again, it doesn't require as much from you to commit to that because it's a line of credit as opposed to a loan, which also means if you have the line of credit and it's sitting there $50,000 at 4% and you're not using it, it doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you, except for the loan initiation, which is a couple $100 just to create the line of credit. But then it's just sitting there. You don't have to pay on that. You're not paying unless you use it. Next one we have is the 504, and that is really, again, going up to 5.5 million. This, again, is great for working capital, furniture, fixtures, equipment, and land. You can purchase real estate with this particular 504 loan. And then we have the micro loans, up to $50,000 for small business. And again, it can be used for working capital, which is important for new business starts, just so we have a little bit of money in the bank so we know that we can keep going for the next few months. Inventory, supplies, furniture, fixtures, machinery, and equipment cannot be used to pay off existing debt or purchase real estate. Okay, so we're going to talk about what is the SSBCI. There's so many acronyms. I get dizzy with this stuff. So State Small Business Credit Initiative, NSBCI, Navajo Nation Small Business Credit Initiative. This is a program through the U.S. Department of Treasury, and it provides access to rural communities and the opportunity to invest in creating jobs. There are two different ways, credit and investment, and also technical assistance. And a lot of our programs, a lot of the SSBCI, especially for new business starts, will require you to take a certain number of hours of training, bookkeeping, marketing, just to help you get the tools in place to be able to... Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Now I don't know where it was. Somebody help me. We'll all require programs or some sort of training to help, certainly new business owners, and it's critical for your success. Our business owners do what they do. They do tours, they drive, they provide medical equipment. Administration, accounting, and a lot of the HR and the things the business owners have to do, that may not be what you're expert at, but we want to make sure you have all the tools in place to be successful. So different SBI programs. We have loan participation programs. There's loan guarantee programs, very much like the SBA loans, collateral supported programs, capital access programs, and venture capital, depending on your industry and how much you're looking to lend. For Arizona, the Arizona Commerce Authority is in charge of the SSBCI loans, and they are working with the financial institutions, and they are CDFIs, we'll talk about that, and it's Lendistry and Prestamo, and that is available to all business owners in Arizona. And again, different loans for different purposes. I am glad to share liberally the NSBCI program. Change Labs will be taking applications and processing all the loans for the Navajo Nation. Huge undertaking. Different size loans, again, different options. And so talking about it, the programs that we're going to discuss is the loan guarantee, loan participation, and technical assistance. And again, thinking about this, right? Loans, the micros, from $5,000 all the way up to $20 million. That's huge, guys. $20 million through and available on Navajo Nation, certainly for large project development. So the loan guarantee is promised by a third party, and it can be increases your chance of getting a loan, and there's better terms for you. So again, that's very much like the SBA. It's a loan guarantee program. We also have a participation program, which involves multiple lenders, so different banks coming together and their own individual risk, as it may be. So that is a partnership opportunity for lending. And then, of course, we have our technical assistance program. Again, multiple lenders, single borrower. One would be a lead bank, so that the risk is shared throughout the organization. This particular program is through the partnership with the DNA Chamber of Commerce. So the bank partners for NSBCI, we have the New Sense Credit Union, we have Native Bank, and then we have, Native Community Capital, and then we have First Southwest Bank. As you can see, different programs for different products, which is why they have chosen 3 different credit unions or banks or financial institutions to work with. So these are the names that you will see as you're working through your NSBCI applications. Change Labs also has a kinship lending program, which is amazing. I have had several people work through the program and have had great success. Up to $50,000 loans, no collateral, just kinship. You just need to be part of it. No credit check, no fee, no cost to apply. So, simple. Apply, and you have to have 3 references, business reference, that can recommend you for a loan. We have the training that you have to complete. You can see there's 6 modules here. Once you complete the training, then you get your funding, and you can work on repaying your loan. It also includes a free checking account. That's pretty cool. And a coaching and network building, and this is long-term. This is a long-term relationship. Really an exceptional program. I can't recommend it enough. Kudos to Change Lab. They are really just an extraordinary group. We also have one of our partners. I'm sure a lot of you know Veronica Lane. Who knows Veronica? A couple of hands. She's amazing. She's out of Denver. Native American Bank does provide loans. They generally provide big loans. This is not a place for micro loans. This is a place for $50,000 and up. But they have a variety of different loans, and they have been working with Navajo Nation, Hopi, with our tribal nation partners. Truly a wonderful resource, highly recommended. Again, their main office is in Denver, but Veronica is from Bitter Springs, I believe, so she is actually her family is here in our area. Navajo Nation Community Development is another opportunity. They are part of the Window Rock government, and they do have a variety of couple of programs available, and certainly some information on grant, and they are absolutely here to help all of our business owners come together and move forward and grow. We also have the Navajo Nation Economic Development Division. They have a microloan program from $2,500 to $7,500 for new businesses specifically. That's wonderful. So $7,500, that'll get you a computer, that could possibly get you a vehicle, that could possibly get you an office for a couple of months. That's actually a wonderful deal. A lot of small businesses, at least starting out, we really don't need more than that. And again, opportunities for new businesses are a lot harder than opportunities for businesses that are already established. So we also have credit services. Here's one I love. So credit services has a home loan program for tribal members, right? Which you can use for construction, for whatever you need. Now, one of the things we talked about earlier today was Airbnb. People are looking for that experience with our tribal members. They want to be out on the res. They want to have that experience. You could use this loan up to $10,000 to renovate a home on your lease, on your land, and voila, you would have an Airbnb. So a wonderful opportunity for minimal investment to actually start a business on your own home. And it could be home sharing, or it could be a separate building, whatever, but really great stuff. Personal loan, the maximum there is $7,000, but $7,000 max. And again, you can use that to start your business. That's a personal loan. That's through the credit service department, and you can use that. That particular loan for personal is 10% across the board. And the really nice thing about both of these programs, and often really helpful for small business owners is that minimum credit score is 475. That is really very forgiving and provides a lot of opportunities. On reservations, we have very few banks. A lot of people don't have credit or have very minimal credit. And of course, we live in the United States of America, and the more you owe, the better you are, the more the banks love you. So this is a wonderful opportunity on the nation to be able to get reasonable loans, to be able to start a business at home. Perfect example. We also have a lot of CDFIs. So we see this word all the time. What is a CDFI? Community Development Financial Institutions. They can be banks, they can be credit unions, they can be nonprofit entities. These are basically venture capitalists on a small scale that don't mind spreading out the risk a little bit more. But there are a variety of them available, oftentimes within our communities. I happen to be focused on two of them. One is in Hopi, and one focuses on Navajo. And I just spoke with my partner at Northland Pioneer. There is a wonderful, wonderful CDFI called WEST, WEESST. They are actually in Farmington, but they serve the entire nation, and they are so accommodating, particularly focused on women-owned businesses. So Hopi, their loan services, they offer personal, business, home improvement, mobile home loans. Again, this opportunity to maybe start a business at home. Whether you're an artist and you have a studio, or whether you are doing food service. You are providing food service on the nation at any of our events. This would be a great way to get that trailer, to get that business started. And again, what you should do, this building, forgive me, Hopi Credit Association also provides training. All of these programs do provide training. Some of them require the training. We want to make sure you have all the tools to succeed. We don't want to put you out there and set you up for failure. We want to make sure the SBDC, all of these groups, banks, credit unions that we're talking about, they all provide assistance to business owners because it is hard. There's so much information, so knowing that they're available with the training, with the resources, and with the personnel to assist you. Navajo Nation, they do unsecured funds, quick funding, simple and easy, fast approvals. Resources to help with business planning. So, has anyone heard of Dream Builder? Good, we got a couple. Good, thank you. So Dream Builder is part of a nonprofit that is funded by the Freeport McMoran enterprise. And that is a partnership between ASU and the Thunderbird School of Global Management. They provide a 12-week training program, 13-week, and it is literally a step-by-step program on how to build your business plan, how to put it together. So that first step, what is your business? Second module will be what's your target market? Third module, but it's a wonderful way to really walk you through this. And this is really wonderful for new business starts, because I'm gonna start a business and I wanna do this, and I wanna do this, and I wanna do this, and I wanna do this. Well, we have to focus. We have to make sure that our ideas and that our dreams are streamlined, that they're logical, that they're reasonable, and a business plan is a wonderful way for you to really be able to pull your ideas together. They also have another module about financing your dreams, And really, it's free service. It started out for women. It was particularly helping women plan for business, but it is now available to anyone and everyone. And again, we will be doing a cohort for Dream Builder, and my focus is going to be Navajo Nation business or Tribal Nation business only, because obviously it's a very unique niche, and I'm here to help serve our DNA community. We also have SCORE. SCORE is this, originally it was the Senior Corps of Retired Executives. So this is a group of mentors who are industry experts. You can actually go to SCORE, you can ask for a mentor for legal. You can ask for a mentor in aviation. You can ask for a mentor who is a lawyer. You can ask specifically for someone to assist you. These are all retired volunteer positions, and I've worked with many, and they are amazing. So SCORE also has a variety of programs to assist. And they have this wonderful template gallery. I did put a link on there, but they have templates to absolutely everything. Financing, Excels. SCORE is really a wonderful, unique program that I highly recommend. And back to the beginning, we are here to assist, and you have a team of people represented here in this room, our Apex. We are all here to support you and to help you get that business started, continue to grow that business, and make money and provide jobs and economic development for our rural communities. Please feel free to reach out. I will leave some cards out at the front. Did anyone have any questions? I don't know if anyone online. I probably didn't use up all of my time.
I have a question. Can you explain more about, in the beginning, you talked about a business plan. Is it a competition or a business plan program?
Yes. So, again, Dream Builder has a program, and we do have some simple forms that we can present. We use a program called Live Plan. Small Business Development Center uses a program called Live Plan. I really like Live Plan because it has AI features. So started in last year, they included it. Writing a business plan can be daunting. And in the Live Plan, you're literally, it's hauling you through module per module, piece by piece. Let me go back to, forgive me, I want to get, what to include in your business plan. Here we go. So piece by piece, we are able to create this. It also has a financial planning element, so we can actually go into it and put our expenses in. It will automatically calculate it for years, for the forecast for the coming years. The thing I love about the AI, writing is hard. Putting your ideas together, putting it on paper, and wanting it to be clear and concise, this is hard to do. I'm the first one to say, writing something like that is daunting for me. The AI element is wonderful. It truly allows you to take your ideas and put them in bullet form. I want to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And we hit that AI and we let it generate that. It allows us to quickly and efficiently create this very bulky product. By the time you finish the Live Plan that we work with, you will have a document that is 20 pages, 30, depending on what you're doing, because it includes all your financials. So once you put in your expenses, your loans, what your payroll is, it will actually kick out a P&L and a balance sheet based on what you've put into your forecast. Really powerful tool. We must have a business plan in order to be able to seek capital and funding. That lending institution, they don't know you, they don't know your business. It is critical that you have this document to be able to share with anyone and everyone so that they know exactly what you're doing. That banker is going to look at your application and say, what do they do? This business plan is going to itemize it in detail. The marketing strategy, we're going to have all of our elements, our sales, step by step is going to be in this plan so that that person who finishes reading your business plan knows exactly who you are, what you're doing, what you need funding for, and how you plan to grow. So without that business plan, you really are at a loss. This is the first thing everybody has to do. And a business plan is not a one-time deal. So business plans are dynamic, and they are part of your business forevermore, because you may need a loan today, but you may need one again in 5 years, right? But that business plan is dynamic. For example, again, I'm a business owner, and I was on trajectory. We were doing great, and then COVID hit. And then what? Then I had to go back into my business plan and really think about what I'm going to do moving forward, because it changed the whole world. So I was able to get back into my business plan and look at how I was going to change my business or adjust to the current market. Okay, so I did that. I managed to survive through COVID. A lot of us did. Thank you for working so hard. That was a really difficult time. But now COVID's over, and we've been watching the stats. They're going up and up and up. We're getting close to getting back to our original tourist numbers and visitation. So now I'm going to go back and look at my business plan again and say, well, wait a minute. Okay, I'm out of COVID, so I don't need to do this anymore. Let's talk about doing this. Let's talk about expanding. So this business plan that you create is with you forever. It is a tool that you can go in and change some numbers and change some ideas and literally be ready within a day of reaching out to a new lender with a new idea. So business planning really outlines absolutely everything that you are doing. It really is the first step. And it doesn't have to be very detailed. I mean, you know, you're doing food service or you're doing something simple, you're doing salon services, you're hairdressing. It doesn't have to be crazy and elaborate, but you absolutely need a business plan, first and foremost, to focus. What are you really doing? Who is your market? Is there a new market that you haven't even thought of? Everything's changing. Maybe we're providing online services now where we didn't. You know, maybe we were just selling in a gift shop, but now we want to go ahead and do Etsy or Walmart or Amazon. That is a way to grow our business. And within our business plan document, it allows us to focus, to really look at what we're doing. Because again, we're all dreamers. Who here isn't a dreamer? We're all dreamers. We're all saying, I could do this. Wow, I could start this, or we could do this. I see a need for this. So being a dreamer, we want you to keep being inspired, but making sure that you have that business plan in place. Business plans are also great for grant applications, and we have plenty of opportunities in certain industries for grants. So again, you have a business plan, you include that in your grant application. It's there for you for your credit applications. Let's say you're looking for partners. Let's say you're wanting to add some people to your business. You have the business plan, and you can actually work that person into the business plan. But yes, you can't start a business without a business plan. And it's never too late. Let's say you've been in business 3-4 years. But again, times are changing, technology changing, we're growing. So just spending a little bit of time on creating that business plan is critical. And without a business plan, you will not receive funding. There's no way. How are they going to know what you want to do, what you're doing, and how you're planning on growing? They want to make sure that you can pay that loan off next year and the year after and 20 years from now on a big SBA loan. They need to see that you are thinking about 20 years from now. They need to know that you are serious. They need to know that you are committed to your business. So yes, we use that live plan. Set up an appointment with us whenever you're ready, and we will literally set up a live plan account for you. We will walk you through how to start, and generally with my business planning clients, I meet with them once a week. Helps everybody keep on point It keeps everybody motivated and excited. And then it will take that 2, 3, 4 weeks, however long we need. And then we will get you ready with that beautiful business plan that you can be proud of and that you can take to a bank and fill out an application and feel good about it. So everybody should, who has a business plan? Got a couple. Good. And when you sit there on that blank page and you're like, what is the problem? Well, the problem's pretty extensive, right? And what's my solution? Well, we could do this and this and this and this and this. Focus. Really thinking about your business and how to begin, because we can't do everything at once. We're going to have to figure out what our priorities are, what we want to do first as we move through and grow. And that includes hiring employees too. That includes expanding. And one of the reasons I love what I do is it's so important to me to create opportunities for economic development. We live in a rural community. I'm in Page. I'm in the middle of nowhere. We're lucky if we have tech. We're lucky if we have service in some of our areas. People don't appreciate that. You know, people in Phoenix, they don't understand that. They don't understand our challenges. And we have this seasonal, thank you, sorry, one more minute. We have this seasonal economy, so we just want to make sure that we're prepared for the lean times, for the crazy times, for the COVID times, for anything and everything. So I ask you, please, feel free to reach out. There is registration for any of the counties in Arizona, and again, it's available in all states. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope some of you will reach out. I'd love to help you with a plan. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Deborah. We're going to get ready to break for lunch. Lunch is going to be outside. We have some sandwiches and everything for everyone. If you could please wear your badge when picking up lunch, because we have another event. Well, not I, but the casino has another event next door. We just want to make sure that everyone was able to grab one. Today, we were thankful for our executive team, Erin. Our National Center is gifting us two res registration tickets, hotel stay, and airfare all together. So we're gonna raffle that. So if you guys could please, I saw a bowl. Okay, by registration. If you could please put your business card in the bowl out by registration, and you'll be entered into drawing. Must be present to win, and we'll do that later this afternoon. But yeah, so we can break right now, grab lunch, use the restroom, mingle, and we'll be back at 12:45 for our next session. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Native Edge podcast. I'm Chris James. I'm here with my coworker and talented coworker, I should say, Yvette Fielder.
Yvette Fielder. Hi everybody. So welcome to the Native Edge podcast.
Native Edge podcast.
Series number 1.
Episode 1. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let's talk about this podcast. What are some of your expectations on the podcast?
Well, I think people, they really like to engage with, what's happening, what's in the now, what's happening, what's going on, especially in our line of work across Indian country and even into Canada now. A lot of importing, exporting, ideas coming in and out both ways. And so people want to know what's happening, what is the National Center doing, how are we creating these things, and how can we be relevant in their life, in their work that they're doing? How can we bring resources to them?
I think it's, you mentioned our brothers and sisters from Canada. It was so great to have the delegation, Canadian delegation. Just a few weeks ago, we had, 12, 13 different businesses come into the National Center?
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a lot of great questions. It's really exciting because I don't think the National Center has really had that footprint in the years past, but we have recently with our export program in the last 3 years. And so now there's also the inquiry of the importing. And so a lot of questions generated there. And of course, anytime there's a question, we always want to help them, and if we don't have the answer, we have so many friends and partners and resources available, plethora of SBA and MBDA and all the players.
I love the word a plethora. It's such a plethora of information.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Rails Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you gotta do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm gonna make 10 contacts today. I'm gonna make one contact that's gonna be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is indigenous.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values when it comes to community. I'm here today to learn about these different industries and being successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego because I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO of Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Waterbuster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in the tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, I highly recommend it.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration. And the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
So do we have a small clip to run of Lance and Yvette's interview from Ho-Chunk? Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing of tobacco products, farming, stores, retail, distribution. We focus our attention on profitable business relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho-Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee,
Yeah.
a one-person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business and then taking the tour of the community and what they've done as far as their housing. The elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup, not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome. Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the building.
Sorry, before I get into that, again, if you didn't get to put your business card into the bowl by registration, we're doing a drawing later on for our Res tickets, airline tickets, and Caesar Palace tickets. So great for our upcoming training in Las Vegas this spring. But if we could please take our seats. We're going to begin.
Okay, we'll give it like 2 minutes to get people in, but in the meantime, by show of hands, how's lunch? Is it good? Okay, all right. Got to have your sandwich and your fruit and the cookie. So, how many of you started with the cookie? Nobody. One right there. Well, I see people going in and out, and that's perfectly fine. And so, but the big thing, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but the takeaway for me, for our Native Edge Institutes, is to develop the contact. I got 3 business cards so far. How many have you all gotten? One, okay, 2. There's 60 of us here, so when you leave, you should have 60 business cards in your portfolio for consideration. And so for me, that's my takeaway, because I didn't realize this, but you don't see it too often, but I see a lot of small businesses that are owned by natives and by Navajo, so it's really, really good to see. And so I know there's a directory out there, but sometimes it's not complete as to all of us that are in business who are Navajo or Native, and we have, technically an ongoing concern. And so at some point we'll get there. I do look at, I don't know if you do, but the Navajo Division of Economic Development, monthly, they issue their source list. Are you familiar with the Navajo source list? No. Okay. The Navajo source list is in accordance with the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, and so when you register, you're categorized as a priority 1, 2, or 3. And for me, I'm a priority. My company, Sagebrush Hill Group LLC, is a priority 1 company, and so every month they basically publish all the companies that are technically registered with the Navajo Nation through the Division of Economic Development. And so, but I know many of us do business and we opt not to do that process. And so, many of us have to register with the Navajo Tax Commission. How many are registered with the Navajo Tax Commission? Huh, not too many. Oh, you are, yeah. How many are brick and mortar business company? Have a business site at least? A few. How many are remote, online, or home-based? Okay, all right. That's a good show of hands. Yeah, okay. Well, it looks like we got a good crowd here. So again, I'm Derek Watchman, the chairman of the board for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And so we're happy that you all are here. And so the next component here, and I'm happy to be the moderator, it's entitled Building Partnerships and Business Development with Tribal Entities. And so I'm sure we all know what tribal entities are, and I always hear the pros and cons, about what a tribal entity is. And so for us, for Navajo, and we'll get to the particular here, we have N2A, we have Navajo Gaming, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise that runs its enterprise. We have Arts and Crafts, Navajo Hospitality, N2A, I think, who else? Oil and Gas. There's about a dozen or so. But today we have representatives from Diné Development Corporation, DDC. And so they've been here several years. I'll let them get into that. But we want Josh and Billy Upshaw, who is their tribal events and business relations person, and Osencio Tom, the tribal liaison, to talk about themselves, one, because you got to talk about yourself, but don't gloat. I think that's what Mr. Scarlana said this morning. And then talk about Diné Development Corporation, and then talk about partnerships and business development. I have some questions, but I'll turn it over to you all to introduce yourselves and a little bit what you do, and then we'll get into some questions if that's okay. So, all right, let's move forward. So, who's first? Okay, it's all yours.
Go ahead. Okay, well, yad eben aslano dani sheya nana Jocelyn ein shedo nishnigi eya but ani ein shledo thodich ini bashichin sheya dashedo tsilt atna kiani dashnale adot inli da adish yahoa when the shan todo tseko hona no eight and lagay you see adet na shaka ade hosdo de eshagan Ado manishledo DDC Epanashner. So greetings everyone, and I had my heels, but I put on my moccasins. And excuse if you see the hole underneath, that's the only way I can get as close to barefoot without being barefoot. Because as Tony had mentioned this morning, grounding is very important, right? And we as Indigenous peoples knew that with having our settings, our sheepskin for the Navajo people that we laid on, and our hogans on those dirt floors. And today we kind of look at the non-natives and like, why are you going to the beach when we've been doing that many, many years, but let's go join them at the beach, like Tony said. But in that same light, I'm really honored here today. I can't help but just really view and just knowing that that's the Western representation for the Navajo people. And I know many of the other tribes that are represented here in Arizona as well, and into New Mexico, Colorado, California, and even some of the groups in Mexico. And that just reminiscing on, you know, the stories and songs that have been said, I just want to say, those of you that have come to Navajo, we cover you and envelope you in their beautiful, precious blessings. And so, Eben Nachaeya, I just want to say good morning. Again, I'm the tribal events and business relations point of contact at DDC. I've been with DDC for 14 years, going on 15 years. So when I heard Joanne earlier this morning, I'm like, I know how that feels. And then also just, I've served in different capacities within DDC, so I'm really happy to have someone that's been a DDC veteran here with me at my side, and then also seeing one of our former board of directors earlier out there. So Mrs. Kim Kanuho, who's been very influential in DDC's growth. She served on the board of directors, and then I also see one of our former esteemed employees here as well, who's moved on to do greater things for Navajo Nation. So with that, without getting into too much before we start, again, I'll actually, DDC, I'll just kind of put a plug because I know we only have 45 minutes. We are the Navajo Nation's federal contracting holding company. And we have 9 companies under us that provide services to the federal and civilian agencies throughout the country. Our headquarters is in Scottsdale. We're very proud that over the past 20 years, it migrated back from the state of Pennsylvania, where our contracts really started. And our first flagship subsidiary was started by a Navajo woman-owned business who graduated, who went in and shared this opportunity with Navajo Nation 20 years ago. So we're very proud of that legacy. So for those of you that are starting as individual owned, you can do it too. And so we're really proud of that, that's the roots that we are. And our CEO sends his blessings as well. He's actually at our annual leadership summit for our DDC holding company. So, and they're right nestled in one of our biggest customers. Our market's the Air Force market, so they're out in Dayton, Ohio this week. So thank you.
Jocelyn Otto, Mr. Watchman. It's an honor to be on this panel here with the both of you today. Sheo Sensio Tom Dashijane, Kapahan Slonson Najini Bashishin, Tutnasani Dashichedo, Honagani Dashinal. You see, look at your good Shiho. I now live in South, so Bilinash any a touching in le, so Sharchin touching it and le, and I'm touching it on the thinny. You can not down the show. It's, as Jocelyn mentioned, I've been with the Net Development Corporation, DDC, for 14, 15 years now. When you do something you enjoy, you tend to lose count of how long you've been there. So I'm fortunate to be a part of this organization. The majority of the functions that we serve are in tandem with the cultural values of the Navajo people, and we try and implement that through the businesses in which we operate. For those that don't know DDC, we currently operate 11 subsidiaries. Majority of those are cybersecurity IT corporations. 2 of them are environmental companies focused on trying to partake in some of the AUM work happening throughout the Navajo Nation. It's, as I mentioned, it's an honor to be among you all. Thank you for splitting your bologna sandwich with all of us. Kela.
Okay, so I know there's a lot of ground to cover, but maybe I'll start with some questions, and then we can turn it to the audience. And so for most of us here, I think the big question is, how do we navigate, and are there business opportunities with tribal enterprises, including DDC, for the folks out here? You know, because obviously many of us are trying to grow, so what opportunities are there with with tribal enterprises and including the Net Development Corporation?
I'll take this first one. Yeah, along Derek for that question. I think it's an important function to recognize. Derek mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that there's the Navajo Business Regulatory Division that classifies Navajo businesses as either priority 1 or priority 2. As an enterprise, we're registered members of that list as well. However, due to tribal law, we're not afforded the priority 1 status that you all are eligible for. Tribal Council has deemed tribal enterprises to participate only at a priority 2 level. However, specifically, one example that I can give on how we utilize Navajo small businesses on contracts that DDC is awarded for some of the environmental work, particularly the cultural resource management, particularly the archaeological clearances and surveys necessary in order for physical buildings to be developed or areas to be developed. DDC has utilized Navajo small businesses before to make sure that the surveying is done, for the archaeology clearances to be done, for a lot of the cultural resource management aspects of any business progress to be assessed. We've used Navajo vendors for that before, and most definitely it's something that's not advertised on the DDC website, but the power of events like the Native Edge Institutes is the power to network, and a lot of the businesses that you all can be a part of are definitely from contacts that you make at events like these. So if any of you all participate in that kind of work for environmental clearances, cultural resource management activities, feel free to reach out to either Jocelyn or myself.
Thank you, OC. And because I don't want you to gloat about yourself, I'm going to talk a little bit about more of what you've established. So I know for enterprises as a whole, there's marketing, right? For the past, I would say 10 years, we've used a Navajo marketing firm, 2 different ones over the course of what we've done, designs, graphics, also just with our promotional items. So there's just all types of different avenues, just again, market. Others, I know there was a company earlier that talked about subcontracting. I wish I could find a one-stop shop as well. There's not. It's all hard work, and that's why it takes a lot of patience and drive. And especially when you're not, and I say this respectively, we're federal contractors, so we're held to a different set of guidelines, FAR regulations, requirements, audits, right? And when you work with other enterprises who are not federal contractors, they have their own different procurement processes. So again, just like us, that's why it takes a long time. I know some of you are probably like, Jocelyn, I gave you my card. OC, you have my card. You know me, you see me. Why am I not getting a contract? Well, we have to make sure that it vets and it aligns with a lot of our business, our business priorities for the year, and then also in terms of just incorporating. But we are maturing our processes. One of the things that we're doing is we're actually having, we're looking, and I probably can announce this because it was just recently, but last year the Navajo Department of Economic Development had a really awesome reception at RES. And DDC really enjoyed that. We loved it. We met companies that are not even on Navajo, but throughout the country. We know that there are Navajo businesses that are not on the priority list that Mr. Watchman was talking about. But we need a network. We need to see you. And so we're hosting, and we're going to actually be reaching out to some of the enterprises to get together and host this reception during the RES conference, and it's going to be on Tuesday evening. And really what it is we're not asking, we're just, the only payment you have to make is if you're a small business owner, share your logo and share your capabilities, because we want to get this out there for the rest of Navajo to see. And we also want to see how we can synergize with our Department of Economic Development to really see what types of businesses we have out there and how we can really help. We really got to help them because there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. So again, when you're looking at these, like OC said, not all enterprises have their RFPs out there, but the newspapers, they're not digital. They're in the newspapers. So take a look at that and just again, talk, share with terms, meaning relationship terms, because we all want to build together to win together.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's step back a little bit. So you're asking for contacts, and so what are you going to be looking at from our Navajo, or any business in general? What are some of the things that maybe our businesses need to have, and how do you go about that? And those businesses that don't have it, do you constructively say this is what you need? So what are you looking for with a business, especially folks here?
Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Again, I think a majority of the anybody who's seen an RFP knows that it stipulates certain conditions and conditions that a business has to meet in order to partake in the contract. Particularly Navajo small businesses, I would definitely encourage you all to participate in the Business Regulatory Commission. The program that they have there. In order for you to be a registrant for that program, you need to meet certain requirements that say, you've established a business license, et cetera, et cetera. For us, if you're on that list, that means you've been vetted by the Navajo tribe to be considered a Navajo preferred business. DDC has a very strict, if we can find a Navajo vendor to do something, that's our preferred vendor. We speak not from an HR side, but from a business side. We have a preferred vendor policy for Navajo businesses. And for us, if we can find a group that can do that work for us, whether Jocelyn mentioned some of the marketing materials, whether it's CRM work, whether it's IT work, that's definitely something that we're looking for. And if you meet the mandates in the RFP that's regulated to us as a prime contractor, that's definitely things that we'll look for as well.
I think the other is just, in addition to the RFP, like past performance, right? Just making sure that you're documenting all of your past performance, financials. One of the things that I know particularly our CEO is really impressed with is knowing your financials, right? Where was the health and wealth of your business? Where are you going? What are you projecting? And then also really knowing what you do and how you provide your services. One of the things is I came into marketing and all I could do was talk about the top layer, and then I could barely penetrate the bottom layer, right? But when you go to a prime contractor or someone that you want to they want to work with people that know what they're doing. So if you can't talk about your business just yet, wait and learn more about your business. There was a recent contract that the Navajo Nation just got, and I was at the that the Navajo Nation just announced, and it went out. And it was a big topic at yesterday's State of the Indian Tribal Legislative Day, and people had feelings about it. But I was like, if you follow the customer that you're wanting to penetrate, which is Navajo Nation, you would have known that this company has been working since before COVID with them on different aspects. They've been set up, they've been locked and ready, and they're like, well, isn't that kind of like stalking? Isn't that, well, yeah, a little bit. Because you want to know how you can provide and what you can do, where the gaps are, where the holes are. How are you going to fill them? How are you, because when you, in your personal life, when you go buy a car or you go buy a house, you want someone that knows what you want, that is aligned with what your hopes are, because you worked really hard to get here, right? It's the same thing in business, and sometimes that's really hard to understand because you're over here like, you know what you did, you know what you sacrificed to get there, but we don't. So you have to be able to answer the ins and outs of what it is we do. So for those that are non-tribal entities wanting to work with tribal entities, you know, it's gonna be a lot of homework, it's gonna be a lot of time, but it's all gonna be worth it at the end, and you'll see that just recently happen for a non-Navajo tribal entity recently.
Absolutely. One of the things that Jocelyn alluded to that I want to shed some additional light on, in terms of past performances, as federal contractors, DDC receives what's called a customer performance rating. It's called a CPARS rating. It's basically, essentially a report card based on the performance of the work that you did on a contract. The Navajo Nation doesn't have a CPARS rating or a CPARS-like rating. One of the ambitions for DDC this year is to work with the Navajo DED to come up with some sort of report card system for Navajo small businesses. So it's kind of like an internal governmental Angie's List that says, you know, so-and-so's business did great, or so-and-so's business, unfortunately, didn't deliver by the time they said they would. You know, it's not to create a sort of a Genet machine, but it's really to say, you know, if you really want something done right, these are the businesses that have been vetted by other tribal enterprises and by the DED to do good work consistently.
Okay, next question. And I'm just going through the list here, so nothing new. So, okay, so we got our businesses here, and some of them are fully engaged in what they do. Others perhaps are maybe looking for additional opportunities to add to their product set, to add to their quals or qualifications. What's your view on the trend here on Navajo in terms of business opportunities? What do you see out there? Of course, I have my list, but coming from the perspective of the Net Development Corporation, what trends do you see out there which could maybe redirect or help our businesses here to think about additional business opportunities? Because I did hear, for example, there's a company out here is buy another company. I heard that today. I heard some other businesses that they're going to add a new product set. And so obviously good stuff, but from your perspective, Jocelyn and OC, this is your crystal ball, but where do you think Navajo is going or should go in terms of business opportunities? So there you go.
That's a great question. You know, when you've been fed spam for 40 years and then you finally have a filet mignon, you realize that you've been missing out on a lot of things throughout your life. DDC's kind of been in that same boat, and it's been around for about 20 years, and our bread and butter has come from cybersecurity IT work, and just recently started in the environmental sector, as I mentioned earlier. One of the ambitions that we have for the coming year is to really create a merger and acquisition strategy to kind of stay competitive with other tribal corporations throughout the world. There are corporations, Sealaska, Ho-Chunk. Those groups have definitely gone outside their comfort zone to make sure that, you know, they double, triple their total revenue on an annual basis. And for us, you know, we've done some estimation. We're currently a $150 million a year organization, but with the possible merger and acquisition of 2 or 3 corporations, you know, we expect that to increase to just under $500 million in the next 2-3 years if we were to have an aggressive merger and acquisition strategy. Definitely a departure from your comfort zone allows you to, additionally gain additional revenue, but you know, it allows you to discover as a corporation what you're good at besides your own bread and butter, and that's something DDC is currently trying to do, trying to navigate industries beyond our bread and butter to make sure that we continue to capitalize and make money on behalf of the Navajo Nation.
No, and I wanted to add on to that. Another one that we've really been looking at is, in terms of holistically is AI, right? That's the new trend, especially in the Department of Defense, which is our bread and butter, as OC mentioned, and AI, we're getting asked. And we've been very fortunate enough through a mergers and acquisition activity last year. We acquired a company, and it's now known as Spensis Dene, and it's out in Falls Church, Virginia, in that area. And what they do is they have a tool that they work with the veterans health IT, and they take care of all their data, centralize it. They do case studies. They chart different veterans and their health issues across the country. But how can we use that and spin that to help the Navajo Nation? You know, maybe that's something that we're looking at and kind of just delving in other initiatives. But AI, it's out there, and I would, you know, really recommend you taking a look at that and how we leverage it. Another one area is web-based. You know, where there's now what they're calling the digital equity, right? That's really big. You see grants that are out there where they're trying to get the internet services out to rural areas, broadband and whatnot. And that's another area to where you don't have to have the cost of brick and mortar, right? Where you're just living on the web and digitally, and that would work great for our people, because Navajo and like other Native American tribes, we've kind of lived off the grid, and that's kind of living off the grid in business, right? And I think that's why Navajo Nation has survived so far without really building really hardcore, robust markets. They expanded out of the extraction of our natural resources is because we could. But now we're at a pivotal point to where we need to transition into those areas. So another one is everyone needs to become a business person, a business-minded person. You say you're not good with numbers, become good with numbers. Learn what EBITDA is. Learn about the market strategies. Once you understand how the market works, when you know how to read the market, you can see opportunities before your eyes. So that's one thing that I would really encourage everyone is just, finances, market, let's get in there. Even though you say, I specialize in ambulance services, I specialize in this, numbers is the bottom common denominator as a business owner.
Good question. I came across a situation where, well, for some of the younger students, who are contemplating business, one thing that comes up is develop your elevator pitch. And that's basically, tell about yourself in 2 to 3 minutes. And so I think that's what you're speaking to. So, okay, another question on this list here. I'm going to try to bring it together. But I know that in the years that I've been involved here, there's always the discussion about enterprises that are owned by the nation versus non-governmental private-owned businesses. And so can you speak to, I guess, the pros and cons of being in business for yourself versus tribal enterprises? And so I know it's a tough one, but I see the pros and cons, but maybe you could help us speak to that. What's the difference, and what are the opportunities for private-owned business here versus tribal-owned businesses like DDC?
This one I really wanted OC to take first. So for me, this being in the federal contracting space was really very new to me 14 years ago. My actual first week was coming to this facility. And Derek, I want to say, they did a wonderful job. The board and CEO, I was getting ready in my room, I'm like, this is Navajo owned. I'm so proud of it. I'm so happy. I was here, when I started my DDC journey, it was my first week. And I remember it being new, and I came into the lobby area there, and I saw it was just so gorgeous, and it said, Ya'at'e, like all is well. And those of you that say Ya'at'e, doesn't just mean hello. It means, the sky, all is well under the sky. So when you go to shake someone's hand, you're like in agreement, like, yes, all is well under the sky, right? Under the universe. And I came here, and what we had come for was one of the tribal council at that time wanted to get it. They were checking in with all the enterprises. Where are you all at? How much are you giving back? And we had this like 2-day event here, and I kind of came in a little, I was a small business owner before. I had a consulting company. I was a professional smoozer. I connected companies. I connected universities and Fortune 500 companies, and one day took one of those. I was doing it all for free because I thought I was just being helpful, and until one day a company said, how much do we owe you? I'm like, what do you mean? What do you owe me? Are you joking? And they paid me, and they're like, Jocelyn, you need to be a business. This is what you call a finder's fee. And I'm like, wow. So I started my business, Movie Mountains Tribal Consulting, did that as an at-home mom. And then as I started to learn more about the business structures, I was kind of on the side of like, it's really not fair as an enterprise, right? They're taking up the business, they have all this capital, they have all these resources that we don't have as a small business, because I remember I was my own marketer, I was my own legal counsel, I did prepaid legal, was my legal counsel at that time, years and years ago, like 20 years ago, right, 18 years ago. And you get into that space, but then when you fast forward and now we're inundated with information, I am just so jelly of these young people, and I use the word jelly. They have information that we had to go to libraries, that we had to and they have it all right here. And then they're still lazy, right? To go get it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you don't know how many stacks of paper I printed out and I read it and I put it in binders and I had all these binders, how to make a business plan and all this stuff. And now it's all here. But what we didn't know at that time is that big enterprises can catapult you. We didn't know that big businesses needed little businesses. As you heard what was shared earlier is that a lot of these large businesses, they need smalls. They need to meet requirements. In order for them to qualify for certain contracts, they need you. You! They can't be them without you. They need little people. You say, I'm a little person. Don't say that, but they need little people. They need you. And that's where we talk about joint ventures, right? We're so honored that we've had other tribal corporations within the federal contracting realm, as well as ANCs, partner with us and joint venture with us. But most recently, we're so proud that we're even getting to vet some Navajo companies in the federal contracting space. And that's what we want to do. So for those of you that have been in the business for so long, it is not new news, but we're just hearing it now because of the technology that allows us to see it. Big businesses survive off small businesses. They need you. So don't lack and don't think that they're just getting everything. You have to take the initiative. And again, know your business, love your business like your baby. You know everything about your child. If you don't have a child, you might have a dog. You know everything about your dog. You can answer any question. You can be running ahead. Treat that business like that and show off your children, show off your spouse, show off your dog. Show off your business that way to a potential partner. That's what I really think that matters there.
Thank you, Jocelyn. It's always hard to follow Jocelyn. I think one of the biggest differences too in tribal enterprises versus small businesses, Navajo small businesses, is ownership. The enterprises are owned by the Navajo tribe but not operated by the Navajo tribe. So the reporting mechanism is definitely different. We have a reporting authority to subcommittees of the Navajo Nation Council and Navajo Nation Council itself. We have to submit audits, things of that nature. As a Navajo small business owner, your shareholder group is your spouse or your kids or whoever it is that you're hustling every day for. And that's a huge difference. I'm going to give a shout out to one of my good friends, Mr. Waylon Hunga, who introduced to me a long time ago the cave mentality. The cave is, occasionally you run into members of the cave, citizens against virtually everything. And unfortunately, when you have a reporting structure to a political system, sometimes you run into members of the PAVE, politicians against virtually everything. There's sometimes, any enterprise owned by the Navajo Nation can attest to the fact that, sometimes there's just no pleasing. You could have a banner year, but why are you not doing this? Why you've produced 1 million black trinkets this year? Well, how come they're not blue? Sometimes you run into that mentality, whereas, you're a Navajo small business, you're beholden to your own ambitions and to the ambitions of your own family. And that's one of the key differences for us that we face, DDC versus a small business.
Okay, we have 8 minutes, right? Great answers, thank you. Any questions from the audience here? We're open for questions since we have 8 minutes. Questions, please. Anybody? Okay, all right, back there. Do you need the mic? there one over here? Okay, we'll go over here, and then we'll go back there. So. Mr. Martin.
Okay, no, is it really pushing that enterprise versus private? My question is, what do you push for, tribal or enterprise? The reason I say that is I feel our tourism industry, our tourism department, should be run more like a business, more like an enterprise instead of a tribal government. What are your thoughts on that?
Definitely. I think I see a few members here of privately owned tourism groups, especially from the Antelope Canyon Page area. And I think they can easily attest to the fact that, you know, they know the terrain, they grew up there, they know sort of the clientele, what to expect, they know the customer prospectus. Unfortunately, being removed from it in Window Rock, you're not allowed to have that kind of purview as opposed to something or activities that happen in your backyard. So it depends on the industry. Tourism, for example, you know, there's some folks who know Canyon de Chelly, like Jocelyn, like the back of her hand. I mean, I think she can be a better tour guide than somebody who's regulating it from Window Rock. And definitely, you know, to give a more wholesome experience, I'm definitely pushing for the smalls in that sense.
Just another thing, and I've heard this not only for Indian country but for other countries, but it's really about timelines and, you know, pushing things forward, right? When you're with the government, it's like it's safe, it can go, right? But when you're dealing about business, time is money, time is opportunities, and so in that perspective, you want to go with the business, but that's where I want to say, like, us in Indian country, and I know that a lot of tribes have that mentality, it's almost like we need to change our mindset. We need to change, and I think that we can make that pivot as governments and just really getting used to that fact that, hey, you know, when we give out aid, when we're not transparent as a government, our people don't know. So telling the people that if you want A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way to Z from our government, you can't have this too. You're gonna have to give up some of these things to, in fact, push some of these other initiatives. And I think as a people, we have to make that decision. We have to educate one another. And so that's where I'm gonna say, I think we can do what you wanna do where you're currently at. It's just gonna have to be a major mind shift, but business would be the way to go because it's results driven, it's timetables, it's record, and so thank you for that question.
Yes, my name is Shannon. Hello. My question is regard to the C-SPARs. You briefly touched base on it, and you said it was the report, essentially a report card for the business performance, and you said Navajo Nation has yet to develop one. Can you elaborate more on when that system will be put in place specifically for government contracting?
So this is something that's very much in its infancy, and one of the things that we alluded to is definitely in our conversations with Mr. Skrilanos, who's sitting in the back, is definitely sort of an Angie's List system approach. I don't know if you all are familiar with Angie's List, but it's basically this peer-reviewed business report card that happens. Not really Yelp, but something along those lines that says, hey, this business gets 5 stars, hey, this business gets 2 stars, you know, because I needed something by the Navajo Nation Fair and I got it during the Shiprock Fair kind of thing. And I think a majority of that, the mentality behind that mechanism is so that other small businesses, you know that they have a higher acumen that they need to achieve in conducting business and having a professional timetable, as Jocelyn mentioned, just to make sure that everybody's hustling and providing the highest quality product or service that their business can offer. And that's something it's very much in its infancy, and we'll more than likely provide additional updates as the year goes by.
Thank you, OC and Jocelyn. I'm Tony Skrilanis, we were working together on stuff, but I was part of privatizing a couple of the companies that the Navajo Nation owns, and I think the main reason the federal government supports enterprises, why they support tribal enterprises is that a lot of tribes, we don't have a bunch of millionaires that can invest their own capital. And it's really hard it's been really hard in the past to get financing and to collateralize the assets, So enterprises is one avenue that the federal government really does support. There's a whole sector of Section 17, I think there's like Section 17 tribal enterprises that are really viewed as nonprofit entities and really just to put them on a competitive advantage, I think from some of the enterprises are stellar, like DDC, you guys are like operating at optimum levels, you're going nationwide. I think that there's a couple of enterprises that are outliers, but there's a lot of enterprises too that I feel like are kind of like stagnant, and how do we get enterprises to perform at a higher level? How do we, and it's really hard as a nation to go in and to kind of tell, because the enterprises are independent companies, they have their own board of directors. We can't really, we got to treat them as independent. There's a reason we privatize them. Like it would be bad for me to go into Navajo Times and say, I don't like your articles, quit writing about the president. I can't do that. We have a separation of, like a free press, we can't, and the same with business. So that's the challenge is, I guess, is we set up these companies and sometimes it doesn't work out. What do we do when it doesn't work out? Or how do we recorrect and course correct an enterprise? That's just my thinking.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Skrilanis. I think the only Navajo millionaire in here is Mr. Stanford Lake, if he's still in here.
He left.
So that's a great question. You bring a great perspective. There's definitely a need to synchronize the efforts and ambitions of tribal enterprises. That's one of the reasons why definitely shout out to the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. In 2023, you all hosted a Navajo Nation Economic Summit here. And at that time, DDC, with the help of other enterprises, planted a seed. And what's now sprouted just a tiny bit is known as the United Diné Ventures. United Diné Ventures is comprised of all the enterprises of the Navajo Nation, gaming, oil and gas, shopping center, DDC, et cetera, to basically synchronize the tone of our business acumen, of our business ambitions. So we've definitely started, it's gonna create a synchronized capability statement that says, here, these are the things that we can do as tribal enterprises. Here's how much money we've contributed to the Navajo Nation. Here's how much money you can expect us to generate over the next 10 years. So it's basically a synchronized approach to reporting the business that we do. It also creates a perfect avenue to share a common business pipeline. The Net Development Corporation, one of its biggest customers is the United States Air Force. The work that we do for them is cybersecurity, but at one point we were pulled aside and said, hey, are you aware of a tribal enterprise that can provide jet fuel? At the time, we didn't have a conversation line directly to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, but that would have been awesome to see Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company be the exclusive jet fuel provider to the United States Air Force. We didn't have the communication mechanism for it then, but we do have it now. And so the next time we have an opportunity like that presents itself to DDC or other tribal enterprises, hey, I know a guy, meaning we have a tribal enterprise that's capable of joining the team to help expand the Navajo footprint across the global business industry.
I think, so thank you for that. And most recently, for Navajo Nation, I just heard that they're storing Blackhawks for BIA, fire, and emergencies. So those are some of those great initiatives. And again, it's just all about really streamlining and talking. But I think most importantly, too, is that to close it out with this session is change. I'm dealing with change. Who's dealing with change? Who doesn't like change? And one of the things that I've been able to go back and revisit is infuse myself more with tribal council and some of the initiatives happening because of the great works that OC and the rest of the team are doing. And one of the things that I just see is, you know, go back to my story of like 15 years ago when I came here, you know, and came to that Navajo Tribal Council, getting a pulse on Navajo Nation enterprises. We were told at that time by one of our leaders from Denahoto, and what she shared was, we're gonna create plans that are not gonna sit on the shelf for the next 20 years. And unfortunately, a lot of those plans are still sitting on the shelf. And I think that one of the reasons why is that Navajo Nation is just one of those nations that we thrive on change, but when it deals with personal change, it's really hard to communal change. And so one of the things that I know that we've had to do at DDC, and that's kind of the change we're experiencing, is we really thought this was the path that we're going on, but because of the market, because of different circumstances that we can't control outside of the organization, we're gonna need to pivot, even in terms of projects, community, stakeholders. Rather than creating a new thing, I think we need to really take a hard look, maybe within this collective that's come together, is, okay, let's look at this enterprise. When it was created in 1972, when it was created in 1959, this is what they were looking at. But maybe we need to change the articles of incorporation. Maybe we need to change the plan of operation so that it aligns with where we are today rather than creating a new thing, right? So that's one of the things that I really encourage, because I think that's what's really different that was brought up with tourism in terms of tribal departments, tribal enterprises, tribal individual-owned business. We have to be open to change and how to mitigate that, and really have an honest, honest self-reflection of what could we be doing, what can we change, and how it's not anything bad. That's what I'm learning, finally learning that. So change is not bad. Change means growth. Change means a new way of thinking, a newness. So with that, we just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Big round of applause. Thank you, Jocelyn, and thank you, OC. Very, very informative. Okay, that concludes this session, and we'll go on to the next, but we appreciate your time. Yes, Elaine. What's this? Oh, just the next slide. Okay. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Yeah, good job.
Thank you, Elaine. I think we'll have some information with about that one. If I think Joanne will have information about that, or Mabel, of the opportunity fair. But we could go on to our next session. We have Jared coming on again to talk about government contracting again. Yay! Okay, real quick. We did find a phone, so if you're missing a phone, please come talk to myself or Yvette in the back. Okay.
All right. How's everybody feeling? Awake after lunch? Okay. I wanted to hit on one more point about the Hub Zone program. It seemed like there was some interest in that, and I had some conversations after I spoke this morning, and so I wanted to give a little bit of information, and then we'll move into the strategy, business development strategy using mentor protege and joint venture. So the Hub Zone program, historically underutilized business zones, there's a map of all of these zones on the SBA website. So if you do a Google search for Hub Zone map, you'll be able to see exactly where the hub zones are. Now, to qualify as a Hub Zone business, your primary place of business, that means where, your headquarters office, where you do the most work. If you have if you have offices throughout the country, or you have multiple offices, it'll be your primary one, wherever the most employees reside, the majority of your business is done. That has to reside in a Hub Zone. So that's the first requirement. And then the second requirement for everybody but entity-owned or tribally owned hub zones, but for all individually owned hub zones, the second requirement is that 35% of your employees have to live in a hub zone, not work in a hub zone. Their primary residence has to be in a hub zone. So those are the two requirements: principal office, 35% of your employees. Now, you might say, my office is in a hub zone. I looked on the map and it's in a hub zone. But we're a small organization. We've only got 2 or 3 people. None of us live in a hub zone. There are strategic ways that you can hire part-time individuals or utilize leased individuals to be able to meet those requirements. So if you have any questions about that, I can help. There are some strategies. You don't want to stretch the rules. You're not trying to take advantage of the program, but you can employ people that are in hub zones on a part-time basis to help with that. And typically, once you start getting hub zone contracts, you'll find that the people that you hire end up being in hub zones as a result of those contracts. So just some pointers there. All right, let's skip some of this stuff. Is there any questions about service disabled vet or woman-owned small business that I haven't answered yet? Anything that's coming to mind? If not, I'm gonna skip over it for the sake of time. Go ahead. Do we have who has the microphone? Do you have it, Yvette? I'm not sure.
Was there a question? Okay, hold on. For our online audience, sorry.
Again, I just want to mention also too is that with the Hub Zone, it's based on location.
Right.
And when we talk about location, we're talking about address. And a lot of our Navajo businesses really don't have physical addresses. So therefore, if you come upon that, I am with the Division of Economic Development with the Navajo Nation. We can do a verification letter on behalf of the chapter or the community provide that physical verification. So it's all based, I guess, on who you are working with that is that's certifying your hub zone. So I just want to throw that out there because we had that come up several times regarding location address. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Was there also a question back there somewhere? No? Okay. So let's move on. Let's talk about business strategy. Let's talk about how do we actually implement these programs, get into the federal government, start selling to them. What's the trajectory we put ourselves on? If I were starting a small business today, I would get signed up for as many of the programs that we've talked about as I could qualify for. I'm not a minority, so I wouldn't qualify for an 8A. I could do a hub zone if I had was in the right locale. If I was, able, I would definitely go for a 8A. That would be my number one choice. With tribally owned companies, we work with those all the time. Strategic Growth Partners and GovContract Pros, basically one and the same. We work with those all the time, tribal entities, tribes that want to get into the 8A program, that want to start the 8A program, that want to get funding. We have investors that help with that. So 8A program is the first place that I would start. Since I don't qualify personally, I would be partnering with a company that was in the 8A program, strictly for the sole source ability of that program. We talked about earlier where I would start. It wouldn't be on FedBizOps. It would be trying to get some subcontract opportunities first, then trying to get some small opportunities under the simplified acquisition contract threshold of $250,000. Partnering, and during this time I would be attending the events like RES, National 8A Conference, Hub Zone Conference, those type of events to get with other contractors that are out there that are in my industry, and I wouldn't be looking at anybody as a competitor. I would be looking at anybody, where can I add value to your business, that we do something similar together. How can I add value to what you're doing so that we benefit on a win-win basis? The next step would really be, actually before the mentor protege, might be a joint venture. And we'll talk about joint ventures after this, but the joint ventures are basically, there's different levels of relationship that you have with your partners. The simplest is a subcontractor relationship. That's there's not really a lot of commitment there. That might be like a dating relationship, right? Where you're working on a specific opportunity together, you receive a subcontract from them, you perform that work, and hopefully you do a good job and you can do more work with them. A joint venture is where you are creating a new legal entity together. So the joint venture is a standalone company. There is a majority shareholder and a minority shareholder in that. The majority shareholder has to own at least 51% of that joint venture, and that would be the company that holds the most certifications for the things that you want to go after. So if it's 8A, for instance, the 8A company needs to own at least 51% of that joint venture. So that would be a pretty serious relationship where you're forming a new entity together. This program, the Mentor Protege program, is almost like a marriage, especially for the protege. So a mentor at any time can have three smaller companies that it's mentoring. Okay, they're the mentor and they have proteges that they're mentoring. As a protege, as the person that's receiving the help from a larger company, you can only have two mentors in your lifetime, in the lifetime of the company. Right? So you want to be careful about who you choose as your mentor. You want a company that A, is going to have the resources to be able to help you, and B, is going to be willing to make sure that you get value out of that relationship. Okay? So what is the Mentor Protege program? This is an opportunity for small businesses to partner with large businesses, and for the entire group together, for the small and large business together, to be considered a small business in the programs that you're going after contracts for. So if it's an 8A contract, now a large business has an opportunity to be involved in an 8A contract because they are mentoring a company that needs the help and are adding value to that company. So yes, they're benefiting from it because they're able to participate in a contract they typically wouldn't be able to participate in, but the SBA is very, very critical to, of looking at these arrangements to ensure that there is flow down value being added to the protege. It's very important. As you create this relationship with a mentor, or you find a mentor, you know, if you need help finding a mentor, it's something that can be done. We can help you with that. We've got large businesses that are looking for proteges. It is an attractive thing, right? But there is, the relationship has to be set up appropriately. But when you're looking, you want to find a mentor that is going to add value. Can they bring value to your accounting process? Like if you're a one-man accounting team, do they have the robust nature to be able to implement additional resources, systems, maybe an ERP or a more advanced accounting system that's really going to help you to develop and take you to the next level in business? Do they have marketing? Marketing is a huge one. They can help you with your website. They can help you get set up with really professional looking marketing materials to help you with your capability statements. Another big one is when it comes to a proposal. So simplified acquisition thresholds under that $250,000. They're pretty simple proposals. They can be done by, you know, most people that will spend the time and learn, you know, what is required. When you're talking about a full and open competition, or you're talking about a competitive proposal, those are often 75 or 80 pages long. For a small business, they can be very daunting. Now, they are filled with things like resumes and past performance and management plans and things that are sometimes boilerplate. So don't be scared by it, but understand that it takes a lot more effort to get that proposal across the finish line, because it has to be exact too. Anybody in government contracting knows that whenever you write a proposal for a competitive bid, the people that are reviewing that proposal, they may get 80 responses. The first thing they want to do is disqualify as many of those proposals as they can to say, nope, 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 so that they can narrow down the pool to the ones that are really ready to take on that work. And so it's really important when you're writing a proposal, it has to be compliant, it has to meet the requirements of the solicitation. And your mentor can really help. That's where they can add a lot of value, because a large company is probably bidding mostly on full and open competition, meaning that they're bidding against sometimes hundreds of other companies. And so in order for them to be successful, they've had to really make their proposals shine, and they know how to do that, and they can teach you how to do that. That's one of the biggest value adds that a mentor can bring to the relationship. So we've talked about some of the benefits, your ability to do international trade. If you don't have, you know, if you're wanting to get into something that you don't have the reach from a vendor perspective, mentors can really help with that. Things like your back office support we've talked about, and technical assistance. The big advantage of this program is that by being in a mentor-protege relationship, you are mostly, not 100%, but mostly absolving yourself of any affiliation concerns with that entity. So if that large entity you're doing a lot of business with, sometimes it makes sense to be in a mentor-protege relationship, because you can do a lot more work with them and not be considered affiliated. The 3 and 2 rule, there used to be a rule, this has actually changed now, it's just a 2-year rule. What it means is that under the mentor-protege program, you're going to create a joint venture. So think of the mentor-protege program as your new holding company with this large business. You're going to start a JV underneath that mentor-protege entity, right, under that agreement. And that JV is going to be good for 2 years. So you're going to bid on opportunities together, And after you get your first award, the clock starts ticking. Those JVs are only good for a period of time. Those are legal entities, they're standalone entities, but they're only good for 2 years. So after you receive your first contract award, that clock starts ticking, and after 2 years, you can no longer bid on any more contracts with that JV. You can start another JV if the relationship is going well, that you've built a good relationship with that mentor, that you feel like they're getting value, you're receiving value from them, you want to continue on, you can start another JV and have JV 2.0. I've seen as many as 5 or 6. There is a limit. The SBA has said that you may at some point have one too many JVs, and that's kind of it. We haven't seen that limit be reached with any of our clients yet. So it is, we have seen 4, 5, and 6 JVs. The mentor eligibility, they have to be good character. They can't have been banned or disbarred from government contracting. They need to be able to impart value. That's the big thing. Meet obligations outlined in the agreement. So you're going to draft an agreement with them that's going to be approved by the SBA, saying all the value that they're going to add to you and what they're going to get in return. Yep. So it's the items that we talked about here, the benefits, and the value that's added is what are these things that the mentor is bringing to the protege. And like I said, like the proposal writing experience is going to be a big one. The marketing, those type of things are the value that's going to be added. Mentors can have more than one protege at a time. They can have up to 3, but they can't be competitors. So they can't have three proteges in the same industry. Those would be considered competitors. For the protege, they can have 2 mentors. They do have to, the size determination is based on their size determination, not based on the combined size determination. We talked about before NAICS codes. Because they're large businesses that you're mentoring or that you're in a mentor protege, within the confines of those JVs that you create, those JVs are considered small businesses. So even though that's a large business, that's how this program works and benefits small businesses to be able to find those large businesses to partner with. The application is done through the Small Business Administration. You create the application, you create the agreement between the mentor and the protege, and that is approved through the program. And then we've talked a lot about the joint ventures. You do not have to have a mentor-protege agreement to have a joint venture with another small business. So if it's small to small, mentor-protege is not required. But if it's a large business and a small business, mentor-protege is required. So the joint ventures is, at the bottom of the rung is teaming agreements and subcontracting relationships. The next level is joint venture. And then I would say the highest is the mentor protege. These joint ventures, excuse me, are those 2-year vehicles. When you are partnering with somebody that has capabilities that you don't have, if it's another small business, and say that maybe you're brand new, you're in cybersecurity, and you've got a cybersecurity degree, but you don't have any past performance with the federal government, but there's another company that does. The advantage of a joint venture is that you're able to use the past performance of both of your companies combined. So you can use their past performance when bidding on a project together. Do I have any questions? Usually I have a lot of questions about the mentor protege or joint ventures. Can we get that microphone, Yvette?
Yep. Where is it? Hand up?
Right here.
Okay.
Thank you. On the affiliation rule, on the 80 the mentor protege or JV. I just heard you mention on the mentor protege. But I guess my question is, what's the threshold that activates the affiliation rule for a small business?
Yeah. So there are many elements. Here's 3 big ones, okay? Shared ownership. So if that mentor actually owns a piece of your business, it's not just a joint venture that you're partnering together on, but they own a piece of your business, there is a good chance that you're going to be found affiliated. That's shared ownership. Another one is shared management. So this happens all the time in the commercial space. Shared managers, right? You have a manager that's managing multiple entities. In the federal space, you need to be very careful of that because that can lead to affiliation. Sometimes it may not be as clear-cut as, one thing. Like I mentioned before, the totality of circumstances, right? The SBA is looking at the totality of circumstances basically to determine, is somebody able to influence your business and able to have control over your business where you're not actually the person that's calling the shots? That's what affiliation is really looking at, is control, and negative control or just regular control. An example of negative control, if you had a loan agreement with an angel investor, and in that agreement there was a dictate that they needed a majority, you had to have 100% of the board agree to something, and they had a board member, that could be considered negative control, right? Because they're now able to influence your business in a way that shouldn't be, not necessarily allowable, but it makes you affiliated. It makes you kind of one in the same company. They have control over you, so they're influencing your company, and that's where that affiliation issue comes in. So I talked about 2. I talked about shared ownership, shared management, even shared office space. Is something to consider. It's not that one's not a guarantee. Just because there's lots of reasons to share office space, right? That doesn't necessarily make you affiliated. But again, the SBA is going to look at the totality of circumstances and see, is there control that's happening as a result of this? Did I answer all your questions?
Yeah, I guess one more. Does contract value
So the question was, does contract value have an influence on affiliation? The answer is it can. If you have all of your business from one entity, that entity essentially has control over you, right? Or even if it's just a couple of, you're getting the majority of your business from somebody that, from one company, and it's likely that company has influence over you and has some measure of control. So it's not black and white. Does that mean it's affiliated? No, we would have to really look at all of the circumstances to advise as to yes or no, whether we feel there's a high risk that the SBA would find those entities affiliated, but there is that risk there. The mentor-protege agreement, though, helps subside a lot of those things. You can do a lot more business together and not be considered affiliated if you have an approved mentor-protege agreement in place, because that way the SBA has reviewed all of the contractual relationships that you have, and 2, they're looking, to see that there's value added, that there's not a negative control. They've already searched the documents, I guess.
So sometimes I wonder, I see a lot of value for the mentee side, on the mentor-protege. Mm-hmm. What are the values on the mentor side?
The mentor, yeah.
So
the mentor benefits being able to participate in 8A contracts, in being able to participate in HubZone contracts. Maybe they aren't HubZone certified. So they're participating in maybe a woman-owned contract or service-disabled vet contract that they wouldn't be able to. Also, in a typical subcontracting relationship, you have the prime contractor has to do a certain amount of self-performance. And especially in the 8A program, they look at that a lot to make sure that the 8A company is performing at least 51%. With a mentor protege, that can increase to 40, or it can decrease for the prime contractor or for the small disadvantaged business to be 40%, and the mentor can take up to 60% through that relationship. So that's another advantage for the mentor. I think we've covered all of these. Facility clearances. Is anybody looking at it doing any cleared work? Secret, top secret? No? We'll just skip that then. Okay, let's talk about some of the trends in the federal contracting space. So these numbers are 2023. I just got 2024's numbers this morning, so they aren't updated. But I can tell you that that top line, where it's 640 billion, is really close to 750 billion in 2024. So a lot of contract spending. If I were to make, a prediction based on the next 4 years, with all of the talk about government efficiency and things of that nature, I would anticipate that government contracting is going to increase because there's at least the perception that contractors can be more efficient than government workers in some cases. And so I think, that trajectory is probably going to continue to increase over the next 4 years. The largest markets, I don't think those will change much, there's a big one that's on the rise though, and that is, it kind of falls under professional services. It's in the 5-4 category. It's cybersecurity. All government contractors are having cybersecurity regulations and requirements imposed upon them through CMMI and other vehicles, but it looks like they finally, after they've been talking about this for, 5, 6, maybe more years. I can't even keep track now about having these cybersecurity requirements. It seems like they finally landed on the CMMC model. Sorry, not CMMI, CMMC model. The manufacturing, I think, will continue to increase, especially, Buy American is going to continue to increase in the next 4 years, I think. Waste management and remediation, those are typically for large installations, agencies, bases, things like that. Those will continue to be required, but depends on how things pan out remotely or not. If these big government buildings stay in place, or they call people back in the office, or it goes to more remote working, that could be impacted. Construction, I think, will always increase, especially because we've got the infrastructure bill that's already been passed. So those monies are already, starting to flow out and being spending. So that's something that's going to continue to increase. And then this bottom, I think it's 183 billion was awarded to small business in 2024, I think is the number. Don't quote me on that 100%, but that's what I'm requiring. This is how the federal contract spending has transpired over the last 15 years or so. You can see that it's relatively stable. We've seen some growth and maybe some leveling out at this new higher level, and that will probably likely, like I said, likely continue, maybe even increase. The contracting spending has the potential to increase. When there's a lot of things that we hear about in the news, a lot of political things that are going on, and I would say that there's probably pros and there's definitely cons to the administration that's coming in. It was the same with the administration going out. I think that in the Obama era, there was this big push towards procurement efficiency. And so we'll talk at the very end, we'll talk about category management and some of the things that were implemented in category management under the Obama administration that have kind of been undone over the last, with Trump and Biden. I think those things are very good for small business. Category management really had a negative impact on small business, and I'll touch more about that. I try to stay very politically neutral. Like, I think that there's good things that happen and there's bad things that happens with any administration. So, it all depends on how you're looking at it. But when you're talking about things like executive orders, right? When you have a president coming in and they're saying, day one, we're going to have executive orders that do this and this and this. That's that first one. That's policies. They can be implemented quickly, but they have the least effect overall of these three. They do have the ability to impact, but they don't have as great of an impact as regulations or laws. Regulations, and we just had some new SBA regulations that were just passed related to the Hub Zone program. And so those take a little bit longer, maybe up to 36 months to implement those changes. And they typically have open sessions where they take questions and answers, and they're inviting people to comment, and then they implement those rules, or they propose rules, they see what the comments are on those rules, and then they implement those. So that process does take time, about 36 months. So when you're hearing, I guess the reason I'm saying this is when you're hearing that there's going to be vast changes coming, some of those things may take 3 or 4 years. If it's a law that we're trying to get through the House and Congress and all of these, it's got to be signed by the president, all those things, that takes time. So it's not necessary to run around with our heads on fire thinking that this is the world's falling down around us. It might be, but it's probably going to be 3 or 4 years before we really see the effects of it. Both administrations, I think, have tried to increase small business. I think both, Democrat and Republican have tried to increase small business. They're favorable to small business. They understand that that's what makes our economy go round. I'll skip a lot of these administration priorities of Biden just because we're really close to the end, and it may not have a huge impact. How much time do I have left? About 20 minutes. There are a couple, I guess, that will probably carry over. This one. So this is the one I mentioned, category management. Category management is the use of what are called best-in-class vehicles. There was an acronym up there earlier called GWACS, G-W-A-C-S, GWACS, Government-Wide Acquisition Contracts. These are giant vehicles with multi-agencies are working together to procure from these giant vehicles. They're often, when you hear about a $50 billion contract, that's one of these best-in-class vehicles. It has a pool of contractors that have to get on the vehicle at the beginning. And there's a certain amount of large business and small business that are allowed to be onboarded when those contracts are open. When those contracts are open, the onboarding occurs, but when the contracts are closed, meaning that open period has ended, those are the only contractors that are on that vehicle for the next 5 to 8, sometimes 10 years. So this was meant by the Obama administration to make things more efficient, to reduce the number of contracts that the government had to administer, right? Sounds good in theory that you would have more efficiency, but the negative effects that I don't think they understood at the time was that a lot of small businesses just didn't know how to get on those programs. They didn't have the capability or the capacity to be savvy enough to get on a $50 billion contract. And once you're on that contract, then you have to compete against the other people that are on that contract for every solicitation that comes out through it. So there's still limited competition that comes through that. So overall, I'm not a big fan of category management. It was not good for small business, and I'll share some graphs about that. But what I was going to say here is that when the on-ramps occurred and there was discouragement of off-ramps, so the Biden administration basically through executive order tried to undo some of the impacts of the category management and make those more favorable to small businesses. And so this was one of the things that they did. Let me go, I might come back to a couple of these, but let me go to the end here for a minute and talk about this category management, because it is still in place. It's still a big factor for how, if you can't qualify for an 8A certification, if you can't qualify for HubZone or you can't qualify for women-owned, then this is your avenue. Category management, the best-in-class vehicles are your avenue. And there is a strategy to make it work. And so I want to talk about that. Let's go to this slide here. So here's some examples of best-in-class vehicles that are out there. You might recognize the names of some of these. Chess, Army Chess contract is a cybersecurity contract. STARS, I'm sure STARS may have come up in your discussions at some point. Alliant. These are all Oasis. These are all examples of best-in-class vehicles. So if you can't qualify under any of the programs and you can't partner with an 8A business, which I would argue that anybody can partner with an 8A business, I think that you should really focus on that. But if you're focused on the things that are coming through these contracts, if what you sell is bought through these contracts, then you need to recognize how they work. And if you're not in an onboarding period for these contracts, and so basically it's locked out for the next 5 to 8 years, then you have to find a company that's already on the schedule that you can partner with and enter into competition for these opportunities. Another thing, category management was pretty rough on small business. Here's the number of participating small businesses between 2011 and 2023. I think this is largely due to category management because the government wanted fewer contracts, right? So when you have fewer contracts, you ultimately have fewer contractors. It's harder to get into the space. It's harder to break into the space. So that declined over time. I think we're going to see this start to recover because I think everybody's on board with the case that that these need to improve. The new entrants to small business have really been impacted from this. Through we've got data here through 2019. I think that this has picked up a little bit from 2019, but just go back here to this one. Not all small business were impacted equally. In the DC Beltway, for instance, if you're in the right area, if you're in a federal center, if you're in Colorado, or you're in Washington, D.C., or you're in certain parts of Texas where there's a big federal center, those small businesses were building partnerships. They were getting on these best-in-class vehicles. They were partnering with other people on there, and their business was increasing. That's the red line. In certain areas, in certain districts, there was a big advantage for them. But the average small business in rural America or in Arizona or places that didn't have a federal center, things were really stagnant. So where other people were seeing a lot of growth, there was a lot of stagnation among small businesses. So. Any questions? I think we'll end there with any questions that you've got. Okay.
So the question is, we are a nonprofit organization. Can we take advantage of any contracts?
So a nonprofit organization. So yes, a nonprofit can qualify under these same programs. There's really no reason that a nonprofit couldn't be considered a disadvantaged business and participate in the same programs that we've talked about, as far as I know. Any specific questions about your business and how you might, apply these programs? Anything, challenges that you're facing? Maybe we can take the last few minutes. I'd be happy to discuss those.
Thank you. You really helped me with the women-owned business certification. There's various certifications out there, and I've been in business for quite a while, 7 years, and been doing really well without that. But I need that for me to scale up to where my business plan wants to take me. So you really helped with that, and then clarifying the process. I think I did what most people did. I went to SAM first. And that's just like, jumping in the ocean. I mean, that's craziness. And I'm just now wrapping my head around the actual process. So you've helped answer some of those questions. I still may be reaching out on just some other things in my notes. But, with me scaling up, I don't want my entire business portfolio in contracts. My goal is like 35%. I don't want my entire book of business, you know what I mean, that space. So what you mentioned, something I thought was interesting, was the mentor, mentee, that piece. So can your mentor be your partner, your client?
Yes. Yeah, they can be. I think that in order for you to get the best advantage, like the reason to have it in the mentor protege program would be that you want to go after government contracts together, right? Like if you can, with any company in a commercial sense, if they're your client and you feel like you can add additional value to them and you want to try and, receive some in-kind services from them, to work together, you can do that with anybody. The mentor protege program is meant specifically so that you can partner with a large business and go and enter the federal marketplace using their resources, their past performance, their personnel, their staff, all of the 800-pound gorilla that they bring to the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm glad
no
I was hesitant to ask that question. I'm glad I did.
No, that's good. Yeah, no, and the women-owned small business, it is a good certification, but the first thing you want to check, even I would say before you look in there, go check and make sure that the industry that you're in qualifies for set-aside contracts in the women-owned small business program. I'm not saying don't do the program, but your best bang for your to spend your dollars and effort and time to get the certification is if you know that your industry is one that can be set aside through the women-owned small business program. And the women-owned small business program is a little bit narrower. It is meant to advance women in underutilized, in industries where they're typically underutilized. So if you're in an industry like that, there's a good chance that that'll be a benefit to you. But if you're not, then it might not be a great benefit to you. I'm just saying, check it out beforehand. You can go on the SBA website. Yeah. There's a question in the back. Oh, do you have a question too? Just hang on.
For the medical supply industry, the distributor, is that good for WOSB, women?
I don't know off the top of my head. No, there's too many of those to know. No, the place, the way you do it is you go to the Small Business Administration, go to the Women-Owned Small Business, and find the categories that they're able to set aside. It's really clear. Okay. Yeah, just like do a Google search for women-owned small business set-aside categories.
Okay.
It'll pop up. There was a question in the back.
Yes, hi. I actually had 3 questions. So the mentorship or the mentor protege, do they have to also be 8A at that time?
No.
And then do you have to have a joint venture with them?
So the joint venture comes after the mentor protege. So you get a
okay.
mentor protege agreement in place,
I see.
and then when you're going after contracts together, you set a joint venture in place, and you do it under the joint venture.
Is there a time limit on the 8A, like, or the mentor protege program?
So it can be in places. I believe it can be in place as long as the protege is in the program that they're in. If it's the 8A program, I might have to check on that. There's something sticking in my mind about 5 years or 4 or 5 years, but I think it's as long. I think it can be renewed as long as the protege is in the program. But if you want to get my card after, I will follow up with you on the specifics on that. And what was your third question? Oh yeah, this PowerPoint will be available. Kaya can send it out to you. There's a lot of information in here that we didn't have a chance to go through. Some of it I think is a little bit not so relevant because we're at the end of a political term, and so a lot of the administration things that I usually talk about, they're all going to change, and we're going to find out in the first 100 days. We're going to have a good idea of what the next 4 years is going to look like. Right now, it's kind of all up in the air.
Hey, Jared, on the CMMC requirement that's been implemented, what's the pros and cons for small businesses on that?
Okay, so the pros are that if you do it, you can do business with the government. The cons are it is a big rock that they come and beat you over the head with. It does cost, yeah. No, it's something that our IT department works with a lot of entities to get put into place. There's different levels of the capability maturity model and for cybersecurity. And level 1 is a self-certification. It's not really relevant much anymore in the government contracting space. It looks like level 2 is going to be the minimum requirement. Level 2 does have certain NIST standards that there's questionnaires that you go through and you evaluate your business, and then somebody comes in and basically checks on that. So that process, it's not terrible. The level 2 is not too bad. When you start getting into when you are part of the cybersecurity community, when you're providing cybersecurity services to the government, then you have to be CMMC level 3 and up. So I think there's 5 total levels. Yeah.
I just wanted to add on to your the level 2.
Yeah.
And we just finished a migration over to level 2. And I think what you're going to find in that migration is a lot of it is policy. You can kind of refer to it like safety. It's like being compliant with OSHA and certain standards, and it's about policies, and it's about security and restrictions and best practices. So there is a lot of that isn't the end of the world. Yeah. What you are going to find is going to be a little bit of a culture shock, is going to be sometimes the cost. Because right now, to be at CMMC level 2, and he's right, 1 is really no one's really going for 1, they're going for 2. To be at 2, your email, you have to be migrated into a GCC environment through Microsoft. It's not something that you can just go get. You've got to qualify for it. And we're finding that a particular email, an email that I used to pay $8 a month for, costs $57 a month now because that email may have CUI. So, a lot of our emails went from $8 to $12 a month per email address. I have 70 employees, so I have 62 emails. A lot of them went to $57 a month, and some of them went to $37, and a few went to $12. You're used to level 1 IT support, whomever might provide it. If that person doesn't have similar type of security levels that can protect you, you're going to see your cost for level 1, 2, or 3 MSP or MSSP go way up, because now that person that's providing that service to you is providing it to a level 2. So there's much more of a lift on their side. So, you know, for a level 1 seat, I went from $75 to $189 per computer. So those are just things that you might want to all keep in mind. Jump into it now, because if you wait, they finally flipped the switch, right? They kept moving the goalposts, and now they flipped the switch and it's live. And what a lot of people are trying to get in line to get qualified, and there's nobody to do it. So, you know, if you are going to do federal contracting at that level, suggest you jump on it quickly.
Yeah, start working on it today, I agree. There's a question back there.
Well, I just wanted to speak on it as well. You know, the CMMC, we like to think of it as, you know, a big rock that we're getting hit with. At the same time, these are security standards that and vulnerabilities that the government has recognized, and we've been hit in these ways. So the CMMC, this is the government's way of saying, hey, we need to protect ourselves, and especially if you have confidential or important information, you need to be protecting that.
Yeah.
So don't look at it as just this rock that we're getting hit with. Look at it as a way to protect yourself, as a way to protect your company and your employees, your family. You know, this is a way, we're in a cyber age now. You know, we have a lot of vulnerabilities, a lot of cyber attacks are constantly happening. You know, our company is Dandy IT. We do cybersecurity. We see this daily. Yeah. And so that's the whole purpose of the CMMC, is to protect you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've seen a lot of attacks. Our clients, you know, I think the social attacks are the biggest ones that we're seeing still. But more and more, they're able to hack into emails, get email passwords, and then send emails on behalf of that individual. And that can do a lot of damage. We had a client who received an email to approve and send out a payment against an invoice. And they did, because it came from their own internal emails. So CMMC, these migrations to these protected Microsoft email environments are, you know, with multi-factor authentication and things like that, are meant to improve that and reduce the ability for that to happen. But be vigilant. All right, I think that's my time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I've enjoyed the time together. So.
Well, yeah, again, thank you for hanging out with us, especially after lunch. That was a good lunch that we had. But we wanted to bring together this panel to focus on international trade. And these two right here, Fernando from the U.S. Commercial Services of the Arizona Phoenix office, he is the Senior International Trade Specialist. We do have an agreement, a strategic partnership with the U.S. Commercial Services, and so we work in tandem with presenting at each other's events and helping to bring the discussion about on international trade and some of the issues that come to light. And then we also have Karen Allen from our Small Business Administration Office of Northern Arizona. Karen is the new trade specialist, right? Just Yep, trade officer. All right. Again, I'm Joanne Begay-Nota, and I'll have Fernando go ahead and start us out. But we really wanted to present information on the essentials of exporting and how you can grow your business in international trade. And Fernando's going to explain more about the benefits and maybe some of the challenges and potential markets you could have. I know that from the U.S. Department of Commerce, they tell us that 95% of business is outside of the United States. So we're actually just tapping into a small portion of the opportunities that are available here in the United States as compared to the international markets. And so I'll give the microphone over to Fernando and have him give us a lot of information. And I hope that you will be able to come up with some good questions, and we'll do the discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone, for being here today after lunch, especially. I don't see a lot of coffee out there, so bear with us here for a second. We're going to switch gears from the last presentations, where it was very technical with a lot of details, talking about a lot of programs that the SBA manages, which Karen knows best. Yes, I'm with the government. I'm here to help, literally. Just with a quick show of hands before this session, how many of you folks have heard of the U.S. Commercial Service? 2, okay, perfect. So I have my 2 experts here with me, so that's great. We are a federal government agency, part of the U.S. Department of Commerce, which is in charge of assisting businesses export, meaning we help small businesses enter to new markets in foreign countries, right? It's very specific what we do. You have a question? Following, perfect. Thank you, sir. I like the enthusiasm. You're going to be my point of reference. I'm moving on. Let me see how this is going to work. Too much technology for me. Okay, here. So this is kind of our main slide with all the information about what we do and what we are. And if you don't mind, I'm going to stand up because I want to see what I'm talking about. They switched my presentation here, and they give me this new version. You know, government. They just make things easier for us. Anyways, so there are a lot of advantages of getting assistance from our agency. Our agency, it's a government agency again. We don't charge for our services. You're already paying your taxes. Thank you for that. But some of our services that are issued by our foreign offices, we have 2 sides, the domestic and the foreign side. We have offices all over the world at the U.S. Embassy and consulates around the world. So we will get more into that. So there is a fee-based service, and there is we don't charge anything. We basically don't make money. We just recuperate the money that we spend on assisting the companies. This is a basic overview of all the services. Obviously, on the domestic side, we provide counseling. We provide expert information on those markets. We can sit down one-on-one with somebody, and we can bring somebody that deals specifically with export controls. And we can get you somebody from the EU office that's going to tell us what is needed for your product or service to be exported to that market, for example. We can do market intelligence. We have a lot of reports online at our webpage at trade.gov. At the bottom of the slides, you're going to see our webpage, trade.gov. Has a ton of information on how to export. We also, one of the best services that we provide to small companies is the matchmaking services that we provide. We have a service that is called the Gold Key service, and that service is designed to help U.S. businesses make connections in foreign markets in order to make a business. So we make that first introduction for you to make a sale or make a connection to make a sale. Everything has to lead to a sale. We are very oriented in getting results for our clients. That's what keeps us busy, if you will, and alive. We also do advocacy. On the advocacy side, most of the advocacy is done when government contracts are up for bid in foreign countries. So the US government, what it does is that it goes with the foreign government just to make sure that they are abiding by all the rules, and the US companies have a fair shot, basically, in a nutshell, if you will. Like I mentioned before, we have a global presence. We have a presence in 106 cities over the US. We're small offices. The Phoenix office only has 2.5 people right now due to budget cuts, but all of our offices are relatively small. We have offices all over the US. We serve our territories. That means that the Phoenix office serves the whole Arizona, the whole state of Arizona. So all of the businesses in Arizona are our clients. If somebody calls from New Mexico, I have to refer them to my colleague in New Mexico. New Mexico also has only one person there. So we're small offices, but we do a lot with exporters. We also have offices in foreign markets. You can see there we have 127 offices in 80 countries all over the world. So we are co-located with the US consulate and embassies. We have our own commerce door there on the side where we can help. And actually, Karen used to be one of those officers in a foreign country. You did Mexico and Mexico City, right? You were there for a few years. Perfect. So what we do, the main part of my job is to help businesses get the basic information on how to export and broker the services that we have in foreign markets. So my job is to help the companies be export ready. Once companies are export ready and know everything that is needed to be ready to export, shipping, logistics, foreign exchange rates, regulations, domestic and foreign, export controls from the U.S. side and export controls, import controls on the market side, product registrations, all of those things, and probably I'm forgetting a couple of them, but I have to make sure that the companies are ready and able to go through all those hoops and holes in order to make those sales and make those connections they're going to make, to make them profitable, if you will. And I'll explain later why is that important. And also we have an e-commerce lab. And nowadays a lot of companies are doing business through e-commerce, so we can help those businesses get their websites up and ready for e-commerce globally. Like I mentioned before, we have a lot of information on market intelligence. One of the best reports that I can point companies to all the time, and I use it myself as a resource, are the country commercial guides, the top one on my left-hand side. Country commercial guides are updated on an annual basis by our staff in those foreign offices. So we get one country commercial guide for 125 countries. They all have 8 sections where they go from best practices to business customs to regulations, best prospect markets. We cover a lot of information. It's updated on a yearly basis, so it's a really, really good tool, and it's there for free. So whenever you cannot sleep at night, just go download one of those guides for X, Y, and Z market, and it's going to be a good reading. We can also do what we call an initial market check. This is one of the fee-based services that we provide. So if you have a product and you don't know if the product is good for the market, we can do an initial market check for you. The service right now costs $350 for a small company. Most states will have what they call a step grant that they will cover the fees for our services. So this is a great tool, and we see these service being used a lot for companies that are novices in entering foreign markets, just to see if the product fits the market. The international company profile is a very good service as well, because this helps the company make sure that the buyer or the foreign person asking you for information about your products, you can make sure through us we can vet them and see if they're real, if they have a good business track record. You know, we can do all this due diligence on your behalf. No, the initial market check, the top one is $350. That one, the company profile, it's a little bit more work. So it's about $750. $750, yes, and we do it per country, per contact, if you will. And it has to be a company. It cannot be a person. It has to be a business, if you will. Because then, you know, to look for information for a particular person is hard. It's easier to find information for a company. So Fernando Jimenez is going to try to buy you, don't sell to him. You know, you don't know who he is. But if he's part of an ABC company, then you can track ABC company and do their track record. So market research, the basic information is there. We can help you customize those as well. How do we do with time? We good with time? This is a bit more services, more specific services. I would like probably to point out here the international partner search on the left-hand side. That partner search, it's a very common use one as well. When the companies, you know, if you're not ready to travel and have the Gold Key service, which is one-on-one meetings in person with those potential partners, we can just create a list on your behalf. And it's going to be a customized list based on your services, based on your products, based on that market, and based on your goals on that market as well. These companies are going to be pre-vetted. We're going to talk to them. We're going to make sure they want to do business with you. So we're going to give you a list of 5 to 7 business partners that are pre-vetted and ready, hopefully, to buy your products. That service is about $950. Same as the Gold Key service. The Gold Key service is the same thing as the IPS, but we arrange in-person meetings for you to go and meet with them, sit down and see how they're doing business, where are they doing it, out of the garage, out of a warehouse, out of wherever they are located, right? And we'll send somebody with you from the embassy to those appointments as well. We also attend and promote events to make sure that the companies learn about markets. The best way to learn about a market is to attend to a trade event that is in your industry sector. There are many events globally. There are many in the US that are global attendance. That's a great way to feel the market and how the market works in your sector. Not the aerospace sector is very different as to the defense sector, as to the safety security sector, as to the manufacturing sector. They all work different ways, and there's different requirements from the buyers or the sales representatives that are looking to represent US companies. So it's very important to attend those trade shows. I think that the best information that you can get is firsthand out of those shows. You can see other projects, see the competition as well. And also for that one, the state of Arizona, the Arizona Commerce Authority has a STEP grant, and they usually have state pavilions that are free for Arizona businesses to go with them as part of the Arizona Pavilion. So that's a great opportunity there. By the way, the STEP grant is funded by the SBA as well, but is given to each state to promote exports, if you will. Our main event is Trade Winds, which is a trade missions. We call trade missions when we arrange meetings. We go as a group. You know, usually Trade Winds can have around 125, 140 companies attending these events. These are located all over the world. This year, I think they're going to Brazil, and you can go to 5 other countries: Argentina, Chile, Peru, and other 2 that I don't recall, as long with Brazil. where we will do a sort of a seminar to tell you about the markets, what the best ways to enter based on your product or services, and we can arrange also one-on-one meetings on those other stops. So it's a great opportunity. It's a yearly event, and we always change the locations where we would do this. I think last year was the Middle East or something like that. And we already talked about the Advocacy Center, so I'm just gonna move from this one. Why do we care? Why do we care about helping U.S. companies export? Why does the government want to increase exports? It's because we think that if a business has more markets, more than just the domestic market, they're going to be more resilient, right? They're going to be able to withstand any crisis in every part of the world or domestically. So this is why it's so important. Plus, 70% of the world's purchasing power is outside, like Joanne just mentioned earlier, right? The opportunity is out there, and I was just reading a statistic right now that I have on my notes, that it says that only 5% of the total U.S. small businesses export. And out of those 5% that export, they only 50% of those export only to one market. That means that they have plenty of opportunities to export to other markets. And there's resources to help, right? And just comparing to other countries, our export by volume is really, really low. So there is a lot of opportunity out there. There's a lot of people that will say, well, the US is the largest marketplace. It is. Is that the size of Germany? Of course, Germany is very small. We are huge. We can be the whole EU. So it is also, it depends on the company, right? For some companies, it may be right just to stay within the US. It is a huge market as well. But if you want to grow, if you want to do more, if you want to diversify your source of revenue, companies must consider exporting. I sort of cover all these. Of course, we're results driven. We assist companies, and because we want to make them successful in those markets, right? We don't want to waste anybody's time or waste any resources. And all the resources are precious. Our time is precious. So we really, really want to help U.S. companies export. This is just some facts. I'm not going to read them. I'm just going to fly through them so we have enough time for Karen. Okay, this is a great slide, which I hadn't seen before. For every dollar appropriated to the commercial service, we return $360 to the U.S. economy. So that's why our services matter. Just some numbers about the state of Arizona. Oh, it was not updated there. Okay, 76,000 jobs supported. From exports, sorry about the typo there. So it should be Arizona and Kentucky companies. 6,000 companies, those are all Arizona numbers. It just, I don't know what happened there. It didn't update. And 88% of Arizona exporters are small and medium sized. So we do have a lot of companies small in Arizona that are exporting. The big ones are the minority, if you will. And in 2023, we did $29 billion, which is, we've been growing up on that table for many years. And as you can imagine, Mexico and Canada are the two largest markets. And I think it's because of proximity and the USMCA as well. It helps a lot, right, to have those trade agreements in place. With that, this is the team in Arizona. So if you need assistance, please do not hesitate to contact us. We also work very closely with the Arizona Commercial Authority. Like I mentioned before, they're the ones that manage the STEP grant for the state. So we do work very closely with them. We also have a sort of a nonprofit arm, which is the Arizona District Export Council. Those are 35 small business members that are appointed by the Secretary of Commerce to assist us in helping U.S. businesses export. So thank you so much. I will turn it over to Karen, and then we'll do some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Once upon a time, I worked at the United States Department of Commerce with Fernando, and I'm really glad that he went first in this part of the presentation, because oftentimes a small business will be, especially now with the internet, contacted via their Contact Us page by a foreign buyer. And maybe their employee will do a quick internet search and it looks good. Maybe they think they're willing to sell. Immediately, my first advice would be contact commercial service. All the products and services that he's talking about can help you decide whether that buyer is real, whether that's a commercial relationship that you want to enter into. So assuming you do work with commercial service, or you guys somehow decide that yes, this is a commercial relationship I want to enter into that's international, I'll talk today about international trade finance. So it's a little bit different than your domestic trade finance, but it's important, and we work very closely with STEP, which is through the state of Arizona. National Center now has a STEP program as well, and then working very closely with commercial service. So the ecosystem is small, we work closely, and we work closely for your success. That's one of the things that we're most invested in. So I serve as the Native American Affairs Representative and the District International Trade Officer for SBA's district office. Very quickly, I know we're limited on time, but I just want to give a little bit of background about the SBA. I think you guys know about it because you've had some sessions today, so that'll be fast. SBA's loan portfolio, which is the basis for our international portfolio, and then I'll move into sort of international right away. But we are a government agency founded in 1953 by President Dwight Eisenhower, and we are exclusively devoted to supporting U.S. Small businesses. We're at the cabinet level, and we support America's 34 million, going on 35, small businesses. We do want to help American businesses sell overseas. Again, the statistic you often hear, 95% of the world's customers are beyond America's borders. So we can help you reach them and sell to them profitably with our partners, with our products. And so today we'll talk a little bit about some of those loan financing products that SBA has available. So these, I'm not gonna read them off, but SBA serves United States small businesses through what we call the 3 C's: counseling, capital, contracting, and then we also have a D called disaster. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. We have disaster, but for C, the capital, the C stands for capital. In this regard, we have something called the 7A program. The 7A program, you can think of it as a tree trunk. There are going to be different branches coming off the 7A tree, but essentially, they're going to be following 7A rules. So this is an overview of some of the 7A rules that apply to SBA lending. Most small businesses start out with domestic SBA lending. There's a few programs we have that can do both, and I'll jump into those a little bit later. But just to understand, we have what's called our flagship loan program, the 7A, and these are the requirements. It's a guarantee, which means we help the lenders feel comfortable to loan to folks that they might not otherwise loan to. And so that's expanding access to capital. The guarantee is not EE, like for sure you're getting the loan. It's a Y, which means it's kind of a backstop. If you think about, it's a backstop for the bank against loss. SBA is not a direct lender. We use a network of SBA certified lenders, and they follow these loan programs. And when you go to seek capital, it's really good for you to know this is what they're working off of. So I'm gonna move ahead. So SBA has at least, well, we have a lot of permutations in our loan portfolio for domestic and international. These three programs, the SBA Express program, the 7A, and our cap lines, these can serve both domestic and international clientele. So if you're working domestically, you're selling in the channels you normally sell to. Maybe you do government subcontracting, maybe you have some commercial work that you do and you're selling directly to private sector. SBA 7A loans, these three, they can keep you moving forward and growing. If you start to notice that you're getting international attention and, you know, can I start extending terms to these buyers? These finance vehicles can help you. Again, earlier today, Deborah was speaking, and I'll speak about some of our other resource partners at the end, but SBDC, WBC, SCORE, VBOC, Veterans Business Outreach Centers, all of these folks are part of SBA's resource network. National Center is too. So they can help you determine what your capital needs are. Maybe they're helping you put together a business plan, putting together your financials, look with commercial service, vetting this potential client, and then going and seeking capital. If you're already banking with an SBA lender, sometimes they've opted into the international programs. Not every SBA lender takes part in the SBA lending programs, but the resource partners can help you to identify which lenders would be a good fit. So again, the 7A, I know that was covered today, so I'm going to jump through. So for our SBA's Office of International Trade, we want to help U.S. companies expand and sell profitably overseas. We know that it can seem challenging and daunting, but we have resources and partners to assist. In particular, we have an international finance team that's dedicated across the nation, and this is the map. Our service centers out of California, Irvine and Los Angeles, are both supporting us. And they can help you when you decide that you want to go start selling overseas and you have a client that's viable to do so. So it's government, so there are going to be some rules and regulations. We have SBA has rules and regulations about what they define as an export sale. It's important because it helps you to be eligible for this financing, which is a beneficial form of financing. There's the traditional kind of sale that you think of, and that it's here from America and it leaves the country. But there are also some other kinds of sales that will qualify as an export sale with SBA. One is the domestic to foreign, like I mentioned. There's a category foreign to foreign where the transaction sells to a foreign buyer, but the goods don't necessarily leave the United States, but it's sold to a foreign buyer. That would qualify. There's another category that has become more prevalent. It is indirect exporting. It's when you're part of a supply chain. You're not selling overseas directly, but your client is. So for example, we have a client, it's in Michigan. They manufacture seatbelts. Ford Motor Company exports their vehicles. They qualify for SBA export financing because their buyer exports. So again, sometimes it gets a little murky I would direct you over to U.S. Commercial Service or SBDC or our other resource partners that help with exporting to help you sort of figure that out. But if it does fall into the category of what is defined as an export, then the financing would in theory be something you'd be eligible for. So 3 and now 4, we have a 4th program that just came online since the slide was made, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. And Deborah did mention it, but we have 3 export loan programs. Again, if you're at all familiar with the 7A program, these are sort of a reflection of what we have on the SBA domestic side. So we had an express program in SBA domestic. It can also serve as international, but we have an export express program. So that's available, and again, I'm not really gonna go into the terms, but it's available. The International Trade Loan Program is also available. It's a very interesting loan. It is a loan, so again, applying for the loan, qualifying for the loan, justifying the needs for the use of proceeds for the loan, come back to an export business plan, which Commercial Service can help you put together. STEP program through the state of Arizona can help you put together. The lender will need to see it to justify the use of these loan programs. And then export working capital. We have export working capital for when you have an order that's overseas that you need to fulfill, but you haven't received full payment yet. Maybe you have milestones. So the export working capital loan can assist you. And we also have what's now called the Working Capital Pilot Program, which is also available foreign and domestic. These are the international finance managers that support this loan program. It gets, I guess I would say, quite detailed when you're evaluating whether or not you're going to go forward with one of these programs, but it's not insurmountable. So we put this up here just to let you know that we stand ready to assist. Again, for Arizona, Pelson Lau out of Los Angeles and Martin out of Irvine support our international, our companies in Arizona that want to export. They're readily available and they can help you, create the deal structure that you need to get the financing. For the restrictions, again, United States government, there are some restrictions around this loan. They're kind of, I think, intuitive. So there's another U.S. Agency that helps support exports. It's called the EXIM Bank, Export-Import Bank of the United States. It's mostly focused on exports rather than imports. But they put together a list of entities and countries where you're not allowed to export. So again, kind of intuitive, but Cuba, Iran, North Korea, this loan you can't use to sell to these countries. OFAC sanctioned parties, kind of a similar thing, just blacklisted by the American government. You don't want to run afoul from that. Your lender will run these checks. Your international loan specialist will also let you know if you're getting an inquiry from Iran or North Korea. Maybe you're going to have to let that one go. So they'll help out with that. The Export Express, if you already have SBA lending capability, so you're already working with the lender, working with SBA loans, they can add these facilities to your loan, your own personal or corporate loan portfolio. Again, working with the lender, you already have a relationship with that lender. You can speak with them about it. When you let them know that you're working with the SBDC, that you're working with Commercial Service, you're using Commercial Service products, it helps a lender be comfortable as well. And they also have the guarantee, which is the guarantee against loss. So once the buyer has been vetted, and especially if you get foreign receivables insurance from something like the Exim Bank, you and your banker, your lender, can feel comfortable about moving forward in international markets. And this is kind of a cut and paste. If you do this for Canada, then you do it for Mexico. Then you can do it for countries, you know, one by one, once you sort of get your feet wet for your first couple countries and cities within the countries. If you decide to do different distributions in different regions, you'll become familiar with it. Your lender will become familiar with it. You grow your own new branch, so to speak, for exporting, and the comfort level rises, not only internally with your own company, but also with your SBA lender. The international trade loan, this is one of our most robust trade loans, but it does require a fair amount of detail. This is specifically for exporting. It doesn't exist on the domestic side. And again, depending on how you want to structure payment terms for your exports, especially SBDC, National Center as well, can help you. And we at SBA can help you as well, but for your individual financial situation, we ask that you work with our resource partners, particularly SBDC. They have some really good export experience. So the export working capital program, there are two kinds of transactions that can be financed with this facility. There's transaction-based, which is what a lot of people think about with a purchase order. If you have the purchase order, then you can be financed based on that purchase order. Again, to make sure the purchase order actually has money behind it, using the Gold Key Services or Commercial Services vetting programs and vetting products is great, and it helps put lenders at ease. And as well as when you have an asset base. So for example, if you are, you need to acquire assets to fulfill an order, you're able to finance that through the export working capital program as well. So yeah, again, all SBA loans are cash flow loans. All SBA lenders are cash flow lenders. So they make the loan on the premise of repayment. So they're going to want to see each deal that gets financed, whether it's on the domestic side or the international side, that it's going to cash flow, that it can support itself. The fees, they're capped. The lenders set the fees, but there is a ceiling that they have to not go beyond in order to qualify. So SBA international loans are the same way. And then now we have the Working Capital Pilot Program. This is domestic and international. It's new, it just debuted at the beginning of this fiscal year, or August 1st. I'm getting the sign that we're about at time, but the slides will be available. This is a very flexible, very responsive loan. It's the first new loan that SBA has put in place in 12 years. We did a lot of internal research on it, and especially it's geared off the Export Working Capital Program to be able to service domestic as well as international transactions. Here's a little bit of information, and then finally just resources. The SBDC network, I know Deborah spoke earlier. Fernando mentioned STEP, State Trade Expansion Program. They can help you become export ready. National Center has a STEP program as well. Commercial Service, Fernando and his team stand ready to assist. He mentioned the district export councils. These are like pro exporters who are small businesses who want to help serve the community. Great folks, Export Tech, a class, also run by a division of the United States Department of Commerce to help you learn how to export. Trade Finance Guide. These are just SBA's programs. There are actually other government programs out there. And I'd recommend you download this Trade Finance Guide if you're interested in international finance, trade finance, including from Exim Bank. And our resource guide, I have some out there on the registration area, but we have resource guides. Look at page 34 for international trade resources. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Karen. Thanks for all that information. I know it's kind of like drinking from a water hose, but I appreciate you taking the time to join us today. And you as well, Fernando. We'll give a good word back to Leandro, your director. Just one other quick thing. I know that Fernando talked about trade missions. There's also another organization under the International Trade Administration, the Global Diversity Export Initiative. They also do trade missions as well throughout the year. There's a couple of them coming up, and I believe it was India and Costa Rica. So we always love to be able to recommend our clients for those opportunities. Of course, you have to have the capacity to be able to compete at the global level. But another important training program is a program called Export Tech. It's just a whole week of, it's a 12-week program where you go through the whole export training. So just 1 hour doesn't really not give you enough information. But if you want to sit in on the 12-week program, there's a great opportunity there. And we also help offset the cost of that program. I think it's like $450, but we get our clients registered at a discount, and then we can also assist them with some of our STEP program funding as well. So if you're interested in that, please pick up a card. I'm Joanne Nota. I have my cards at the table out front. This concludes our session, and thank you for joining us.
All right, for our next session, we have Mabel Sosi from our Apex Accelerator team, and she'll be leading the next presentation.
Thank you, Charmaine. It's been a long day, and I'm sure right now you guys are like, more text, more stuff to read. Oh my gosh. I'll try to breeze through it real quickly. I am also up to here with all the words and reading. I introduced myself earlier, and we also have a bio in all the printouts that we passed out. This is today's discussion points. Again, I will probably go through it really at a bird's eye view, because These are some really in-depth programs with information that requires probably half a day all in itself in each of these topics. But we're going to go over who we are as the National Center Apex Accelerator, and some of the alphabets where when you get to the federal contracting level, you're drinking alphabet soup with them. So we'll go through some of these GIB and DIB federal contracting, and what we do for Native American-owned businesses. Basically, going to reiterate what Aaron said earlier at the beginning. We mean business for Indians. That's what I always like to say. For Apex Accelerator, dedicated to service Native American-owned companies, that is our mission. And we also are going to cover some of this SBA and DoD subcontracting. There are 2 different types of subcontracting available, as well as the DoD mentor protege, DoD Indian incentive programs, and how we help businesses understand some of the high-level security concerns that DoD has. Again, we are under the National Center, NCAID. They are our fiscal sponsor, so we're able to conduct business and offer free services free of charge. And they are our fiscal sponsor, so we are housed under NCAID. Our mission, as I said earlier, is to expand the number of federal contractors in the federal marketplace and also in the military installations. And again, our services are free, and 2 of the eligibility requirements that we require to become an Apex Accelerator client for our program is your company has to be at least 51% owned by a Native American, federally recognized tribal member, and then your company has to be a for-profit company. These are the service areas that we are working with. Myself is the Navajo Nation that spans into all 3 states. That is my service area. And then these other red-colored states are my colleagues that are servicing those areas. And then with the gold stars, that's where our physical offices are. My office is in the Kerrigan Building, 2nd level at St. Michael's. These are just the same, just reiteration of the map that was drawn, but with the text of the states and the regions that we serve. Again, these are the physical offices where all the procurement specialists are working in their offices. And again, mine is the Navajo Nation in Window Rock area. And these are my colleagues' point of contacts. We are under DoD Office of Small Business Program, administered, they're administering the Apex Accelerator programs. And this is their website address of where you can find an Apex Accelerator office, both state and also Native American focused Apex Accelerators. Okay, so what is GIB and what is DIB? GIB is the government industrial base, which applies to federal, state, local organizations or tribal entities. And DIB is the defense industrial base, and that is referring to companies that provide products and services directly related to the Department of Defense and the national security needs. So you are considered GIB and DIB ready if you have these qualities listed here. Does your business have control and skills to perform whatever it is that you're selling? And do you have a capability statement which has been mentioned earlier today. It is basically a company resume that is in the format that federal buyers and military installation buyers understand it. So it's very important to have that marketing document in place and always update it. And of course, your capability statement will be tailored to each of the different organizations or agencies you're marketing to. It won't be the same for every visit that you do to the departments. And we also encourage that you are registered in SAM.gov. We also extensively work with Native-owned businesses with getting them into SAM system. They've had a lot of trouble, especially the reservation-based businesses where there's no electronic addressing system. And we managed to, for the Navajo Nation, I was fortunate enough to get the Navajo rural addressing staff work with me to develop a document called Physical Address Certificate, which is used in the SAM registration entity verification system, and it is now accepted. So ABC company that's located on Indian Road 8, 2 miles south of 7 to 11 store is now accepted in SAM.gov registration. This also, our services also includes helping you register as a small business certified firm with the state and local. Navajo Nation has Priority 1 and Priority 2 certifications. I help with that too. I work with DED, Office of Small Business Program, as well as the Business Regulatory Office. We work hand in hand. They like to see the businesses coming into Navajo Nation registered, so I usually help my clients and recommend that they get registered with Navajo Business Regulatory Office. You're also considered DIB and GIB ready contractor if you understand all the regulations, all the contracting requirements, and the requirements in the security environment, and that you also understand all the small business certification programs that we talked about earlier under SBA, the different types, like the women-owned small business certification, service disabled certification, 8A certification, and things of that sort. We also assist with that too. So in working with the Native American-owned businesses, specifically, these are the services that we provide in helping them get into the federal marketplace. And we go either in person and in counseling with them one-on-one, or we counsel with them virtually. And whatever means it takes to get the counseling across, I work with them via text messages, phone calls. I meet with them at coffee shops, whatever it takes to get and sit down and get into the federal contracting specifics and processes. And another thing that we do is we help our clients network. We get them in front of the buyers. We do business matchmaking. We help them get to know the buyers. We help them learn how to do the capability statement and sit in front of the buyers and give the capability statement to the buyers, so they let the government contracting and military installations know that they exist. And we also educate them with various programs that's available to them, like the Buy Indian Act. So that's what sets us apart as a Native American Apex Accelerator program. There are over probably 93 Apex accelerators across the United States. A lot of them are non-native Apex accelerators, so when one of them gets a Native American-owned company and they want to do Buy Indian Act, the state Apex accelerators don't really know the processes, and they don't have the direct relationship as we have with the, like, say, BIA or BIE contracting officers. BIA, BIE, Indian Health Service contracting officers come directly to us asking us, who do you have that can do this and that? So that's how we have a closer relationship with the buyers versus the state Apex accelerators. They don't have that close connection. So a lot has been covered in the subcontracting world, and that's one way to really, as a small business, grow your business. And the government and DOD are trying their best to fulfill all their socioeconomic quotas. So it is very popular for small businesses to get into subcontracting arrangements so that they can grow as a business and be more visible in the federal contracting arena. And there are certain dollar limits where when prime contractors go over these dollar amounts, they are required to do a subcontracting plan. And earlier there was a presenter that showed a link where there's a database of all the prime contractors that are looking for subcontractors that are used when buyers fill their socioeconomic quotas. And I can share that link with you and the information. I believe you have access to these slides. My contact information is on there. Again, these are some of the socioeconomic quota goals set, and this is why we encourage businesses to get certified through all these certification programs. We also do, like I said, the state level certifications. We assist you with these certifications, again, with Navajo Priority 1 and 2, and there are other tribes that have their own processes that are different than Navajos, and we also assist with that. And this has been covered a lot today too, and there are two different mentor protege program, two different subcontracting programs. DOD has their own subcontracting, and SBA has their own subcontracting program and their processes. But with the mentor protege program, these are the steps that are covered, and it is a lot. So you need, I always encourage the businesses or my clients to get a dedicated staff in place so that the program manager can do that day in and day out. A lot of times I see small businesses making mistakes where they say, oh, so-and-so can do it when they have time, and then if I have time, I'll do it. This is a federal contracting program management, and it gets so convoluted. When the next person finally does it again, they have to relearn it again. There's too much information to be had, so I always recommend a dedicated program manager to manage federal contracts. So that way they are familiar with these processes that are directed by either the military or the federal agencies. They learn it, and they don't have other person that are coming in and they go away and they forget again. They are concentrated. They're always dedicated to capturing federal or either military contracting opportunities. Another program that is within the DoD is the Indian Incentive Program Assistance. Again, a lot of processes and clauses that has to be considered and the steps that it takes. I'm just showing the high level information. The link here will give you the step-by-step information on doing the Indian Incentive Program. And a lot of times, these Indian Incentive Programs are also, they have the same requirement as like the Buy Indian Act. You have to be, the subcontractor has to be a member of a federally recognized tribe. The business owner has to be not only at least 51% owner, but they have to be a member of the federally recognized tribal member. Again, this also states again that these tribal members qualify for the IIP, and this link will take you to even more information and steps to follow. We also help our clients, our businesses, understand the security requirements and as it relates to the systems, as well as foreign entity security concerns. Again, these are very high level, and there are a lot of strenuous processes that are required to be compliant. So I'm just showing some of the more important points for your information. So this is the other security concern that GIB and DIB contractors have to be concerned with and know about. And I recommend that you do further research on it because it's very, very important if you're going into the federal contracting and military installation contracting. And these are just some of the resources that are available for you to learn more about it. The CMMC has been in a lot of the discussions, and it's taking effect this year. And so anyone that wants to do business with DoD must be CMMC compliant. And these are some of the, again, the high level information on it, and how it is structured, and what you need to be aware of, where you need to get training, and but because a lot of the small businesses ran into a major challenge where it's too much for them to understand and it's too costly, DoD decided to partner up with Project Spectrum to help them educate businesses about the CMMC. So we will be able to assist you to connect with either the CMMC with DoD personnel or either Project Spectrum. And I provided some of the free check that you can do on your business, and also how to do your self-assessments, and that way you know at least something about it when you finally sit down with either one of the certifiers or the Project Spectrum team. It's gonna be where if you are not CMMC compliant, and if you already have a contract with DoD, you probably will not be able to do contracting with them anymore if you're not CMMC compliant. I left the link for Project Spectrum there for your reference, and that's that.
Do we have any questions? Anyone? All right. Okay. Thank you, Mabel.
Thank you, everybody. You guys are all awesome. Diehards here. They're still here, even after lunch. I'm almost out of my voice. Thank you so much. I've been talking here and outside.
You're gonna stay down here?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Nice and.
We got the little thing, the clicker?
Yeah, I got it right here. Hold on, we're gonna do some things. All right, so on your guys' table, you guys see this little QR code, this little pop-up QR code. If not, they're in the back of your agendas, or at the end of your agendas. If you guys could scan it, it leads to a survey about our Native Edge Institute, specifically for today. If you guys could please fill those out as best as you can. That helps us with, making this a better event for our future participants. Okay. What's that? Oh. Sorry. So, but next we're gonna do our raffle for our two tickets. So these tickets consist of the res ticket, which, is there any stipulations with that? You have to be in person to win, and you can't transfer it? It has to be you. You can't transfer the ticket to another person. And then you also get a plane ticket by Alaska Airlines and room at Caesar's Palace. So, excited for you guys. I feel like this is deja vu. Didn't we do this already?
I won last time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh.
It's not my name.
Oh. Mabel. Okay. Dana Enterprises LLC. Any is that Dana? Diana? Darina Enterprises LLC.
602-554.
Just put their number out there.
1366.
Social security number is. Okay, going once.
Partial left, half people left.
Going twice.
This is the best part.
Okay, we're gonna go on with another one. Okay.
This ticket, this one, a red one. Who has a red one?
Let's see. What does it say? Jimmy Curley? Yay! Okay. All right. So you got one. I'll be in contact with you. He is now. You got the whole package. Okay, one more. And then I'll let you go.
Here we go. Okay, that's the Thrive one.
All right. Gonna have to help me out with this one. Thrive Hualapai, Manny Sayuji? That you?
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, we were just talking about you. That's you? Yay, awesome.
You can drive with it. Good.
Yep. Great. So, Don't have to use it for, but they're there. Okay, so we're going to move on to our final session. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. As I said, if you guys could complete those surveys, that would mean the world to me and help me so much. But we're going to let Ed take over, and he's going to talk about everyone's favorite subject, taxes.
Taxes, yes. No, this is actually good taxes. It's not bad, no booing. It's about, make sure this works first. Okay. Oh no, that's giving the answer. Oh no, go the wrong way, here we go. No.
You gotta go back, you gotta go.
Oh, go the other way.
This one.
Which one? I don't give the answers away. There you go.
Okay, so backward, forward.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. So first of all, Ed Byers Holding Group. I started my business. Oh, okay. I started my business 4 years ago. Again, Byers Holding Group. Go to byersholdinggroup.com. Key thing when you're starting your business, first I was 30 years at Deloitte. And then when I semi-retired, I said, hey, I'm going to start a business, mainly because of taxes. There's a lot of benefits to starting your own business. And I'd worked with PTAC, the PTAC people in Arizona, and I love PTAC. Who's worked with PTAC at all? They're fabulous. The best way to work with them is go in their office. So I used to sit with Vanessa. We got myself registered on SAM, did all those things. It really worked out well by just sitting there talking to her. If you call her on the phone, she's doing 14 emails at once. But if you go there, you have the dedicated time. Yeah, I know, they changed the name. And I don't know what that acronym is, though. I'm still trying to figure that one out. So then I started talking. I went had all these discussions on small business administrations, all these type of things. And everyone said, just start your business. Don't try to do all these things. Focus on a couple key areas. So I focused on a couple areas. One was cyber. So I did healthcare, cyber work for many years. And everyone needs, who's heard of HIPAA? Health Information Portability Act. They require cyber. I mean, every healthcare organization in the world for 20 years has required a security risk assessment. Same thing, who's heard of the death file? No one's heard of the death file? So when you die, you go in a death file, and that goes to everyone. All these universities, hospitals, everyone, and you gotta have cyber over that, protect that information. It's a huge file. So I became certified on the death file. I know it sounds horrible. I'm a certified HIPAA professional, so I started focusing on that. And then I started doing consulting work on the side. And then all of a sudden, over the years, you start picking up more and more type activities. Someone would come to you, hey, do you want to do Oracle sales? Well, what's Oracle sales? So you see on my website, we're an Oracle partner now. Because, hey, someone said, hey, I need to work with a small business doing that. So start your business and start working through those type of things. Now I'm excited about a couple other areas we talked about. Tourism. I think that's an exciting area. So if you do supply chain type work, you can actually help all these tourist organizations develop their businesses. Really excited about that. Mentor Protege. I actually contacted Deloitte about getting in the Mentor Protege program because everyone says that's the best thing. First thing I realized, you need like 1 or 2 people. Who talked about that? You need 1 or 2 people full-time in your staff to do that. You can't do that with your 3 or 4 people. You need dedicated resources, but great opportunities for growth as you grow your business. Start your business and start growing it. So a lot of good opportunities out there. So now we're going to talk about everyone's favorite topic, which is saving money on taxes. Not paying taxes, but saving money. So how do we save money on taxes? How do you save money if you have a small business? You have to have a small business. And by the way, it is easy to start a small business. It's easy to start your LLC. It takes about 2 hours. You go on any state website, did on Arizona, I now have 6 LLCs. It's easy. I have one for my sister, one for my niece. It's easy. Who talked about, hey, the old days you had to go out there and go down to the courthouse? Not now. You get it printed off, send it back in. Takes an hour. And a couple days later, you get a little thing in the mail and you're all set. So very simple. So how can you save money on your taxes in your business? Yes, sir, the one going to res. Okay, write-offs, good. What's that? Oh, good. That's a good one. Okay, depreciations. There's even better ones. Okay. What's that? Expired goods. Okay, good one. Yeah, that's what the rich and famous do on my list. Yes. You must be rich and famous if you're doing that. Okay. Well, yeah. That's a really good one. That's number 6 on my list. What else? Okay, let's walk through them. Top steps to lower your business taxes. Very simple, the first one. You're all going to get this presentation. It's going to be updated slightly because I made a couple little errors in there. I told Kia there was a couple updates, but she said we can't update it right now. So, Kaya. So document and track all expenses. Okay, makes sense. We're going to walk through all these. Know and maximize all Schedule C deductions. So who knows what Schedule C is? Okay, Schedule C is when you have your business, you get a separate schedule you fill out for your business, which feeds into your 1040. Look through all those deductions. It's incredible how many there are. Well, I'll show you some of the list there. The most important thing is to track them all and make sure you document everything. Maximize the home office deduction. Who has a home for their home office? How much savings do you, I would hate to ask, how much savings does a typical small business get from a home office deduction? How much? Let's take a guess. Yeah, typical deduction is about $30,000. Yeah, it depends on what you do, how you declare it, those type of things. And you can be creative. The IRS doesn't come in there and knock on your door and walk in. If the IRS does an audit, what do? It's typically a documentation audit. Right now, they don't do hardly any audits because there's no staff there. Leverage a Section 179 deduction. I do that quite often. What is the 179 deduction? That's where you deduct all the capital assets of your business purchase in that year. And you can do it up to $1 million. So you buy a truck for the business, you can write the whole thing off that year. No need to depreciate it. So there's certain limitations. We'll walk through that. Know the IRS audit criteria. Who's been audited? No one's been audited? What were you audited for?
Something with my child care credit, something, and what I was paying, so I have to pay more.
Okay, and that was a documentation audit. They probably sent you a little document. Yes, and you could talk to them and work through them, not a big deal. Okay? So we're going to walk through these simple audit criteria. Okay, just don't, okay, by the way, so last night, I always say don't be a bozo. Well, last night, who knows Bozo the Clown? So last night, I was playing poker, my men's group, and guess who I played with? Bozo the Clown. You know the Bozo on WGN in Chicago and Denver? I played with him. He's 87 years old now. So I got all kind of facts. He wore size 30 shoes, his fake shoes, and those type of things. But interesting. Don't be bozo. But I can't say that now because that's a clown that I know. People always scare you about the hobby versus business rule. Who's heard of the hobby versus business rule? And what is it? What does it say? Yeah, yeah. Okay, if you do something that's personal, those type of things, it's a hobby. There's a lot of rules out there. There's some old, wise tales that you can't have a business if you keep losing money. We're going to walk through that. Because as long as you have a business that's trying to generate profit, you can have losses. So we'll walk, that's very important. Leverage techniques which were set up by politicians and the rich and famous. That's the guy right back here because he talked about it, all the things. And leverage the corporate tax rate of 21%. Why would you want to leverage a corporate tax rate of 21% in your LLC or your corporation or S corporation? Why would you want to do that? Yes, yeah. So we're going to walk through. That's very important. If you want to retain cash in the business and you're making good money in your personal thing, why pay 35%, 40%? If you got state, you got to pay all the health care stuff, 3%. Federal taxes, state taxes, city taxes. Pay the corporate 21%. A good option. A lot of people do that. Okay, document and track all expenses. Number one criteria for documenting things, if documented and receipts are available over a certain dollar limit, you can expense it. I say expense everything down there. There's one simple thing we're going to talk about what you need to do if you're doing all this stuff. Leverage a software tool, QuickBooks, and I leverage QuickBooks. Very easy, $99 a month. I got my different LLCs all set up. 5 minutes a week, I'm all done. I do my son's little business, my business. Very simple. My simple approach, I spend an Excel spreadsheet, upload it to QuickBooks. Columns are set up because I'm doing a lot of mileage, hotels, meals, parking, car rentals, airlines, incidentals, business entertainment, office supplies, other expenses, all your subscriptions, legal, advertisements, websites. If you document everything, you're going to be surprised of the dollar amount. And credit card receipts are fine. You always hear on TV, can't use credit card receipts. Yes, you can. IRS accepts credit card receipts. So they can actually get you print your statement out and leverage that. Deloitte, where I used to work, Deloitte does that. Large companies do it. Why can't you as a small business do it? Yes, you can do it. Remember, no need to make up expenses. Don't do anything that's fraudulent. Just document everything. You're going to have more than enough expenses. You had your hand raised? Yeah, everything you can, everything you can deduct. That's why I said deduct everything. So I print my credit card statement out each week, and I deduct it all. Just download it into QuickBooks, and away it goes. Very simple. Okay, so now we just saved you guys $10,000. No all Schedule C, which is kind of the same thing, but these are the primary ones. Mileage, initiate tracking from your home office. So the minute you walk out the door, start driving, you can deduct every single mile. And it's 70 cents a mile. I have hairdresser example. What about a hairdresser? Think about it. So I go there, get my hair cut, I'm talking to her, and I get my receipt, pay $30, whatever it was, and she has an LLC. I go, who does your taxes? I'm just curious, me always thinking about taxes. And I go, where's your home office? Oh, she goes, well, I'm a contractor. I guess it's here at the barbershop. I go, no, it's not. It's your home. Don't you have an office set up there? Yes. Okay. She drove 30 miles each way each day. 60 times 5 is 300 times 50, 15,000 miles, writing off $10,000. That's a lot of money. So then I went through, then she had a home office. She could write off her home office. Now they're 11,000. She was 11,000. So I did it the first time for her, all these things. Her meals, everything she got to write off. She got to write off about $38,000. That's a lot of money. She was paying about $16,000. She ended up paying $3,000. That's the big difference. By just doing what the law allows, and the thing what you should be doing if you're a small business owner. Meal costs are always fully deductible. So if you go to Vegas on business, you have a $250 meal at the Wynn, can you write it off? If you're talking with one of your buddies about business. Can you write it off? Of course you can. There's only one simple rule you got to remember. What is it? It cannot be lavish or extravagant. What is lavish or extravagant? It's not subjective. In my little policy I have written up for my business, anything over $350 is lavish or extravagant. I wrote it up. Because we had that at Deloitte. Our thing was, in the old days, $250. Then it was considered extravagant. Now it's $350. So if I was going to be audited, here's my rule. Oh, okay, they're going to back off. Write these simple things up. Track all monthly payment subscriptions. That's easy to do. GoDaddy, monthly subscriptions, Microsoft, Intuit, which is QuickBooks, and those things. The chamber, I belong to the chamber, Arizona and California. Legal, goes on and on and on. Yes, sir. What do you mean? In my Excel spreadsheet. Here's my policy. Yes, someone comes up, print it out. Yes.
Oh, is that one again? Oh, it was Andy. You have a question?
So now, at
Hold
Deloitte,
on, Ed.
Okay, back to the meal. Is that an individual meal ticket, or could it be a group team meeting?
It can be a team meeting, of course.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Does it include alcohol?
And team meetings is the same extravagant thing. So if you have a group of 4, I can't go over $1,400. So, and they're my thing if you go to extravagant in Vegas, something like, so you can't write off $1,400 at McDonald's. That'd look kind of suspicious. Yeah. Yes.
I have a question regarding meals too.
Yes.
The 50% deduction versus the 100% deduction. Clarifications?
Oh God. Okay. So first of all, I'm not a. That you would have to talk to your CPA tax advisor, because I document all of them, and then he has 2 different columns. I give him all those things. So my meals that I go for business purposes, 100%. Entertainment is there's a 15% deduction thing. You got to talk to your tax advisor. We're going to get to, that's very important. But a good question. I'm talking about things that I do as not a tax advisor, but just as a real business person. That's my goal here. I always find that the most valuable. What do real business people do versus the tax person coming and talking to you guys or IRS? Office expenses, there's so many different office expenses. Your cleaning supplies, your office cleaners. Who has the office cleaner at home? Of course you do. Yeah, if you got a housekeeper comes in once a month to clean your house, you write off a portion of that for the business. Right? Very simple. The house cleaner can be deductible for the office portion of it. I always say that, remember, if you really, really track all expenses, you'll never make up expenses. And review Schedule C for all the 30 or 40 different items there. Maximize the home office deduction. Key. You're going to save yourself probably about $20,000 in income, which means if it's 20% rate, that's $4,000 of cash. And they're very easy. TurboTax, do you have a home office? Yeah. Very simple. Okay, set up an office in a spare bedroom, family room. Who has their office in their family room? Yeah, I do too. I got my little desk picture set up in there, IRS everything. There's my desk set up. When I need a new TV for my office, I get to expense it because it's in my office. Right? I mean, it is. It's in your, these are practical things. Per the, year end, summarize all expenses, mortgage interest, insurance, utilities, repairs, maintenance, depreciation. Need a new air conditioner, that portion of that for the thing is deductible. So if your office is 17% of your house, I think mine's 14.9, yeah, 14.9. I get to, write out part of that air conditioning unit. Okay, IRS may, very, very slim chance, request a picture of your office space. Now, I used to live next to a lawyer at the IRS, so we'd always have a drink and talk about these things. So it was nice to have him there. And I always say, don't forget when taking mileage from your home office. People just don't do that. The drive out of the driveway, that's extra mile right there. So don't forget that. Oh, multiple family members can use different rooms in your home for different LLCs. Whose spouse has an LLC? Separate office deduction, everything else probably. You can do all these creative things, but that's what you should be doing because you're going to have separate offices. Yes, sir. Oh, hold on 1 second. She's going to yell at me.
I own 2 separate LLCs but work out of the same space. Can each company take a piece of that?
Technically, no. So I would have an office in 2 different places. You got to be creative a little bit here. If they ever came, you had the same picture. I would talk to your tax advisor. Personally, I would say no. That sounds kind of fishy. But a tax advisor would know.
I have like a kind of an opposite question. Can you have a home office and an office outside of your home?
Yeah, of course you can, yes.
Can you deduct the home office as well, even if you have a separate?
Yeah, if their business requirements dictate both offices, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But always would talk to your tax CPA about all these things. That one most definitely, because we have my home office plus our little office space. And he allowed it.
I have another clarification with that gentleman's question. Can you cost allocate the 2 LLCs for that room?
Talk to your tax advisor. That's a good question. I would think the answer probably would be yes. Most definitely. Okay. Next one. Leverage a Section 179 deduction, Form 4562. So I couldn't wait to start my own business in 2020, get this rolling. So what you can do there is allows all businesses to deduct the full purchase price of capital assets. And what's a capital asset? Furniture, fixtures, cars, those type of things. And they had the old, like the farm equipment rule. Who's heard of the farm equipment rule? If a truck's over 6,000 pounds, you can do that Section 179 thing. So there's all kind of different things. And it's, your truck you're driving down the street in is a farm equipment all of a sudden. That's just the rules. All assets purchased must be in the company name. So you can't just go out there and buy it ad hocly. You got to have it, your company credit card, you go in and write a check for it, whatever else. So all my cars are in my old company name. And now I changed my company name, so I said it's the old name, but you always buy it that way. Hold on one second.
For the 179 rule, I had a tax professional tell me that I can't claim equipment if I buy it on a loan. How does that work?
That is not true, because I did that on a loan, 0% interest loan. So I said, why not do that? I got to deduct the full amount. Yeah. I got my email address in there, so you can email me. Yeah. I had one tax guy say I couldn't do it, and the next tax CPA said I could do it. The guy who was 80 said I couldn't do it. The guy who was 50 said, do it. That's the law. So I think it's even in the rule. It says even if you take a loan, if you look at the write-up on 179, Section 179 is limited, only to 1 million. Sorry about that. Probably should be 5 or 10 million for you guys, but that's what it's limited to. And I would definitely get a tax CPA to sign off, not sign off, but do your return. And there's going to be a good reason coming up when we get to the next couple of slides. This is a great deduction to consider if you open a small business after retiring or have 2 different businesses. Why? Because you've been making money, you got investment income, maybe a pension, so you can take losses and write things off. So very good. Remember, Form 4562 feeds into Schedule C, which feeds into your 1040. Yes, Mr. Rez? Oh, sorry.
Okay, so my name's Jimmy. Our company just purchased a tractor, and you mentioned something about a farm equipment rule. You know, it's not necessary for farming, but we're gonna, plan to build another house on our property to rent out. Would that still support the purchase of the tractor, because we'll dig the trenches?
Okay, yours most definitely. They got the autos is 6,000-pound rule. So if it's actual farm equipment, most definitely. Talk to your tax CPA.
Got it.
Yeah, I find most things qualify because it says purchase price of capital assets. That would be a capital asset.
Got it. Thank you.
But they do say, they put in the 6,000-pound criteria, because then you can deduct your truck all of a sudden, your automobile if they're heavy. So all of a sudden your thing is registered as a farm equipment. Doesn't make any sense. So, because I went through that, how it all feeds through there. Know the IRS audit criteria, and people get all scared. I'm going to be audited. Oh, Aunt Martha was audited, and Uncle Jimmy. No. IRS only audits about 1 in 1,000 returns, and most of them are simple little audits like Yvette had over there. Very simple. She did a no-no, and they knew it, and she knew it, and she paid her thousands of dollars back. Most audits are handed solely by mail. Hey, can you show us your bank statement? Show us how you got it. Very simple, and it takes months. Who's worked with the IRS? It takes years, the correspondence. I sent them something, they made a mistake, a couple things. Hey, send the thing, I sent it in. 6 months later, hey, give us 3 more months. We're still working on it. I guess 1 page. They're going to take years on stuff. What do you call it? Increased audits won't happen overnight. You always hear this. Hey, they hired 80,000. I don't know how many they hired. Maybe they hired 10. But there's no trained staff to do this. So you're not going to be audited. Audits are a lengthy process and cost the IRS real money. So remember that. They want an ROI on their investment. So they're not going to audit someone with a $50,000 business. Doesn't make any sense, does it? They're going to audit the much larger businesses. So we're going to walk through the next slide. They're simple ones. Most audits, which are very easy, are triggered by overzealous taxpayers. They expensed 100,000 miles on their truck. simple, that's a quick little thing, it's computerized. Please send us, proof that you did 100,000 miles. Oh, I made a mistake, it was only 10,000. You got to pay back IRS the 90,000 miles. That takes the IRS nothing because that's all computerized. Steps to avoid an audit. Steps to avoid an audit. Reported income periodically. So some businesses report a positive income on purpose. So you got a couple years of losses. You're taking all these deductions, Section 179. Hey, it's nice to show a profit every now and then. And they won't audit you. Have a tax CPA with a PIN. So don't have me, I could do it for all the, the barbers and hair, that doesn't cut it. They got to be a tax CPA with a PIN, file your return. Note, the IRS hardly audits any returns under $1 million filed by a tax CPA. And why is that? Why is that? They would assume it is reasonable and done correctly, and the tax CPA has to have proof of those numbers. So when I get all my expenses, I have to give them my QuickBooks, my Excel spreadsheet, those type of things. So he knows it looks valid and it's substantiated. And that's also if you listen to, who listens to C-SPAN at night or those type of things? The IRS tax commissioner comes on. He was talking about this, the number of audits they do, the income levels, those type of things. But you can look in write-ups. Don't take Schedule C expenses that are unrealistic. We already talked about that. Don't take excessive charitable deductions. So who takes $200,000 in charitable deductions? You can't do that. It's going to create a documentation audit. Then if they're in there, they're going to be doing other things as well. So keep them, don't be stupid that way. Don't take excessive 179 expenses without a tax CPA. So don't just do all this stuff yourself, go on, TurboTax, oh, here's my thing for $85,000. Don't do that. Have a tax CPA involved. Okay, example hotline call I made 2 years ago, or 3 years ago. No, 2 years ago. So I found out someone was kind of taking some money. I won't say who. And so I called the tax hotline with my buddy, the IRS lawyer. He said, they're not going to do anything. And I said, hey, I think they're fraudulently taking some money and not reporting it. I found out about it, so I didn't want to be, you get 5 years later, oh, Ed Byers knew about it, and he gets thrown into prison for it. No, I was just going to report it. And they go, well, what's the dollar amount? And I go, I think 1.5 million. You know what they said? Too little. Are you serious? You want us to? We don't take any calls under $2 million. Okay, that's the process you got to think about. Okay, forget anything. If you're over $2 million, got to be worried. Under $2 million, your guys are fine. I couldn't believe it, but I documented it. I called just in case something ever happened. Know the IRS hobby versus business income rule. The key consideration for the IRS, number one is the most important, is that the business operates to make a profit. If you're working to make a profit, then it's a business. If you are for pleasure or recreation, it's a hobby. We'll get to the one down the very bottom. Old IRS rule we always thought about, it's a hobby if you lose money 3 straight years. That's incorrect. Number one takes precedence. However, you might be operating a business for the following reasons. Business-like manner, you got books, you put much of your time and effort into the activity, you intend to make a profit. The example I wanted to walk through down below, which was in tax court by my buddy was IRS gaming. He was a lawyer there, and he lost the case. And the case, the lady wrote up that she was going to Vegas every week, gambling. She wrote up a business plan. She wrote everything up. I'm intending to make a profit. No, she didn't. She lost every year. She had other income stream, but she was deducting a couple $100,000. The IRS said, that's not a business, that's a hobby. It went to tax court, and she won because she was conducting it like a business. So she was writing up all her vacations, her gambling losses, everything else. Don't we all, when we go to Vegas, we intend to win, don't we? Well, that's what she was doing. She had a business plan. IRS lost. So you got to think about those things. Okay, leverage the techniques which are set up by the rich and famous. Employ a family member, children under 18 not subject to the FICA taxes. Tax at corporate rate versus personal, we're going to walk through that. Enhance your organizational structure with multiple LLCs. Family members have an LLC. My son has an LLC. My sister has an LLC. So you can, I mean, there actually are LLCs. I mean, we're working it. One's in the education space. My son's in the supply chain. We work together. Hire contractors who have their own LLC. So if we hire the contractor with their own LLC, you can pay them the contractor rate without paying all the employment taxes, those type of things. So that's a good one. Fund a retirement plan, very important, because you can then defer your income. So that's a good one. Set up a healthcare savings account, and also travel expenses. How many of you go to business on Europe? I go to business on Europe, don't you? Yeah, we meet people over there, I document it, those type of things. You can write off that portion that's applicable to the business thing. So plan your vacation around. You can't write off your whole thing, but you can write off that business portion of it. And guess what? The plane ticket is fully deductible, right? Because you went there for the business. So just kind of walk, and then talk to your tax CPA. I walk through them. He signs off on things. No, it doesn't make any sense. So you just walk through those things. Now don't write off, hey, I flew over there, took a cruise. The day I landed, came back. No, you don't write that off. No. You got to use some common sense, right? Leverage the the corporate tax rate. So don't pass all of your business income to your 1040, especially if you have a great year. Sometimes you have like a really great year. You had medical supplies. I was making up $2 million. Next year, you're only expect to make $50,000. Well, have the corporate tax rate and then have the corporation do a lot more expenses and stuff. So you can be creative there. You're still paying taxes. You're still paying taxes, but you cannot fund your individual account with that 21% tax rate. You got to keep the money in the corporation. So you got to buy more, things for your home office, painting your home. You need to do more things like that. Take care of those things. A lot of creative things you can do. Retained earnings can be leveraged to pay off debt, build in a financial cushion, or increase business value. That's always a good one. You got to provide, income statements to a bank or a thing. Hey, you got a $50,000 or $100,000 of cash in the business account. That's nice to have. Number 4, most important, when leverage this technique, don't pass through cash to your personal account. Otherwise, you're going to then have 1040 taxes. You'll be double taxed. Great approach when your personal tax rate is high. So high tax years, you want to use this approach. Low tax years, you don't want to use this approach. Because you're going to be paying higher. So, good information. That's me there. That's my email address. Give me a quick email. Any questions on taxes? I always say talk to a tax advisor. But these are all legal things. As you can see, you can look them up on the internet, all these things. IRS.gov has all the forms and schedules. I print those out, look through those every year, make sure I'm taking all my deductions that I give to my tax CPA, always a tax CPA, because they have higher ethical standards that they must meet. Well, at least the IRS thinks that, so, because they could lose their license, and they don't want to lose their license if there's not appropriate documentation to support the things that we're providing. So that's it. Any final questions? You already had a lot of questions. Remember, do not make up expenses, just document and track everything. Because right now you're not doing that. I know that. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Ed, we still have a question.
Remember, I'm not an IRS person. I'm just a business owner.
Okay, so I know you touched earlier on traveling.
Yes.
A vacation and business mix.
Yes.
I kind of miss a portion of that.
Okay, so take for example, I have a subcontractor in Las Vegas, which I do. He provides me subcontractors for my cyber work. I do a little bit of cyber work, and they're ex-Deloitte people. So he supplies them to me. When I go to Vegas for the weekend or something, I have a meeting with him. I document that my flight up there, flight back is deductible. My meals with him the first day are deductible. So you can deduct all those portions. The extra 2 days I cannot deduct. But I can deduct the full airline ticket, the meals with him, those type of things.
Gotcha.
So that's just hey, organize a vacation around a business trip. And we all do that, right? We have business partners, or set up a meeting in Las Vegas with another subcontractor or something. Write it off. And remember, because you're documenting it. You got to be able to document it as a true expense. Yes.
I have one last question. You said we could write off our plane ticket. Can we also write off like a rental car?
Yeah, of course, most
The
definitely.
whole thing?
Well, you can write off a portion of it on the, what do you call it? The days you're going to be on that portion of business.
Okay, but not the rest of the,
Not the
it's
rest
on
of it.
vacation. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Because I never make up that portion. You got it for 7 days, 3 days is for business, 4 days would be the personal. And in there, it actually even asks you what portion is business versus personal when you do the expensing.
So this is off of his question and her question. So after the 2 days you're flying back, is it deductible coming back?
Yeah, oh yeah, both ways. Because if you went there for the day, you would have the full plane ticket, right? You would. You wouldn't go one way, you'd be going, you go back and forth. And have that extravagant policy drafted someplace, right? Because extravagant is whatever it is, right? We don't know what it is. Whatever your policy said, I know at Deloitte it was $250 before, and so I put down $350. Why not? Because with inflation in the last so many years. By the way, I don't have too many extravagant meals. I wish I did, but I had chili. I actually went and got some chili here for $15. So that's what I had today. It was actually good.
Okay. So, I also missed, I think you may have brought this up, is the business entertainment. Is there such a thing?
There's business entertainment, the meal things, and you got to talk to your tax CPA. Only 50% of that is deductible.
Okay.
Not 100%, like your real meals. So meals on business, entertainment is totally, like the old days, you could take people golfing and your golf dues. Those were all deductible. They outlawed all those things. Okay, final question, 'cause I'm going to get in trouble on the time limits.
Mr. Phelps, our former council delegate.
Thank you. When you first started your talk, you were saying something about all the money that goes to universities and health centers.
Oh, no.
I did tax or something.
I did cyber reviews at healthcare facilities, the HIPAA reviews. And I also did the death file reviews. That's what I was talking about, the work I did. That also feeds into CMMC as well, because everyone has cyber requirements, banking, healthcare, those type of things. We're now finally getting to the DoD from a cyber perspective. It's just a natural flow. That's what I was talking about.
I guess I must have misunderstood you. You were talking about taxes that go to universities, and I thought that's what you said.
Maybe I misspoke. I do apologize if I did. Wasn't talking about taxes.
Well, it's the hearing of the ear that begins to fade after a few years.
No problem.
That's it.
But there was a lot of, I did register as CMMC. Then it took so long. They finally got that, because then you had to go to the CMMC AB board. And I had a discussion with them, said, okay, you're signed up. And I go, I don't want to do it. So I dropped out of the CMMC program. So, but there's so many opportunities for you guys in business. Just start it, just do it, and leverage all this good information, all the good information out here, tourism, everything else, to make this happen. So, okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed. If you guys have more questions, we're going to continue into our roundtable discussions, which are going to take place at the room across this hall, right here. But just closing this up for the day, saying goodbye to our online audience. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you all for joining us as well.